Chapter 0 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Preface. My heartfelt thanks are due to all those who, directly or indirectly, have helped in the preparation of this book of translations. Among the former, to Professor Israel Abrams for invaluable help and advice at various junctures, and to Mr. B.B. for his detailed and scholarly explanations of difficult passages, explanations to which, fearing to overload a storybook with notes, I have done scant justice. The sympathetic reader who wishes for information concerning the author of these tales will find it in Professor Wiener's History of Yiddish Literature in the 19th Century, together with much that will help him to a better appreciation of their drift. To fully understand any one of them, we should need to know intimately the life of the Russian Jews who figure in their pages, and to be familiar with the lore of the Talmud and the Kabbalah, which colors their talk as the superstitions of Slav or Celtic lands color the talk of their respective peasants. A Yiddish writer once told me he feared these tales would be too tief Jüdisch, intensely Jewish, for Gentile readers, and even in the case of the Jewish English reading public, the east of Europe is east and west is west. Perez, however, is a distinctly modern writer, and his views and sympathies are of the widest. He was born in 1855, and these stories were all written, quite broadly speaking, between 1875 and 1900. They were all published in Russia, under the censorship, a fact to be borne in mind when reading such pages as travel pictures, which, by the way, is not a story at all, in the Post-Chaise and others. We may hope that conditions of life such as are depicted in The Dead Town will soon belong entirely to history. It is for those who have seen to tell us whether or not the picture is correct. The future of Yiddish in a free Russia is hard to tell. There are some who consider its early disappearance by no means a certainty. However that may be, it is at present the only language by which the masses of the Russian Jews can be reached, and Perez's words of 1894, in which he urges the educated writers to remember this fact, have lost none of their interest. Nowadays, everyone must work for his own, must plow and sow his own particular plot of land, although, or rather because, we believe that the future will represent one universal store, whither shall be carried all the corn of all the harvests. We do not wish to desert the flag of universal humanity. We do not wish to sow the weeds of chauvinism, the thorns of fanaticism, the tares of scholastic philosophy. We want to pull up the weeds by the roots, to cut down the briars, to burn the tares, and to sow the pure grain of human ideas, human feelings, and knowledge. We will break up our bit of land and plow and sow, because we firmly believe that some day there will be a great common store, out of which all the hungry will be fed alike. We believe that storm and wind and rain will have an end, that a day is coming when earth shall yield her increase and heaven give warmth and light. And we do not wish our people, in the day of the harvest, to stand apart, weeping for misspent years, while the rest make holiday, forced to beg with shame for bread that was earned by the sweat and toil of others. We want to bring a few sheaves to the store as well as they. We want to be husbandmen also. Whenever, in the course of translation, I have come across a Yiddish proverb or idiomatic expression of which I knew an English equivalent, I have used the latter without hesitation. To avoid tiresome circumlocutions, some of the more important Yiddish words, most of them Hebrew, have been preserved in the translation. A list of these, with brief explanations, will be found on page 453. Nevertheless, footnotes had to be resorted to in particular cases. To conclude, I have frequently, in this preface, used the words was and were, because I do not know what kaleidoscopic changes may not have taken place in Russo-Jewish life since these tales were written, but they are all, with exception of the legend, the image, tales of the middle or the end of the 19th century, and chiefly the latter. Helena Frank, January 1906. End of Chapter 0. Recording by Mara Bella.
Section 1 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 1. If Not Higher. And the Rabbi of Nemirov, every Friday morning, early at Sliches time, disappeared, melted into thin air. He was not to be found anywhere, either in the synagogue, or in the 2 houses of study, or worshipping in some minyan, and most certainly not at home. His door stood open. People went in and out as they pleased. No one ever stole anything from the Rebbe. But there was not a soul in the house. Where can the Rebbe be? Where should he be, if not in heaven? Is it likely a Rebbe should have no affairs on hand with the solemn days so near? Jews, no evil eye, need a livelihood, peace, health, successful matchmakings. They wish to be good and pious, and their sins are great, and Satan with his 1,000 eyes spies out the world from one end to the other, and he sees and accuses and tells tales, and who shall help if not the Rebbe? So thought the people. Once, however, there came a Lithuanian, and he laughed. You know the Lithuanian Jews. They rather despise books of devotion, but stuff themselves with the Talmud and the codes. Well, the Lithuanian points out a special bit of the Gemara, and hopes that it is plain enough. Even Moses, our teacher, could not ascend into heaven, but remained suspended 30 inches below it. And who, I ask you, is going to argue with a Lithuanian? What becomes of the Rebbe? I don't know, and I don't care, says he, shrugging his shoulders, and all the while, what it is to be a Lithuanian, determined to find out. The very same evening, soon after prayers, the Lithuanian steals into the Rebbe's room, lays himself down under the Rebbe's bed, and lies low. He intends to stay there all night, to find out where the Rebbe goes, and what he does at Sliches time. Another in his place would have dozed and slept the time away. Not so a Lithuanian. He learned a whole treatise of the Talmud by heart. Day has not broken when he hears the call to prayer. The Rebbe has been awake some time. The Lithuanian has heard him sighing and groaning for a whole hour. Whoever has heard the groaning of the Nemirover Rebbe knows what sorrow for all Israel, what distress of mind, found voice in every groan. The soul that heard was dissolved in grief. But the heart of a Lithuanian is of cast iron. The Lithuanian hears and lies still. The Rebbe lies still, too. The Rebbe, long life to him, upon the bed, and the Lithuanian under the bed. After that, the Lithuanian hears the beds in the house squeak. The people jump out of them. A Jewish word is spoken now and again. Water is poured on the fingers. A door is opened here and there. Then the people leave the house. Once more it is quiet and dark. Only a very little moonlight comes in through the shutter. He confessed afterwards, did the Lithuanian, that when he found himself alone with the Rebbe, terror took hold of him. He grew cold all over, and the roots of his earlocks pricked his temples like needles. An excellent joke, to be left alone with the Rebbe at Slichas time before dawn. But a Lithuanian is dogged. He quivers and quakes like a fish, but he does not budge. At last the Rebbe, long life to him, rises in his turn. First he does what beseems a Jew. Then he goes to the wardrobe and takes out a packet, which proves to be the dress of a peasant, linen trousers, high boots, a pelisse, a wide felt hat, and a long and broad leather belt studded with brass nails. The Rebbe puts them on. Out of the pockets of the pelisse dangles the end of a thick cord, a peasant's cord. On his way out, the Rebbe steps aside into the kitchen, stoops, takes a hatchet from under the bed, puts it into his belt, and leaves the house. The Lithuanian trembles, but he persists. A fearful, solemn day hush broods over the dark streets, broken not unfrequently by a cry of supplication from some little minion, or the moan of some sick person behind a window. The Rebbe keeps to the street side, and walks in the shadow of the houses. He glides from one to the other, the Lithuanian after him. And the Lithuanian hears the sound of his own heartbeats mingle with the heavy footfall of the Rebbe, but he follows on, and together they emerge from the town. Behind the town stands a little wood. The Rebbe, long life to him, enters it. He walks on 30 or 40 paces, and then he stops beside a small tree. And the Lithuanian, with amaze, sees the Rebbe take his hatchet and strike the tree. He sees the Rebbe strike blow after blow. He hears the tree creak and snap. And the little tree falls, and the Rebbe splits it up into logs, and the logs into splinters. Then he makes a bundle, binds it round with the cord, throws it on his shoulder, replaces the hatchet in his belt, leaves the wood, and goes back to the town. In one of the back streets, he stops beside a poor, tumble-down little house and taps at the window. "Who is there?" cries a frightened voice within. The Lithuanian knows it to be the voice of a Jewess, a sick Jewess. "I," answers the Rebbe in the peasant tongue. "Who is I?" inquires the voice further, and the Rebbe answers again in the Little Russian speech, "Vassal." "Which vassal? And what do you want, vassal?" "I have wood to sell," says the sham peasant, "very cheap, for next to nothing." And without further ado he goes in. The Lithuanian steals in behind him and sees, in the grey light of the dawn, a poor room with poor broken furniture. In the bed lies a sick Jewess, huddled up in rags, who says bitterly, "Wood to sell? And where am I, a poor widow, to get the money from to buy it?" "I will give you a 6 groschen worth on credit." "And how am I ever to repay you?" groans the poor woman. "Foolish creature," the Rebbe upbraids her. "See here. You are a poor sick Jewess, and I am willing to trust you with the little bundle of wood. I believe that in time you will repay me. And you have such a great and mighty God, and you do not trust him, not even to the amount of a miserable 6 groschen for a little bundle of wood." "And who is to light the stove?" groans the widow. "Do I look like getting up to do it? And my son away at work." "I will also light the stove for you," said the Rebbe. And the Rebbe, while he laid the wood in the stove, repeated groaning the first part of Slichas. Then, when the stove was alight, and the wood crackled cheerily, he repeated, more gaily, the second part of Slichas. He repeated the third part when the fire had burnt itself out, and he shut the stove doors. The Lithuanian, who saw all this, remained with the Rebbe as one of his followers. And later, when anyone told how the Rebbe early every morning at Slichas time raised himself and flew up into heaven, the Lithuanian, instead of laughing, added quietly, "If not higher." End of section 1. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 2 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 2. Domestic Happiness. Chaim is a street porter. When he goes through the town, stooping beneath his case of wares, one can hardly make him out. It looks as if the box were walking along on 2 feet of its own. Listen to the heavy breathing. One can hear it quite a long way off. But now he lays down his load and is given a few pence. He straightens himself, wipes the sweat off his face, draws a deep breath, goes to the fountain and takes a drink of water, and then runs into the court. He stands close to the wall and lifts his huge head till the point of his chin and the tip of his nose and the brim of his hat are all on a level. "Hannah," he calls. A little window opens just below the eaves, and a small female head in a white kerchief answers, "Chaim." The two look at each other very contentedly. The neighbors say they are lovering. Chaim tosses up his earnings, wrapped in a piece of paper, and Hannah catches them in the air. Not for the first time in her life, either. "You're a wonder," says Chaim, and shows no disposition to go away. "Off with you, Chaim," she says, smiling. "I daren't take my eyes off the sick child. I have stood the cradle near the fireplace, and I skim with one hand and rock with the other. How is it, poor little thing?" "Better. God be praised. Where is Hannah?" "With the sempstress, learning to sew." "And Yössil?" "In Choder." Chaim lowers his chin and goes away. Hannah follows him with her eyes till he disappears. Thursday and Friday it lasts longer. "How much have you got there in the paper?" inquires Hannah. 22 groschen. "I'm afraid it is not enough." "Why, what do you want, Hannah?" "A sechser's worth of ointment for the baby, a few farthing dips, a Sabbath loaf I have. Oh, meat, 1.5 pounds. Let me see. And brandy for the kiddush, and a few splinters." "Those I can get for you. There's sure to be some in the market." "And then I want," and she makes a calculation of all she needs for the Sabbath, and it comes to this, that one can say the kiddush quite well over a loaf, and that there are heaps of things that one can do without. The two important ones are, the candles to say the blessing over, and the salve for the child. And if only the children, God helping, are well, and the metal candlesticks not in pawn, and supposing there is even a pudding, they spend a cheerful Sabbath. Hannah is wonderful at puddings. She's always short of something, either meal or eggs or suet, and the end of it all is a sweet, succulent, altogether ravishing pudding. It melts away into the very limbs. "An angel's handiwork," says Hannah, smiling delightedly. "An angel's, is it?" Chaim laughs. "You think you are a little angel, do you, because you put up with me and the children? Well, they worry you enough, goodness knows. And I'm a regular crosspatch, I am at times, and never a curse do I get. You're not like other women. And what a comfort I must be to you, too. I'm no good at kiddush or havdalah either. I can't even sing the hymns properly." "You're a good husband and a good father," persists Hannah. "I ask no better for myself or anyone else. God grant that we may grow old together, you and I." And they gaze into each other's eyes, so kindly and so affectionately, as it were from the very heart. It looks for all the world as if they were newly married, and the party at table grows more and more festive. But directly after his nap, Chaim repairs to the little synagogue to hear the law. A teacher expounds al-Shech there to simple folk like himself. The faces still look sleepy. One is finishing his doze, another yawns loudly. But all of a sudden, when it comes to the right moment, when there is talk of the other world of Gehenna, where the wicked are scourged with iron rods, of the lightsome Garden of Eden, where the just sit with golden crowns on their heads and study the Torah, then they come to life again. The mouths open, the cheeks flush. They listen breathlessly to be told what the next world will be like. Chaim usually stands near the stove. His eyes are full of tears. He trembles all over. He is all there in the other world. He suffers together with the wicked. He's immersed in the molten pitch. He is flung away into hell. He gathers chips and splinters in gloomy woods. He goes through it all himself and is covered with a cold sweat. But then, later on, he also shares the bliss of the righteous. The Garden of Eden, the angels, Leviathan, Behemoth, and all the good things present themselves so vividly to his imagination that when the reader kisses the book previously to closing it, Chaim starts, as it were out of a dream, like one called back from the other world. "Ach!" he gasps, for wonder has held him breathless. "Oh Lord, just a tiny bit, just a scrap, just a morsel of the world to come, for me, for my wife, and for my little children." And then he grows sad, wondering, after all, because of what? As a reward for what? Once, when the reading was over, he went up to the teacher. "Rabbi," he said, and his voice shook, "advise me. "What must I do to gain the world to come?" "Study the law, my son," answered the teacher. "I can't." "Study Mishnayos, or some Eye of Jacob, or even PERETZ." "I can't." "Recite the Psalms." "I haven't time." "Pray with devotion." "I don't know what the prayers mean." The teacher looks at him with compassion. "What are you?" he asks. "A street porter." "Well then, do some service for the scholars." "I beg pardon?" "For instance, carry a few cans of water every day toward evening into the house of study, so that the students may have something to drink." "Rabbi," he inquired further, "and my wife?" "When a man sits on a chair in paradise, his wife is his footstool." When Chaim went home to say Havdalah, Hannah was sitting there reciting God of Abraham, and when he saw her he felt a tug at his heart. "No, Hannah," he flung his arms around her, "I won't have you be my footstool. I shall bend down to you and raise you and make you sit beside me. We shall sit both on one chair just as we are doing now. We are so happy like that. Do you hear, Hannah? You and I, we are going to sit in a chair together. The Almighty will have to allow it." End of section 2. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 3 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Levine, Sunnyvale, California. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ, translated by Helena Frank. Section 3, in the Post-Chaise. He told me everything at once, in one breath. I learned in little over a minute that he was Chaim, Yone Krubishvir's son-in-law, Beryl Konskavolya's son, and that the rich Mirenstin in Lublin was a relation on his mother's side, peace be upon her. But this relation lived almost like a Gentile. Whether or not they ate forbidden food he could not tell, but that they ate with unwashed hands, so much he had seen with his own eyes. They had other queer ways besides. Long, colored cloths were lying on their stairs. Before going in, one rang a bell. Figured table covers were spread about the rooms where people sat as if in jail, stole across them like thieves. Altogether, it was like being in a company of deaf mutes. His wife has a family of a kind in Warsaw, but he never goes near them. They're as poor as himself, so what is the good of them to him, huh? In the house of the Lublin relation, things are not as they should be, but at least he is rich, and whoso rubs against fat meat gets shiny himself. Where they chop wood, there are splinters. Where there is a meal, one may chance to lick a bone. But those others? Paupers. He even counts on the Lublin relations obtaining a place for him. Business, he says, is bad. Just now he's dealing in eggs, buys them in the villages, and sends them to Lublin, whence they are dispatched to London. There, it is said, people put them into lime ovens and hatch chickens out of them. It must be lies. The English just happen to like eggs. However that may be, the business, for the present, is in a bad way. Still, it is better than dealing in produce. Produce is knocked on the head. He became a produce dealer soon after his marriage. He had everything to learn, and his partner was an old dealer who simply turned his pockets inside out. It was dark in the Post-Chaise. I could not see Chaim's face, and I don't know to this day how he recognized a fellow Jew in me. When he got in, I was sitting in a corner dozing, and was only awakened by his voice. I don't talk in my sleep. Perhaps I gave a Jewish groan? Perhaps he felt that my groan and his groan were one groan? He even told me that his wife was from Warsaw, and did not fancy Konskavalya. That is, she was born in Krubyshev, but she was brought up in Warsaw by that miserable family of hers, lost her parents. There she learned to know about other things. She could talk Polish and read German addresses fluently. She even says that she can play, not on a fiddle, but on some other instrument. "And who are you?" And he seized me by the hand. Sleep was out of the question, and he had begun to interest me. It was like a story. A young man from a small provincial town, a wife brought up in Warsaw. She's impatient of the small town. Something might be made of it, I reflect. One must know exactly how it all is, then add a little to it. It will make a novel. I will put in a villain, a convict, a bankruptcy or two, and rush in a dragon. I, too, will be interesting. I lean toward my neighbor and tell him who I am. "So it's you," he said, "is it? You yourself? Tell me, I beg of you, how do you find the time and attention required for inventing stories?" "Well, you see." "How can I see? You must have inherited a large fortune and you're living on the interest?" "Heaven forbid. My parents are alive." "Then you won in the lottery?" "Wrong again." "Then what?" I really did not know how to answer. "Do you make a living by that?" I gave a genuinely Jewish reply. "Beh." "And that's your whole parashah, without anything additional?" "For the present." "Oh, how much does it bring in?" "Very little." "A bad business, too?" "Knocked on the head." "Bad times," sighed my neighbor. A few minutes' silence, but he could not be quiet long. "Tell me, I beg of you, what is the good of the stories you write? I don't mean to you," he amended himself. "Heaven forbid! A Jew must earn a living if he has to suck it out of the wall. That's not what I mean. What will a Jew not do for a living? I am writing in the Post-Chaise, and not in a opportunity, because I could not hear of one. Heaven knows whether I'm not sitting on Shatnez. I mean the people. What is the good of the stories to them? What is the object of them? What do they put into storybooks?" Then, answering himself, "I guess it's just a question of women's fashions, like crinolines." "And you," I asked, "have never dipped into a storybook?" "I can tell you. I do know a little about them, as much as that." He measured off a small piece of his finger, but it was dark in the chaise. "Did they interest you?" "Me? Heaven forbid! It was all through my wife. This, you see, is how it happened. It must be 5 or 6 years ago. 6. A year after the wedding. We were still boarding with my father when my wife grew poorly. Not that she was ill. She went about as usual, but she was not up to the mark. One day I asked her what was wrong. But really," he caught himself up, "I don't know why I should bother you with all this." "Please, go on." My neighbor laughed. "Is straw wanted in Egypt? Do you want my stories when you can invent your own?" "Do. Please, go on." "Apparently, you write fiction for other people and want truth for yourself?" It does not occur to him that one might wish to write the truth. "Well," he said, "so be it." "Well," repeated my neighbor, "there's nothing to be ashamed of. We had a room to ourselves. I was a young man then, more given to that sort of thing, and I asked her what was the matter. She burst out crying. I felt very sorry for her. Besides being my wife, she was an orphan away from her home, and altogether much to be pitied." "Why so much to be pitied, I wonder?" "You see, my mother, peace be upon her, died about 2 years before the marriage, and my father, peace be upon him, did not marry again. My mother, may her merits protect us, was a good woman, and my father could not forget her. Well, a woman alone in the house! My father, peace be upon him, had no time to spare. He was away nearly the whole week in the villages. He traded in all sorts of things, whatever you please, eggs, butter, rags, hog's bristles, linen." "And you?" "I sat in the house of study and learned. Well, I reflected, a woman gets frightened all by herself. But why cry? No, she said. She was dull. Dull? What was that? I saw that she went about like one half asleep. Sometimes she did not hear when spoken to, or she seemed absent-minded and sat staring at the wall, stared and stared, or else her lips moved and never a sound to be heard. But as to being dull, all a woman's fancy. An unaccountable folk, women. A Jew, a man, is never dull. A Jew has no time to be dull. A Jew is either hungry or full. Either he has business on hand, or he is in the house of study, or asleep. If one has heaps of time, one smokes a pipe. But dull? Remember, I put in, a woman has no Torah, no kohol affairs, no 613 religious obligations. That's just where it is. I soon came to the conclusion that being dull meant having nothing to do, a sort of emptiness calculated to drive one mad. Our sages saw that long ago. Do you know the saying, idleness leads the mind to wander? According to the law, no woman may be idle. I said to her, do something. She said she wanted to read. To read sounded very queer to me, too. I knew that people who know how to write call learning leavdil, reading books and newspapers, but I did not know then that she was so learned. She spoke less to me than I to her. She was a tall woman, but she kept her head down and her lips closed as though she could not count to 2. She was quiet altogether, quiet as a lamb, and there was always a look in her face as if a whole ship full of sour milk had foundered at sea. She wanted to read, she said. And what? Polish, German, even Yiddish, anything to read. In all Konskavalia, there wasn't a book to be found. I was very sorry. I couldn't refuse her. I told her I would get her some books when I went to see my relative in Lublin. And you have nothing? She asked. I preserve us. But what do you do all day in the house of study? I learn. I want to learn too, says she. I explained to her that the Gomorrah is not a storybook. It's not meant for women. That it had been said women should not study it. That it is Hebrew. I gave her to understand that if the Konskavalia people heard of such a thing, they would stone me. And quite right, too. I won't keep you in suspense, but tell you at once that she begged so hard of me, cried, fainted, made such a to-do that she had her way. I sat down every evening and translated a page of the Gomorrah for her benefit, but I knew what the end of it would be. And what was it? You need not ask. I translated a page about goring oxen, ditches, setting on fire, commentaries and all. I held forth, and she went to sleep over it, night after night. That sort of thing was not intended for women. By good fortune, however, it happened that, during the great gale that blew that year, a certain book peddler wandered out of his way into Konskavalia, and I brought her home 40 pounds weight of storybooks. Now it was the other way about. She read to me, and I went to sleep. And to this day, he wound up, I don't know what is the use of storybooks, at any rate for men. Perhaps you write for women? Meanwhile, it began to dawn. My neighbor's long, thin, yellow face became visible, with a pair of black-ringed, tired-looking red eyes. He was apparently anxious to recite his prayers and began to polish the window-pane, but I interrupted him. Tell me, my friend, don't take it amiss, is your wife content now? How content? She is no longer dull? She has a stall with salt and herrings, 1 child at the breasts and 2 to wash and comb. She has a day's work blowing their noses." Again he rubs the pane, and again I question, "Tell me, friend, what is your wife like?" My neighbor sat up, threw a side glance at me, looked me down from head to foot, and asked severely, "Then you know my wife from Warsaw, eh?" "Not in the least," I answered. "I only mean, in case I am ever in Konskavolia, so that I may recognize her." "So that you may recognize her," he smiles, reassured. "I'll give you a sign. She has a mole on the left side of her nose." The Jew got down from the chaise, giving me a cold and distant farewell as he stood on the step. He evidently still suspected me of knowing his wife, and of belonging to her miserable family in Warsaw. I was left alone in the chaise, but it was useless to think of sleep. The cool morning had taken hold of me. My literary overcoat blew out in the wind, and I felt chilly all over. I shrank together in the corner. The sun began to shine outside. It may be that I was riding through beautiful country. The early rays may have kissed hilltops and green trees and slid down a glassy river, but I hadn't the courage to open the little window. "A Jewish author fears the cold," I began, as the Jew put it, to think out a story, but other thoughts came in between. 2 different worlds. A man's world and a woman's world, a world with Talmudic treatises on goring oxen and ditches and incendiary fires and the damages to be paid for them, and a world with storybooks that are sold by weight. If he reads, she goes to sleep. If she reads, he goes to sleep. As if we were not divided enough, as if we had not already French noses, English sticks, Dutch Georges, Lithuanian pigs, Polish beggars, Palestinian tramps, as though every part of our body were not lying in a different place and had not a resounding nickname, as though every part, again, had not fallen into smaller ones. Hasidim, Misnagdim, Germans, as though all this were not. We must needs divide ourselves into men and women. And every single narrow, damp, and dirty Jewish room must contain these 2 worlds within itself. These 2 at least ought to be united. To strive after their unification is a debt every Yiddish writer owes his public. Only the writers have too many private debts besides. One requires at least 1 additional parnassea, as he said. My reflections about an additional parnassea were broken in upon a few sharp notes on the postilion's horn. But I did not leave the chaise. I was just feeling a little warmer, and the sun had begun to pour in his beams. I got a new neighbor, and, thanks to the bright daylight, I saw his face plainly and even recognized him. It was an old acquaintance. We had skated together as children, played at Baker's. We were almost comrades. Then I went to the dingy, dirty cheder, and he to the free, lightsome gymnasium. When I did not know the lesson, I was beaten. When I answered right, they pinched my cheek. It hurt either way. He was sometimes kept in, and sometimes he got 5s. I broke my head over the Talmud. He broke his over Greek and Latin. But we stuck together. We lived on neighborly terms. He taught me to read in secret, lent me books, and in after years we turned the world upside down as we lay on the green grass beside the river. I wanted to invent a kind of gunpowder that should shoot at great distances, say 100 miles. He, a balloon, in which to mount to the stars and bring the people up there to a sense of order and enlightenment. We were dreadfully sorry for the poor world. She was stuck in the mud. And how to get her out? Ungreased wheels, lazy horses, and the driver asleep. Then I married, and he went to a university. We never corresponded. I heard later that he had failed, and instead of a doctor had become an apothecary somewhere in a small country town. I all but cried for joy when my new neighbor entered the chaise, and my heart grew warm. My hands stretched themselves out, my whole body leaned toward him, but I held myself back. I held myself back with all my strength. There you are, I thought. It is Yannick Polnitsky, our late sequestrator's son. He was my playfellow. He had a large embrace and wanted to put his arms round the whole world and kiss its every limb, except the ugly growths which should be cut away. Only, there you are again. Present-day times. Perhaps he's an anti-Semite, breathing death and destruction in the newspapers. Perhaps now we Jews are the excrescences that need removing from Europe's shapely nose. He will measure me with a cold glance, or he may embrace me, but tell me at the same time that I am not as other Jews. But I was mistaken. Polnitsky recognized me, fell upon my neck, nor had I spoken a word before he asked me how I liked this vile anti-Semitism. It is, he said to me, of course in Polish, a kind of cholera, an epidemic. Some say it's political. I don't believe it, said Polnitsky. Politicians invent nothing new. They create no facts. They only use those which exist, suppress some, and make the most of others. They can fan the flame of hellfire, but not a spark can they kindle for themselves. It is human nature, not the politician, that weaves the thread of history. The politicians plait it, twist it, knot it, and entangle it. Anti-Semitism is a disease. The politician stands by the patient's bedside like a dishonest doctor who tries to spin out the sickness. The politician makes use of anti-Semitism. A stone flies through the air, and Bismarck's assistant directs it through the window of the shul. Otherwise, other panes would be smashed. Does anyone raise a protesting fist? Immediately a thin, shrinking Jewish shoulder is thrust beneath it. Otherwise, other bones would crack. But the stone, the fist, the hatred, the detestation, these exist of themselves. Who die of a physical epidemic? Children, old people, and invalids. Who fall victims to a moral pestilence? The populace, the decadent aristocrat, and a few lunatics who caper around and lead the dance. Only the healthy brains resist. How many healthy brains have we? I asked. How many? Unhappily very few, replied Polnitsky. There was a short, sad silence. I do not know what my neighbor's thoughts may have been. It seemed to me that the strongest and best balanced brains had not escaped infection. There are two different phases in history, one in which the best and cleverest man leads the mass, and one in which the mass carries the best and cleverest along with it. The popular leader is a Columbus in search of new happiness, a new America for mankind. But no sooner is there scarcity of bread and water on board than the men mutiny, and they lead. The first thing is to kill somebody, the next to taste meat, and still their hatred. And I don't suppose, said Polnitsky, that I'm fishing for compliments, that I consider myself an esprit fort, who runs no danger of infection, an oak tree no gale can dislodge. No, brother, he went on, I'm no hero. I might have been like the rest. I also might have been torn like a decayed leaf from the tree of knowledge and whirled about in the air. I might have tried to think, with the rest of the dead leaves, that it was a ball, and we were dancing for our enjoyment, that the wind was our hired musician who played to us on his flute. I was saved by an accident. I learned to know a Jewish woman. Listen. I leaned toward my neighbor. His face had grown graver, darker. He rested his elbows on his knees and supported his head with his hands. But don't suppose, he said again, that I discovered the heroine of a romance, a strong character that breaks through bolt and bar and goes proudly on its way. Don't suppose that she was an exception, an educated woman full of the new ideas, or, in fact, any ideal at all. No, I learned to know a simple Jewish woman, one of the best, but one of the best of those who are most to be pitied. I learned to love her, and, I'll tell you the truth, whenever I read anything against Jews in general, she comes back to my mind with her soft, sad eyes, stands before me and begs, "Do not believe it. I am not like that." He's lost in thought. The story is a simple one. He rouses himself and begins afresh. We have not written to one another the whole time, and you don't know what has happened to me, so I'll tell you briefly. I'm only going as far as Lukevia. On leaving the gymnasium, I entered the university and studied medicine. I did not finish the course. It was partly my comrades' fault, partly the teachers', and most of all my own. I had to leave and become an apothecary. Had to marry, take my marriage portion, and set up a shop full of cod liver oil in a little out-of-the-way town. But I was fortunate in many ways. I had a good father-in-law who was prompt in fulfilling the contract, a pretty wife. It was a little bit of a town. My wife's name was Maria. I see her before me now, turning round helplessly from the looking-glass. Her golden curls refuse to submit to the comb. They fly merrily in all directions. They will not be twisted into the wreath which was just then the fashion. Slender, and such good, laughing, sky-blue eyes. We were not much disturbed by my professional duties. The town was too poor, and an apothecary shop where there is no doctor isn't worth much. There was little doing, but we lived in a paradise, and we were always on the veranda. It was summer-time, side by side, hand in hand. And what should have claimed our interest? We had enough to live on, and as for going out, where were we to go? The veranda overlooked nearly the whole town. The low, sagging houses, broad, black, wooden booths that leaned, as though in pity, over the roll and apple sellers at their wretched stalls before the house doors, as though they wanted to protect the old, withered, wrinkled faces from the sun. The town had once been rich, the booths full of all kinds of produce and fruits, the market full of carts, peasants, and brokers. Sometimes even a great nobleman would be seen among the white peasant coats and the grey caftans. At least so they assured me in the town. But the Jewess and the railroad had thrown everything out. The streets were empty, the booths filled with decayed onions and pieces of cheese, all that was left of the good times. Poor as poor can be. 10 traders threw themselves on every cartload of corn brought in by the peasants, raised the price, came to an agreement, promised cessation money, and bought it in common. But not one of the 10 could find in his pockets the wherewith to pay, and they borrowed money on interest. There were 100 tailors to a pair of trousers, 50 cobblers to put in one patch. In all my born days I never saw such poverty. We kept away from the town as much as possible. The happy are selfish. But somehow we could not help noticing a young housewife opposite, not more than 18 or 20 at most, and we could neither of us take our eyes off her, and she apparently couldn't take hers off us. It was an unusual sight. Imagine a beauty, a perfect picture set in a frame as dirty as only a Jewish window in a small town can be, beneath a dreadfully bent roof. Imagine a pair of sad, soft, dreamy eyes and an alabaster white face, and under a hairband. She made a terribly sad impression on us. For hours together she would stand leaning in the window, her fingers twisted together, staring at us, or else at the stars, and swallowing her tears. We saw that she was always alone. Your men never have any time to spare. Always unhappy and wistful. Her face spoke for her. She is a stranger here, we decided. She has come from a larger house, less shut in, and she longs to be far away. Her heart yearns after a freer life. She also wanted to live and to be loved. No, you may say what you like, but you do sometimes sell your daughters. It is true that after a while they forget. They are pious and good and patient, but who shall count the tears that fall over their saddened faces till the store is exhausted? Or note what the heart suffers till it resigns itself to its living death? And why should it be so, just because they are good and pious? You should have seen the husband, yellow, shrunk together. I saw him twice a day, go out in the morning and come home at night. A shame. You will believe I had no answer ready. We were both silent for a time, and then Polniefski went on. Once we missed her. She did not appear at the window all day. She must be ill, we thought. That evening the husband came in, the yellow creature, and asked for a remedy. What sort? I don't know, he said. A remedy. For whom? You want to know that too? For my wife. What's wrong with her? I'm sure I don't know. She says her heart hurts her. And that, said Polniefski, was the occasion of our becoming acquainted. I won't be long about it. I'm a bit of a doctor, too, and I went back with him. Polniefski had begun to talk in broken sentences. He looked for cigarettes. At last he broke off altogether and opened his traveling bag and commenced to hunt for matches. Meanwhile, I was tormented by suspicions. I now looked at Polniefski with other eyes. His story had begun to pain me. Who can read a man? Who knows all that is in him? I began to think that I might have before me a Christian weasel who stole into Jewish hen-houses. He is too indignant about the fate of Jewish daughters. He is too long looking for matches. He is ashamed of something. Why will he not be long about it? Why won't he tell me the whole story in detail? Who knows what part he played in it, if not the old part of the serpent in paradise? Why won't his conscience let him speak out? There it is again, a Jewess. Then why not? At one time it was a merit to christen her. Now the approved thing is to incite her to rebel against her God, her parents, her husband, her whole life. It is called liberalism, entering a prison and letting in a breath of fresh air, a few rays of sunshine, awakening the prisoner, giving him a few gingerbreads, and then going. Not seeing the prisoner grind his teeth as the rusty key turns in the lock, or how his face darkens, how convulsively he breathes, how he tears his hair, or else, if he still can weep, how he waters with bitter tears the mouldy bread at which the mice have been gnawing while he slept. To waken the dark, slumbering, and oppressed heart of a Jewish woman strikes a romantic chord, to fan the flame of unknown or smoldering feelings, to kiss and then goodbye. Bolt the door, she must make the best of it. We have been slaked for so long with bitterness, gall, and hatred, that now when we are offered bread and salt we feel sure it must be poisoned, even though the hand that holds it out to us shakes with pity, even though there are tears in the eyes and words of comfort on the lips. It is so hard to believe in it all. For we also are infected. We also have succumbed to the plague. Meanwhile, Polniefski had found his matches, and I unwillingly accepted a cigarette. We smoked. The chaise filled with blue, smoky rings. I watched them, following them with my eyes, and thought, thus vanish both good and evil. We made each other's acquaintance, said my Christian neighbor, but nothing came of it in the way of closer friendship. Why not? I asked, astonished. We went on looking at each other like the best of friends. But she could not come to us, nor we to her. She had but to try it. It was a most orthodox town, where every one but the Feldherr and the lady's tailor wore kaftans, and there was something besides, I don't know what, that kept us back. Then the worst misfortune befell me that can befall a man. The apothecary's shop brought in next to nothing, and my wife began to fail in health. I saw more clearly every day that she was declining. There was no hope of saving her. She needed Italy, and I could not even provide her with enough to eat. And you know, when people are in that state of health, they're full of hope, and do not believe in their illness. The whole pain, the whole anguish has to be suppressed, buried deep in the heart, and no matter how the heart is aching, you have to smile and wear a smooth brow. It dies within you every second, and yet you must help to make plans for this time next year, settle about enlarging the house, buying a piano. His voice changed. I am not equal to describing, to living through those times again. But my sorrow and her sorrow brought us nearer together. Lukevia appeared in the distance. I will tell you in the few minutes I have left that anyone so unhappy as that woman, and at the same time so full of sympathy and compassion for others, I never saw, and all so simple, so natural, without any exaggeration. She never left Maria's bedside. She got round her husband to lend me money at a lower rate of interest. She was our watcher, our housekeeper, our cook, our most devoted friend, and when Maria died, it was almost harder to comfort her than me. Then it was I became convinced that hatred between nations is not natural. There's a lot of trouble in the world, and the more passionate would protest only the false scribe, the political advocate, drafts instead of denunciation of the Jews. I saw clearly that the Jews are not inimical to us, that we can live in peace. Lukevia draws nearer and nearer to us, or we to it, and still I'm afraid of the end. I interrupt him and ask, "And what became of the woman?" "How should I know? I buried my wife, sold the apothecary's shop, and cried when I said good-bye to my neighbor, and that's all. Now I live in Lukevia. I'm not doing well there either." "And what was the name of the little town you lived in before?" "Gonskavolia." "Your neighbor was tall and pale?" "Yes." "Thin?" "Yes. You know her?" he asked, looking pleased. "She has a mole on the left side of her nose?" "A mole?" laughed Yannick. "What an idea!" "I think I must have made a mistake, and say, perhaps on the right side." "My dear fellow, what are you talking about?" "Perhaps you did not notice. And her husband is yellow-skinned." "Yes." "Called Chaim?" "I think not, and yet, perhaps, devil may care. But her name is Hannah." "Ach, nonsense." "Sarah. I remember I called her Solruchna. I shouldn't have forgotten her name." I was the fool. Are there so few Jewish women leading similar lives? End of section 3. Recording by Jennifer Levine, Sunnyvale, California.
Section 4 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 4. The New Tune. The end of the Day of Atonement. A blast on the shofar, and the congregation stirred noisily. Next year in Jerusalem. The boys made a dash at the candle wax on the table. A weekday reader was already at the desk, and the weekday evening prayer was being recited to a weekday tune. Full tilt they recited the prayers, and full tilt they took off robes and prayer scarfs and began to put on their boots. Who has time to spare? Nobody. Not even to remark the pale young man walking round and round among the people, dragging after him a still paler child. It is his third round, but nobody notices him. One is under a seat looking for his boots. Another finds somebody has taken his galoshes by mistake or dropped candle grease on his hat, and all are hungry. He looks vainly into their faces. He cannot catch a single glance. "Father, let us go home," begs the child. "We will go round once more," he answers, "and look for uncle." Meantime, the congregation is preparing to leave. The last Kaddish is said, the last Amen. The congregation make a rush for the door, carrying along with them the young man and the child. In the court of the school the men begin to recite the blessing on the moon. The women walk away down both sides of the street, forming two white files. On the way home there is time to count how many women really fainted, how many nearly fainted, and to discuss the reader, who grew hoarser this year than he had ever done before. At every house door 2 or 3 people say good bye to the rest and go in, while the majority are still in the court of the school, gesticulating toward the moon. The pale young man and the pale child still circulate among them. The crowd lessens, and his face darkens. Now the last has finished and gone. The young man remains. "No one? Well, we must do without. I am not going to beg into a new year, just after the Day of Atonement," he murmured, with quivering lips. The child thinks he is saying the moon prayer. "Enough now, father," and he took hold of the man's coat. "Come home." His voice was full of tears. "Silly child, why are you in such a hurry?" "I want to eat. I'm hungry." "I should think so. Of course you are hungry, you rogue. You needn't tell me that. Was I likely to think that you wouldn't be, after fasting through a whole Day of Atonement?" "Come home," begs the child again. "Look here, David, there's nothing to eat at home either. Just a bit of bread. There isn't a scrap." The child stands still in alarm. "David'll," say the father, "you know what day this has been." The child only sobs quietly. "Today, David, was the Day of Atonement, a Yom Kodesh. Do you know what that means?" "Yes." The child just nodded. "Well, tell me, David'll, what have we done all day?" "Prayed," wept the child. "Right. And he whose name is blessed, what has he done?" "Forgiven us," sobbing. "Well, do you know, David'll, if God, blessed be he, has forgiven us, I think we ought to be cheerful, don't you?" The child makes no reply. "You remember, David'll, last year, when mother was alive, how we sang after supper to a new tune. Do you remember the tune?" "No." "I will sing it to remind you, only you must join in." And the young man began to sing in a weak, hoarse voice. It was not a Sinny and not a Wallach tune, but it was a gruesome tune that went to one's heart. The child joined in and sang through his tears. End of section 4. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Bellevue, Washington.
Section 5 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mara Bella. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 5. Married. Told by a woman. I remember myself at the time when I played marbles and made mud cakes in the yard. In winter, I sat all day indoors and rocked a little brother who was born sickly and who lingered on into his 7th year, when he died of a decline. In summer, whenever it was sunny, the poor little creature sat in the yard, warmed itself in the sun, and watched me playing marbles. In winter it never left its cradle, and I told it stories and sang to it. The other boys all went to cheder. Mother was always busy. She had at least 10 parnoses. Poor mother! She peddled, she baked gingerbread, she helped at circumcisions and weddings, she was a tikerin, a grave measurer, recited prayers, and bought in provisions for better-class households. Father earned 3 rubles a week keeping accounts for Reb Zeinwald Terkelbaum in the forest. And those were the good times. Teachers were paid, and the rent, too, almost on rent day, and we never had to eat our bread dry. Sometimes Mother would bake a cake for supper. Then there was quite a feast. But that happened seldom. Mother usually came home late and tired, often with red eyes and in a bitter mood. She would complain that the well-to-do ladies owed her money. They would get her to lay out her money for them, and then tell her to come for the money tomorrow, the day after. Meantime, more purchases were made, and when it came to a reckoning, the house mistress could not remember if she hadn't already paid for the day before yesterday's 1/4 pound of butter. And she put it aside to ask her husband about it, who was there at the time. He has a tenacious memory, and will certainly remember how it was. Next morning, it turns out, the husband came home too late from the house of study, and she forgot to ask him. On the 3rd day, she says, with a pleased expression, that she asked her husband about it, and he was angry with her for bothering him, as if he had nothing better to do than attend to the affairs of a couple of women. And it is settled that she, the madam, shall try to remember herself. Presently, she begins to feel sure the butter was included in the account after all. A little later, she is ready to build on it. And when poor mother reminded her of the butter again, she was called a pert hussy, who was trying to get an extra gulden by trickery. And she was assured that if they heard any more about the butter, she need never show herself there again. Mother, who was herself the daughter of well-to-do parents, and would have been a lady herself were it not for the nobleman who took her dowry, could not accept this meekly. She frequently came home with swollen eyelids, threw herself on the bed with a burst of tears, and lay there, weeping bitterly, till her heart was eased, when she stood up and cooked us kliskelech with beans. At other times she vented her anger on us, that is, on me. She never scolded the sick Beryl, and the other boys only very seldom. They, poor things, used to come home from cheder with their cheeks pinched brown and blue, and with swollen underlids. I, on the other hand, came in for many an undeserved tweak to my hair, or else a slap. "You were not so sick all this time, but you could have laid the fire. Put on a kettle full of water, were you? And if I had done it, I caught it worse. Look at my fine lady. Goes and makes a fire, and lets the wood burn away for nothing and nobody. Never a thought of me, toiling all day. She'll be the ruin of us. Sometimes, when father was at work in the woods, mother would sit down on the bed with her face to the window and complain as she stared before her. What does he care? There he sits, out in the woods like a lord, breathes fresh air, lies about on the grass, eats sour milk, perhaps even cream, how do I know? And here am I, skin and bone. And with all that, those were the good days. We never knew want, and after a week of little worries came a cheerful, or at all events a peaceful, Sabbath. Father often came home for it, and mother was busy all about the house and smiled to herself in secret. Friday evening, just before blessing the candles, she would often kiss me on the head. I knew what that meant, because if it so happened that father did not come home, then I was an idle hussy. Even when mother pulled out half my hair while combing it, and gave me a few slaps on the shoulders besides, I didn't cry. My childish heart felt that it was not me who she meant, but her unhappy fate. When the wood was all cut down, my father stayed at home, and then food began to grow scarce. It was my father, my mother, and myself, really, who hadn't enough. The other children knew very little about it. Beryl wanted next to nothing, took a cup of porridge when it was given him, and stared all the time at the ceiling. The other poor children had to go to cheder. They must have something hot, but I often went hungry. Father and mother were always recalling bygone days with tears in their eyes. I, on the contrary, was happier in the bad times than I had been in the good. Now that bread was often lacking in the house, I received a double portion of my mother's love. She never pulled a hair out of my head when combing it, or hit my thin bones. My father would stroke my head at supper and play with me, so that I should not observe the smallness of my share of food. And I was quite proud whenever there came a fast, because I fasted with my parents, like a grown-up girl. It was about that time that Beryl died. It happened this way. Mother woke up one morning and said to father across the bed, "Do you know, Beryl must be better. He has slept the whole night through." I heard it. I have always been a light sleeper, sprang joyfully from my bed on the chest, and ran to look at my pet of a brother. That is how I called him. I was so fond of him. I hoped to see a smile on the wan little face, such as came over it once a year, but it was a dead face I saw. There was a week's mourning. After that, my father's health failed, and the Roife began to come to the house. So long as there was money to pay his fee, the old Roife came in person. Later on, when all the bedclothes and the hanging lamp, with father's bookcase, which for a while mother wouldn't touch, had gone in medicines, the Roife began to send his boy, the assistant. The boy displeased my mother dreadfully. He had merely a suspicion of pointed whiskers, was dressed like a Gentile, and was continually introducing Polish words into his speech. I was afraid of him. To this day I don't know why, but when I knew he was to come, I ran and hid in the yard and waited there till he had gone. One day a neighbor fell ill, also a poor man, and one whose furniture had apparently gone too, and the boy, to this day I don't know what his name was, went to him straight from our house. Crossing the yard, he found me sitting on a log. I looked down. Aware of his approach, I felt a chill run through me, and my heart began to beat faster. He came up to me, took me by the chin, lifted my face, and said, "A pretty girl like you ought not to have untidy hair, and she ought not to be ashamed before any lad in the world." He let me go, and I ran into the house. I felt that all the blood had rushed into my face at once. I squeezed into the darkest corner behind the stove, under pretense of counting the soiled linen. That was on a Wednesday. On Friday, for the first time, I reminded my mother of my own accord that my head needed washing, that it was frowsy. "More shame to me!" exclaimed my mother, wringing her hands. "I haven't combed her hair these 3 weeks." Suddenly, she grew angry. "Lazy thing!" she cried. "A great girl like you, and not able to comb her own hair! Another at your age would have washed the other children." "Sarala, don't scream," begged father. But her anger only grew more violent. "Lazy girl, you shall comb your own hair, and this minute. Do you hear?" But I was afraid to go to the fireplace where the hot water stood, because I had to pass mother, who would have given me a slap. Father saved me, as usual. "Sarala," he moaned, "don't scream. My head does ache so." That was enough. My mother's anger vanished. I ran freely across the room to the hot water. As I awkwardly combed my hair, I saw my mother go up to my father and point at me with a heavy sigh. "Lord of the world, the poor child grows taller every day," she whispered to my father, but my ears caught every word. "Fine as gold. And what's to be done with her?" Father answered with a still heavier sigh. The Roife assured us several times that father had nothing serious the matter with him. Worry of mind had gone to his liver, and this had swollen and pressed against the heart, nothing worse. He was to drink milk and not trouble any more, walk out into the street, talk with friends, and find something to do. But father said his feet refused to carry him. Why, I only knew later. Early one summer morning, I was awakened by the following conversation between my parents. "Did you knock yourself up in the woods?" asked my mother. "Looks like it," answered my father. "They were cutting down in 20 places at once. You see, the wood is the nobleman's, but the peasants have certain privileges. They get the twigs that fall and lie about on the ground, and the wood of any tree that is struck by lightning. Well, when the trees are cut down, they lose their privileges and have to buy wood for building and for heating purposes. So, of course, they wanted to stop it and bring down a commissioner, but they set about it too late. Reb Zeinwill no sooner saw them scratching their heads than he gave orders to put on 40 axes. It was like a henna. They were felling in perhaps 20 different places, and one had to be everywhere. Well, what could you expect? My feet swelled like toadstools." "Sinner that I am," sighed my mother. "And there I was fancying you had nothing to do." "Nothing at all," my father smiled sadly. "I was only on my feet from dawn to dark." "And 3 rubles a week wages?" added my mother, angrily. "He consented to raise them. Meanwhile, you know, the timber raft was sunk, and he told me he was a poor man." "And you believe it?" "It may be." "He is always saying that," angrily, "and yet the fortune goes on increasing." "With God's help," sighed father. There was silence for a while. "Do you know what he is doing now?" asked father, who had scarcely left the house for a year. What should he? He trades in flax and eggs. He has a public house. And she? Sick, poor thing. A pity. She was a good woman. A jewel, the only lady who was not allowed to put up a groschen's worth of preserves. She would have paid me regularly, but she hadn't much say in the matter. I fancy she is his third wife, said my father. She is, my mother agreed. Well, Sarah, here we have a rich Jew, one who might live comfortably, and, lo and behold, he has no luck with his wives. We all have our troubles. Such a young woman, too, said my mother. Not more than 2 or 3 and 20. There's no accounting for these things. He must be 70, and he's solid as iron. You don't say so. And no spectacles. And when he walks, he shakes the planks. And here am I in bed. These last words gave me a pang. God will help, Mother consoled him. Only she, sighed my mother, and glanced towards my box. She is growing taller and taller, do you see? Of course I see. And a face bright as the sun. There is a silence. Sarah, we are not doing our duty. In what respect? In respect to her. How old were you when you married? I was younger than she is. Well, what? At that moment there were 2 raps at the shutter. Mother sprang out of bed. In 1 minute she had torn down the string by which the shutter was held to, and thrown open the window, which had long been without a fastening. What is it? She called into the street. Rebecca Zeinwell is dead. Mother left the window. Blessed be the righteous judge, said my father. To die is nothing. Blessed be the righteous judge, said my mother. We were just talking about her. I was very restless in those days. I don't know myself what ailed me. Sometimes I would lie awake all night. Hammers beat in my temples, and my heart pained me as though filled with fear, or else with a longing after something for which it had no name. At other times it grew so warm and tender, I could have taken everything and everyone round me in my arms and kissed them and hugged them. Only whom? The little brothers wouldn't let me. Even the 5-year-old Yochanan butted and screamed. He wouldn't play with a girl. My mother, besides my being afraid of her, was always cross and overdriven. My father, growing from bad to worse. In a short time he was as gray as a pigeon, his face shriveled like parchment, and his eyes had such a helpless, pleading stare, it needed only 1 glance at them to send me out of the room crying. Then I used to think of Beryl. I could have told him everything. I could have hugged and kissed him. Now he lay in the cold earth, and I cried more bitterly than ever. Indeed, the tears often came without any reason at all. Sometimes I would be looking out of the window into the yard and see the moon swimming nearer and nearer to the whitewashed fence opposite, and not able to swim over it. And I would be seized with pity for the moon, and feel a sudden contraction of the heart, and the tears flowed and flowed. Other days I was listless. I hung round with no energy, and a pale face with drooping eyelids. There was a rushing in my ears. My head was heavy, and life seemed so little worth living, it would be best to die. At these times I envied Beryl his lot. He lay in the earth, where it is quiet. and I often dreamt that I was dead, that I lay in the grave, or else that I was flying about in heaven in a shift with my hair loose, and that I looked down to see what people were about on the earth. Just about then, I lost all the companions with whom I used to play at marbles in days gone by, and they were not replaced. One of them already went out on Sabbath with a satin skirt and a watch and chain. It was soon to be her wedding. Others were Kala Maidlich, footnote, bride maidens, girls of marriageable age, end footnote. Matchmakers and future father-in-laws were breaking in the doors, and there was combing and washing and dressing, when I was still going barefoot, in an old bodice and a short skirt and a faded cotton waist, which had burst in several places in front, and which I had patched with calico of a different color. The Kala Maidlich avoided me, and I was ashamed to play with younger children. Besides, marbles amused me no longer, so I never showed myself in the street by day. Mother never sent me out on errands, and one day, when I intended to go somewhere, she prevented me. I often used to slip out after dark and walk about behind the house near the barns, or else sit down beside the river. In summertime, I sat there till quite late at night. Some evenings, Mother would come out after me. She never came up to me, but would stand in the gateway, look round, and I could almost hear the sigh she gave as she watched me in the distance. That also came to an end in time. I would sit by myself there for hours, listening to the noise of the little mill stream, watching the frogs jump out of the grass into the water, or following a cloud through the sky. At times, I would fall half asleep with my eyes open. One evening, I heard a melancholy song. The voice was young and fresh, and yet the song thrilled me with emotion. It was a Jewish song. "That is the Räufer boy singing," I said to myself. Another would have sung hymns, not a song. I also said to myself that one should go indoors, so as not to hear it or meet the Räufer boy, and yet I remained sitting. I was in a dreamy state, with no energy to move, and I sat on, though my heart was beating anxiously. The song drew nearer. It was coming from the opposite bank, across the bridge. Already I hear steps in the sand. I want to run away, but my limbs are disobedient, and I remain sitting. At last he comes to the spot where I am. "Is it you, Leah?" I do not answer. The noise in my ears is louder than ever, the hammering in my temples busier, and it seems to me the kindest and sweetest voice I ever heard. My not answering matters little to him. He sits down beside me on the log and looks me straight in the face. I do not see his look, because I dare not raise my eyes, but I feel how it is scorching me. "You are a pretty girl, Leah," he says. "It's a pity to hide yourself." A dreadful crying fit seizes hold of me, and I run away. The next evening I stayed at home, and the one after. On the third, Friday night, my heart was so heavy I had to go out. I felt I should suffocate indoors. He was apparently waiting for me in the shadow round a corner of the house, for hardly had I sat down in my accustomed place when he stood before me as though he had grown out of the ground. "Don't run away from me, Leah," he begged gently. "Believe me, I will do you no harm." His gentle, earnest voice touched me. Then he began to sing a low, sad song, and again the tears came into my eyes. I could not keep them back, and began to cry quietly. Why are you crying, Leah? He broke off and took my hand. You sing so sadly, I answered, and withdrew my hand from his. I am an orphan, he said, unhappy, among strangers. Someone appeared in the street, and we fled in different directions. I learned the song and used to hum it softly over to myself in bed. I went to sleep with it, and I rose with it next morning, and yet I frequently had remorse and cried because I had made acquaintance with a Roifa boy who dressed German fashion and shaved his chin. Had he dressed like the old Roifa? Had he at least been pious? I knew that if my father heard of it, the grief would kill him. My mother would do herself a mischief, and the secret lay on my heart like a stone. I go up to my father's bed to hand him something, and my mother comes in from the street, and my sin overwhelms me so that hands and feet shake and all the color goes from my face. And yet every night I consented to come out again the next, and I felt no desire to run away from him now. He never took my hand again and told me I was a pretty girl. He only talked with me, taught me songs. But one day he brought me a bit of St. John's bread. Eat it, Leah. I wouldn't take it. Why not? He asked sadly. Why will you not take anything from me? I blurted out that I would rather have a piece of bread. How long our sitting together and singing lasted, I don't know. But one day he came sadder than usual. I saw it in his face and asked him what was the matter. I have to go. Where to? I asked faintly. To the recruiting station. I caught hold of his hand. You are going into the army? No, he replied and pressed my fingers. I am not strong. I suffer from the heart. I shall not be taken for a soldier, but I must present myself. Shall you come back? Of course. We are both silent. It will only be for a few weeks, he said. I was silent, and he looked at me pleadingly. Shall you miss me? Yes. I scarcely heard my own reply. Another silence. Let us say goodbye. My hand still lay in his. Go in health, I said in a trembling voice. He leaned over, kissed me, and vanished. I stood there a long time, like one tipsy. Leah! It was Mother's voice, but the old, gentle, almost singing voice of the days when Father was well. Leasha! I had not been called that for a long time. One more quiver, and I ran indoors with lips still burning from his kiss. I scarcely recognized the room. On the table stood 2 strange candlesticks with lighted candles, and beside them brandy and gingerbread. Father was sitting on a chair propped up with cushions, joy smiling out of every wrinkle in his face. And round the table were strange chairs with strange people. And Mother caught me in her arms and kissed me. Good luck to you, daughter, my little daughter, Leasha! Good luck to you! I don't understand, but I am frightened, and my heart beats wildly. When my mother let me loose, my father called me. I had no strength to stand, and I dropped on my knees beside him and laid my head in his lap. He stroked my head, curled my hair with his fingers. My child, you will never suffer want and hunger again. You will never go barefoot. You will be a lady. You will be rich. You will pay for the teaching of your little brothers, so that they shall not be turned out of the cheder. You will help us, too. I shall get well. And you know who the suitor is? asked Mother, excitedly. Reb Zeinwell! Fancy Reb Zeinwell! He sent the matchmaker himself. I don't know what happened to me, but I woke to find myself on my bed in broad daylight. God be praised! Cried my mother. Praised be his dear name, said my father. And they continued to embrace and kiss me. They even offered me preserves. Would I like syrup in water? Perhaps a sip of wine? I shut my eyes again and was choked with a terrible fit of crying. Never mind, said my mother, joyfully. Poor child, let her have her cry out. It is our fault for telling her the good news all at once, so suddenly. She might have burst a vein, which heaven forbid. But God be praised. Yes, cry your heart out. May all sorrow swim away with the tears, and a new life begin for you. A new life. Man has two angels, a good and a bad. And I felt convinced that the good angel bade me forget my Roifa boy, eat Reb Zeinwell's preserves, drink his syrup and water, and dress at his expense, while the bad angel urged me to tell my parents once and for all that I would not consent, that on no account would I consent. I did not know Reb Zeinwell, unless I had seen him once and then forgotten, or else not known who it was, but I disliked him. The second night I dreamed that I stood under the wedding canopy. The bridegroom is Reb Zeinwell, and they lead me round him 7 times, but my feet are as if paralyzed, and they carry me in their hands. Then I am taken home. My mother comes to meet me with a cake, and they are bringing the golden broth. I am afraid to raise my eyes. I feel sure that I shall see before me a blind man, both eyes gone, with a dreadfully long nose. A cold shudder runs through me. But someone whispers in my ear, Leah, what a pretty girl you are. And the voice is not that of an old man. It is his voice. I open my eyes a little way. It is his face. St, he whispers, don't tell. I enticed Reb Zeinwell into the wood, put him into a sack, tied it up, and threw it into the river. This was out of a story my mother once told me. And I am here in his place. I woke trembling. Pale moonshine was lighting the whole room through a chink in the shutter, and I noticed for the first time that the lamp was once more hanging from the ceiling, and that my parents were sleeping in bedclothes. Father smiled in his sleep. Mother breathed quietly, and the good angel said to me, If you are obedient and pious, your father will recover his health. Your mother will not have to toil into her old age, and your little brothers will become learned men, rabbis, authorities in the law, great, great Jews. Their school fees will be paid. Only, put in the bad angel, Reb Zeinwell will kiss you with his damp whiskers and clasp you in his bony arms, and he will torment you as he did the other wives, and send you to an early grave. And he will come back and grieve, and he will teach you no more songs, or sit with you evening after evening. You will be sitting with Reb Zeinwell. No, not if the heavens should fall about the earth. Tear up the contract. I did not sleep again till morning. My mother was the first to wake. I wanted to talk with her, but I was accustomed to go for help to my father. There, he wakes. Do you know, Sarale, are his first words. I feel so well today. You will see, I shall go out. Praise to his dear name! It is all owing to our daughter's good fortune, all thanks to her merit. And the Roifa was quite right. The milk agrees very well with me. They are silent, and the good angel repeats, If you are good and pious, your father will get well, while if your lips let fall wicked words, he will decline and die.
Listen, Sarale, continued my father, you are not to go about peddling any more.
What do you mean?
What I say. I will go today to Reb Zeinwil. He will take me into a business, or lend me a few rubles, and we will have a little shop. I will serve a bit, and you a bit, and later I will deal in produce.
God grant it.
He will grant it. If you want a dress for the wedding, buy it. Even 2 dresses. Why not? He said we were to get what we wanted. You are not going in your old clothes.
Go along with you. The thing is to have something made for the children. Reuben has been going barefoot. Last week he got a splinter in his sole, and he is limping now. Winter is coming on too. They want coats and shirts and warm cloaks.
Buy, buy.
You hear? Said the good angel. If you speak out, your mother will have no new dress, and you know the old one is falling to bits. The little brothers will run barefoot to cheder in the sharpest frost, and in summer they will get splinters in their soles. I tell you what it is, said my mother. Everything ought to be talked over and settled in detail, because he is not a very good man. Whatever settlement he intends to make on her ought to be put down in writing. There will be any quantity to inherit. Even if it isn't a deed, let him give a written promise, because how long is such a one likely to live? Another year or so?
One can live a long time in comfort, sighed my father.
A long time? Remember, he's 70, and sometimes he looks dead behind his ears. And the bad angel whispered, If you keep silence, you will marry a dead man. You will live with a corpse. They will lead you to the bridal chamber with a lifeless body. Mother sighed.
Everything is in God's hands, said my father.
Mother sighed again, and father said,
And what could we do? Anything better? If I only could have gotten well and earned something, and we had had at least dry bread in the house.
He broke off. I had a feeling that something wept within him.
If she had been a year or 2 younger, I would have risked it all. Perhaps even bought lottery tickets.
And I said nothing. My 70-year-old bridegroom gave my father a few hundred gulden for clothes for the wedding, and me a check for 150 gulden. People said, A fine match. I recovered my companions. The one with the satin skirt and the watch and chain came 2 or 3 times a day. She was the happiest creature in the world because I had caught her up and we were to be married in the same month. I had others, but this one stuck to me like a leech. The others were common girls. There was no saying how long they wouldn't have to wait. Rivka's fiancé was a stranger, but she was to board at home for 2 or 3 years. During that time, we would be close friends. She would run into me for chicory coffee, I to her on Sabbath, after the midday rest, for chicken broth and pear cider. And when I am expecting a baby, said Rivka once, and her face shone, you will come and sit by me? I made no reply. Well, exclaimed Rivka, why so sad? There's no saying but you too. Cheer up, she went on. If God will, one can fire off a broom. Besides, how long do you suppose it will last? No one can live forever. My word, what a young widow you will make, to be sure. Won't you be run after? Rivka wished Reb Zeinwil no harm. To be sure, he's a wretch. He tormented that other woman. But she was sickly, and you are sound as a nut. He will treat you well enough. He came back. My father was better, but he fancied a little dry cupping. He was afraid otherwise of going out. He felt that after lying down so long and then sitting for so many weeks on end, the blood had all settled in one place and should be stirred. Also his shoulders ached, and dry cupping is the sovereign remedy for that. I shook as with ague. When there was dry cupping to be done, the boy came, not the Roife himself.
"Will you go and fetch the Roife?"
asked my father. "The idea!" exclaimed my mother. "A columnadal!" She went herself.
"Why have you grown so pale?"
asked my father, in alarm.
"Nothing." "It's some days now," he persisted.
"You imagine it, Tate."
"Your mother says the same."
"Eh?"
"Today," Father wanted to cheer me up, "they are coming to measure you for the wedding dress."
I was silent.
"Aren't you pleased?"
he asked. "Why shouldn't I be?"
"You don't even know what they are making you."
"But they've measured me once already." Hereupon my mother came in with the Roife himself. I felt relieved, and yet all the time something mourned within me. Perhaps you will never see him again.
"What a world it is!"
Thus the Roife, coming in, panting and groaning.
"Reb Zeinwell marries a young girl, and the treasurer's Liesel has turned ascetic and run away from his wife."
"Liesel?" cried Mother in astonishment.
"As I tell you, and here am I, at 60, about early and late, and my assistant goes to bed."
I began to tremble again.
"Don't keep such a Gentile," said my mother. "A Gentile?" said the Roife. "Why a Gentile?" "What's all that to me?" interrupted Father impatiently. "You'd better set to work."
Father was naturally good-tempered. He always seemed to me incapable of hurting a fly, and yet his tone was so full of contempt for the Roife. When he lay sick in bed, he was always glad if anyone came in to have a chat with him, but he could never get on with the Roife. He always interrupted him and told him to see to his own business. But this was the first time he had spoken so strongly. It pained me, because how much rougher would he not have been with the other, who was lying ill? What is wrong with him? He had said his heart was weak. What that meant exactly I did not know. It must be something for which one had to go to bed. And yet my heart told me that I had something to answer for in the matter. That night I cried in my sleep. My mother woke me and sat down beside me on my bed. "Hush, my child," she said. "Don't let us wake Father." And our conversation was whispered in each other's ears. I noticed that Mother was greatly disturbed. She looked at me inquiringly, as though determined to get at the truth, and I resolved to say nothing, at all events so long as Father slept. "My child, why have you been crying?" "I don't know, Mother." "Do you feel well?" "Yes, Mamische, only sometimes my head aches." She sat on my bed, leaning halfway over, and I drew nearer her and laid my head on her breast. "Mother," I asked, "why does your heart beat so loud?" "For fear, Tochterche." "Are you afraid at night, too?" "Night and day. I am afraid all the time." "What for are you afraid?" "I am afraid for you." "For me?" No reply, but I felt a warm tear fall on my face. "Mother, you are crying now." The tears fell faster. "I won't say." My resolve strengthened. Suddenly she asked, "Has Rivka been telling you anything?" "What about, Mother?" "About your intended." "How should she know him?" If she really knew him, she would hold her tongue. I only mean, did she repeat any gossip? Out of jealousy, when a rich man marries a young girl in his old age, people always talk. I don't know. Has no one told you that his last wife died because of the life he led her? I answered coolly that I had heard something like it, but that I had forgotten from whom. I'm sure it was Rivka. I wish her mouth were in the back of her head, angrily. Then why was it, I inquired, that she died so suddenly? Why? She had a weak heart. But do people die of a weak heart? Certainly. Something seemed to snap inside my brain. I became a silken child. My praise was in everyone's mouth. Parents could not understand it. Neither could the tailor. I asked for nothing. Mother chose everything, material, color, and cut, just as she fancied. Rivka used to come and pinch her own red cheeks. Who would trust a mother in matters of dress? An old-fashioned Jewess? You won't dare to show yourself on Sabbath, either in shul or in the street or anywhere else. You've done for yourself, she wound up. It occurred to me that I had done for myself a long time, and I waited indifferently for the Sabbath of consolation, when Reb Zeinwil was to be invited to supper. Then there would follow the calling up, footnote, of the bridegroom in shul to the reading of the law, end footnote, and then the wedding. Father was really better. He sometimes went out and began to inquire about produce. He thought it too soon to speak to Reb Zeinwil about anything further. He intended to ask him on Sabbath to come again for the third meal and to put in a word for himself after that. All being so well, it was time to dismiss the Roife. There was no difficulty now about credit. He never reminded us of what was owing him, never sent the boy, but came himself. Still, it was time this should end. I don't know how much they sent him, but the messenger was my brother Avramele, who was to leave the money on his way to Cheder. But the boy appeared a few days later. How? Wasn't it enough? Said my father, on seeing him. Yes, Reb Yehuda, I have come to say goodbye. To me? Asked my father in surprise. I had dropped down when he came in, on the nearest chair, but at these words I stood up. It had flashed across me that I must protect him, not let him be insulted. He hadn't come for that. I used to come to see you at one time, he said, with his gentle, melancholy voice, which was like sweet oil to my heart. Now I am leaving for good, so I thought— Well, well, certainly, replied father, quite politely. Take a seat, young man. It was very nice of you to think of it. Very nice indeed. Daughter, he called to me, we must offer him some refreshment. He sprang up, pale, with quivering lips and burning eyes, but the next instant his face had taken on its old melancholy expression. No, Reb Yehuda, I want nothing. Thank you. Farewell. He put out his hand to no one, and barely gave me a glance. And yet, in that one glance, I read that he reproached me, that he would never forgive me. For what? I hardly knew myself. And again I fainted. The third time, I heard my mother say to my father. It is of no consequence. At her age, it often happens. But heaven forbid that Reb Zeinwil should hear of it. He would break off the match. He had enough of that with the last one, the invalid. I was not an invalid, and I only fainted once more, on the wedding day, when I saw Reb Zeinwil for the first time. Never again. Yesterday even, when the Roife, who cuts my Reb Zeinwil's nails every month, otherwise they grow into his fingers, asked me as he left if I remembered his boy because he had died in a hospital in Warsaw. Even then I didn't faint. I only shed one tear. And I was not aware of that, only it seemed to please the Räufer.
You are a kind soul,
he said, and then I felt it on my cheek. Nothing more. I am healthy. I have lived with Reb Zeinwill 5 years. How? Perhaps I shall tell another time. End section 5.
Section 6 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 6. The Seventh Candle of Blessing. The 13-year-old brow is puckered with anguish, the child face pale with dread. Tear after tear falls from the innocent eyes. Only last Friday, just a week ago, she was so happy, so full of glee. It was the short Friday. Grandmother had woke her a little earlier than usual. She had spent the day in preparation for the Sabbath. In the late afternoon she had washed herself, plaited her long hair, singing and dancing the while, dressed, and gone with grandmother to the synagogue, and they had lighted each her candles. Bashi's first candle, God bless grandmother. Her second, God bless Tatish, and let him find lots of work and make heaps of money, and not sigh any more and say that the times are bad. Her third, God bless Mamish, and make her strong. And then, for the little sisters and little brothers, a candle each. It lasted till people began to come in for the prayers. How she loves the synagogue! How she loves candle blessing! She has lived with grandmother 2 whole years. She does not want to go home. There is no candle blessing there. It is not the custom. Unless it were just to see her mother, to clasp her father once round the neck, and play a while with his black, silky beard, and to have a game with the little ones. Grandmother must not be left alone. She is always so good to her. She has taught her to bless the candles. Bashi loves grandmother, and blessing the candles too. She longs for it the whole week through. She counts the days, but this is a miserable Friday. In the morning everything was the same as usual. She had made Sabbath. Grandmother had sat there and watched her happily. They had dressed themselves, and grandmother had taken her stick. Then, as ill luck would have it, there came the postman. Grandmother read the letter, threw herself on the bed, and there she had lain for 2 hours with her face to the wall. She is black as coal. Her eyes are shut. One hand holds the letter. She foams at the mouth. No one is to come near her. No one is to be sent for. Bashi is pushed away. And whenever she tries to open the door, grandmother hears and screams, "No!" Bashi stands by the bed and cannot make it out. Her heart beats wildly. God only knows what they have written from home. Perhaps. She cannot think what has happened. She drops on to her knees and clutches convulsively at grandmother's hand. Granny, what is it? Speak to me. Tell me. What is it? Granny, I think I shall die of fright. She spoke involuntarily. Grandmother has turned toward her. She moves her lips, opens her eyes, gives her one look, and die, she says in a hard voice, and turns her face once more to the wall. And there wasn't his like, she adds. Die, Bashi, die. Bashi is silent. A blackness passes before her eyes, and her head falls on grandmother's feet. Within her all is dark and cold. She has ceased to puzzle herself. She is nearly unconscious. And in this way another half hour goes by. She hears her grandmother's voice. Get up. Bashi obeys. Grandmother has risen to her feet and taken up the stick which she previously had flung away. How many candles have you? She asks. Why, 8, is the trembling reply. Leave one out. Bashi does not move. Put one away, screams grandmother angrily. Bashi trembles like a leaf, but does not move. The old woman has gone to the table herself, undone the packet of candles, taken one out, and tied the rest together again. She pushes them into Bashi's hands. Come along. Bashi follows her automatically. Neither has thought to fasten the door behind her. Bashi does not know herself how she reached the platform with her candles. Light them one at a time, for whom I shall tell you. Repeat my words. Say, God bless Mamish, and grant her long life. Bashi shakes as with ague. The first candle has always been father's. Repeat, screams grandmother. Bashi does so. The second, God make Kamel a good Jew. Little Bashi shakes more and more. Her limbs are giving way beneath her. She does not hear her father's name. Her heart thumps, her temples throb, her eyes burn. Grandmother has no pity on her. She screams louder every time. Repeat, repeat what I say. Bashi is lighting the last candle. Say, God bless Sarah, commands grandmother. No, she will not say that. Where is father? No, she cannot say it. Her whole being is in revolt against her wicked grandmother. No, no, no. Repeat, repeat, screams grandmother with increasing violence. Bashi refuses to obey. The last light must be father's. She begins, God bless hush, in a terrible voice. Hush, hush. Your father is no longer a Jew. He has become an official. End of section 6.
Chapter 7 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Chapter 7. The Widow. The gray, swirling mists have rolled themselves together into one black cloud. It is warm and stifling. It is going to pour with rain. A few drops are falling already. The little house stands just under the hill. The low, thatched roof is full of holes. There is no one to mend it. The clouds have hidden the sun, and the remaining light is intercepted by the hill. Inside the hut it is nearly dark. It is late. Night is falling. In the corner, on the chimney shelf, stands a little empty lamp with a cracked globe. The naphthalene is exhausted. There is no one to go and buy more. It is closer indoors than out. The fireplace is not empty. It boasts 2 or 3 broken earthenware pots, a handful of ashes, a fragment of polished slate, a little iron stand on legs, but not a spark of fire. Outside the door lies a log of rotten wood. There is no one to chop it. The owner of the hut lay sick for a whole year, and with every day of it their little hoard of money grew less. He had saved for a child's sake, scraped together 100 rubles to be lent on interest. God gave a little girl. It shall be her marriage portion. But there came the illness. The little hoard dwindled and dwindled, and the man's strength likewise. The household goods were disposed of one after another. The last to go was the sewing machine, and with the last penny out of the bag, the soul departed out of the body. The soiled shred of linen that held the money hangs across a glass of water beside the soul light. A small tin trunk stands near the door. It belongs to the servant girl, who has just gone out to look for another situation. The dismantled room is now all but dark. A few scattered wisps of straw shimmer on the floor. A nail-head stares here and there out of the 4 walls. On the wall used to hang a looking-glass. It is not wanted now. If the widow were to see her reflection, she would be terrified. A Hanukkah lamp. For whom should it be lighted? And clothes used to hang there too. They came and took each his own before he died. In one corner stands a cradle. In the cradle lies a child, asleep. On the floor beside the cradle sits the newly made widow. The thin hands hang helpless. The heavy head rests on the cradle. The eyes, which look as if they had wept themselves out, stare fixedly at the ceiling. You might suppose she was dead, that she neither felt nor remembered any longer. Her heart scarcely beats. Her strength has left her. And yet one thought is revolving ceaselessly in her brain. No other seems able to drive it away. It is not to be dislodged. Hannah, he had once said to her, hand me the scissors. He had no use for them just then, and he had given a little artful smile. What had he really wanted? Did he wish me to go near to him? I was peeling potatoes. Did I give him the scissors? No. Just then someone came in. But who? She cannot recollect, and goes puzzling herself. Who? The child sleeps on and smiles. It is dreaming. End of Chapter 7. Recording by NarratorJ.
Section 8 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 8. The Messenger. He is on the road, and his beard and coat-tails flutter in the wind. Every few minutes he presses a hand to his left side. He feels a pang, but he will not confess to it. He tries to think he is only making sure of his letter bag. If only I don't lose the contract paper and the money. That is what he is so afraid of. And if it does hurt me, it means nothing. Thank God I've got strength enough for an errand like this and to spare. Another at my years wouldn't be able to do a verst. Well, I, thanks to his dear name, owe no one a farthing and earn my own living. God be praised they trust me with money. If what they trust me with were my own, I shouldn't be running errands at more than 70 years old. But if the Almighty wills it so, so be it. It begins to snow in thick flakes. He is continually wiping his face. I haven't more than half a mile to go now, he thinks. Oh, what is that to me? It is much nearer than further. He turns his head. One doesn't even see the town clock from here, or the convent, or the barracks. On with you, Shemaiah, my lad. And Shemaiah tramps on through the wet snow. The old feet welter in and out. Thank God there is not much wind. Much wind, apparently, meant a gale. The wind was strong enough and blew right into his face, taking his breath away with every gust. It forced the tears out of his old eyes, and they hurt him like pins. But then he always suffered from his eyes. It occurred to him that he would spend his next earnings on road spectacles. Large, round ones that would cover his eyes completely. If God will, he thought, I shall manage it. If I only had an errand to go every day, a long, long one. Thank God I can walk any distance, and I should soon save up enough for the spectacles. He is also in want of a fur coat of some sort. It would ease the oppression on his chest, but he considers that, meanwhile, he has a warm cloak. If only it does not tear, it is an excellent one, he smiles to himself. No newfangled spider web for you, all good old-fashioned sateen. It will outlast me yet. It has no slit. That's a great point. It doesn't blow out like the cloaks they make nowadays, and it folds over ever so far in front. Of course, he thinks on, a fur coat is better. It's warm, beautifully warm, but spectacles come first. A fur is only good for winter, and spectacles are wanted all the year round. Because in summer, when there's a wind and it blows dust into your eyes, it's worse than in winter. And so it was settled. First spectacles and then a fur coat. Please God, he would help to carry corn. That would mean 4 gulden. And he tramped on, and the wet snow was blown into his face. The wind grew stronger, and his side pained him more than ever. If only the wind would change. And yet perhaps it's better so, because coming back I shall feel more tired, and I shall have the wind in my back. Then it will be quite different. Everything will be done. I shall have nothing on my mind. He was obliged to stop a minute and draw breath. This rather frightened him. What is the matter with me? A Cantonist ought to know something of the cold, he thought sadly. And he recalls his time of service under Nicholas, 25 years active service with the musket, beside his childhood as a Cantonist. He has walked enough in his life, marching over hill and dale and snow and frost and every sort of wind. And what snows, what frosts! The trees would split, the little birds fall dead to the ground, and the Russian soldier marched briskly forward, and even sang a song, a trepak, a komorinsky, and beat time with his feet. The thought of having endured those 35 years of service, of having lived through all those hardships, all those snows, all those winds, all the mud, hunger, thirst, and privation, and having come home in health. The thought fills him with pride. He holds up his head and feels his strength renewed. Ha! What is a bit of frost like this to me? In Russia, well, yes, there was something like. He walks on. The wind has lessened a little. It grows darker. Night is falling. Call that a day, he said to himself. Well, I never. And he began to hurry, not to be overtaken by the night. Not in vain has he been so regularly to study in the shul of a Sabbath afternoon. He knows that one should go out and come home again before the sun goes down. He feels rather hungry. He has this peculiarity that being hungry makes him cheerful. He knows appetite is a good sign. His traders, the ones who send him on errands, are continually lamenting their lack of it. He, blessed be his name, has a good appetite, except when he is not up to the mark, as yesterday when the bread tasted sour to him. Why should it have been sour? Soldier's bread? Once, perhaps, yes, but now? Fournier bakes bread that any Jewish baker might be proud of, and he had bought a new loaf, which it was a pleasure to cut. But he was not up to the mark. A chill was going through his bones. But, praised be he whose name he is not worthy to mention, that happens to him but seldom. Now he is hungry, and not only that, but he has in his pockets a piece of bread and cheese. The cheese was given him by the trader's wife. May she live and be well. She is a charitable woman. She has a Jewish heart. If only she would not scold so, he thinks. That would be really nice. He recalls to mind his dead wife. There was my Sprinzi Nipreshkis. She also had a good heart and was given to scolding. Every time I sent one of the children out into the world, she wept like a beaver, although at home she left them no peace with her scolding tongue. And when a death happened in the family, he went on remembering, why, she used to throw herself about on the floor whole days like a snake and bang her head with her fists. One day she wanted to throw a stone at heaven. We see, he thought, how little notice God takes of a woman's foolishness. But with her there was no taking away the bier and the corpse. She slapped the women and tore the beards of the men. She was a fine woman, was Sprinzi, looked like a fly and was strong, so strong. Yet she was a good woman. She didn't dislike me even, although she never gave me a kind word. She wanted a divorce. A divorce. Otherwise she would run away. Only when was that? He remembers and smiles. It was a long, long time ago. At that time, the excise regulations were still in force, and he was a night watchman, and went about all night with an iron staff so that no brandy should be smuggled into the town. He knew what service was. To serve with Fournier was good discipline. He had had good teachers. It was a winter's morning before daybreak. He went to have his watch relieved by Chom Yone. He is in the world of truth now. And then went home, half frozen and stiff. He knocked at the door, and Sprinzi called out from her bed, "Into the ground with you! I thought your dead body would come home sometime." Oh, she's angry still, because of yesterday. He cannot remember what happened, but so it must be. "Shut your mouth and open the door," he shouts. "I'll open your head for you," is the swift reply. "Let me in. Go into the ground, I tell you." And he turned away and went into the house of study, where he lay down to sleep under the stove. As ill luck would have it, it was a charcoal stove, and he was suffocated and brought home like a dead man. Then Sprinzi was in a way. He could hear, after a while, how she was carrying on. They told her it was nothing, only the charcoal. No, she must have a doctor. She threatened to faint, to throw herself into the water, and went on screaming, "My husband, my treasure!" He pulled himself together, sat up, and asked quietly, "Sprinzi, do you want a divorce?" "May you be!" She never finished the curse and burst into tears. "Shemaiah, do you think God will punish me for my cursing and my bad temper?" But no sooner was he well again. There was the old Sprinzi back, a mouth on wheels, a tongue on screws, and strong as iron. She scratched like a cat, ha! A pity she died, and she did not even live to have pleasure in her children. They must be doing well in the world, all artisans. A trade won't let a man die of hunger. All healthy, they took after me. They don't write, but what of that? They can't do it themselves, and just you go and ask someone to do it for you. Besides, what's the good of a letter of that kind? It's like watered soup. And then young boys, in a long time they forget. They must be doing well. But Sprinzi is dead and buried. Poor Sprinzi. Soon after the excise offices were abolished, she died. That was before I had got used to going errands and saying to the gentlefolk, 'Your lordship,' instead of 'Your high nobility,' before they trusted me with contracts and money and we used to want for bread. I, of course, a man and an ex-cantonist, could easily go a day without food, but for her, as I said, it was a matter of life and death. A foolish woman soon loses her strength. She couldn't even scold any more. All the monkey was out of her. She did nothing but cry. I lost all pleasure in life. She grew somehow afraid to eat, lest I shouldn't have enough. Seeing she was afraid, I grew bold. I screamed. I scolded. For instance, 'Why don't you go and eat?' Now and then I went into a fury and nearly hit her. But how are you to hit a woman who sits crying with her hands folded and doesn't stir? I run at her with a clenched fist and spit at it, and she only says, 'You go first and eat first, and then I will.' And I had to eat some of the bread first and leave her the rest. Once she fooled me out into the street. 'I will eat, only you go into the street. Perhaps you will earn something.' And she smiled and patted me. I go and I come again and find the loaf much as I left it. She told me she couldn't eat dry bread. She must have porridge." He lets his head drop as though beneath a heavy weight, and the sad thoughts chase one another. And what a wailing she set up when I wanted to pawn my Sabbath cloak, the one I'm wearing now. She moved heaven and earth and went and pawned the metal candlesticks and said the blessing over candles stuck into potatoes to the day of her death. Before dying, she confessed to me that she had never really wanted a divorce. It was only her evil tongue. My tongue, she cried. God forgive me, my tongue. And she really died in terror lest in the other world they should hang her by her tongue. God, she said to me, will never forgive me. I've been too great a sinner, but when you come, not soon, heaven forbid, but in over 120 years, when you do come, then remember and take me down from the gallows and tell the heavenly council that you forgave me. She began to wander soon after that and was continually calling the children. She fancied they were in the room, that she was talking to them, and she asked their pardon. Silly woman, who wouldn't have forgiven her? How old was she altogether? Perhaps 50? To die so young. It was worse than a person taking his own life, because every time a thing went out the door to the pawn shop, a bit of her health and strength went with it. She grew thinner and yellower day by day, and said she felt the marrow drying up in her bones. She knew that she would die. How she loved the room and all its furniture. Whatever had to go, whether it were a chair or a bit of crockery or anything else, she washed it with her tears and parted from it as a mother from her child. Put her arms around it and nearly kissed it. Oh, she would say, when I come to die, you won't be there in the room. Well, there, every woman is a fool. At one moment she's a Cossack in petticoats, and the next weaker than a child, because really, whether you die with a chair or without a chair, what does it matter? Fie, he interrupted himself. What shall I think of next? Fancy letting one's thoughts wander like that, and my pace has slackened too, thanks to the rubbish. Come, soldiers' feet, on with you, he commanded. He looks round. Snow on every hand, above a gray sky with black patches. Just like my undercoat, he thought. Stuff patched with black sateen. Lord of the world, is it for want of credit up there too? Meanwhile, it is freezing. His beard and whiskers are ice. His body is fairly comfortable and his head is warm. He even feels the drops of sweat on his forehead. Only his feet grow colder and weaker. He has not walked so very far, and yet he would like to rest, and he feels ashamed of himself. It is the first time he ever wanted to rest on an errand of 2 miles. He will not confess to himself that he is a man of nearly 80, and his weariness not at all surprising. No, he must walk on. Just walk on. For so long as one walks, one is walking, one gets on. The moment one gives way to temptation and rests, it's all over with one. One might easily get a chill, he says to frighten himself, and does all he can to shake off the craving for rest. It isn't far now to the village. There I shall have time to sit down. That's what I'll do. I won't go straight to the nobleman. One has to wait there for an hour outside. I'll go first to the Jew. It's a good thing, he reflected, that I am not afraid of the nobleman's dog. When they let him loose at night, it's dreadful. I've got my supper with me, and he likes cheese. It will be better to go first and get rested. I will go to the Jew and warm myself and wash and eat something. His mouth waters at the thought. He has had nothing to eat since early this morning. But that's nothing. He doesn't mind if he is hungry. It is a proof that one is alive. Only his feet. Now he has only 2 versts more to walk. He can see the nobleman's great straw-covered shed. Only his feet cannot see it, and they won't rest. On the other hand, he mused, supposing I rested a little after all. 1 minute, half a minute. Why not? Let us try. My feet have obeyed me so long. For once, I'll obey them. And Shemaiah sits down by the roadside on a little heap of snow. Now for the first time, he becomes aware that his heart is beating like a hammer and his whole head perspiring. He is alarmed. Is he going to be ill? And he has other people's money on him. He might faint. Then he comforts himself. God be praised, there is no one coming, and if anyone came, it would never occur to him that I have money with me, that I am trusted with money. Just a minute, and then on we go. But his lids are heavy as lead. No, get up, Shemaiah, stavay, he commands. He can still give a command, but he cannot carry it out. He cannot move. Yet he imagines he is walking, and that he is walking quicker and quicker. Now he sees all the little houses. That is Antec's yonder, Basilis. He knows them all. He hires conveyances of them. It is still a long way to the Jews, yet best to go there first. He may find Mizuman, and it seems to him that he approaches the Jew's house, but it moves further and further on. He supposes that so it must be. There is a good fire in the chimney. The whole window is cheery and red. The stout Merle is probably skimming a large pot full of potatoes, and she always gives him one. What's so nice as a hot potato? And on he trudges, or so he thinks, for in reality he has not left his place. The frost has lessened its grip, and the snow is falling in broad, thick flakes. He seems to be warmer, too, in his cloak of snow, and he fancies that he is now inside the Jew's house. Merle is straining the potatoes. He hears the water pouring away. Souch, souch, souch. And so it drips, indeed, off his sateen cloak. Yonah walks round and hums in his beard. It is a habit of his to sing after evening prayer, because then he is hungry, and says frequently, "Well, Merle." But Merle never hurries. More haste, worse speed. Am I asleep, and is it a dream? He is seized with joyful surprise. He thinks he sees the door open and let in his eldest son. Chono, Chono. Oh, he knows him well enough. What is he doing here? But Chono does not recognize him, and Shemaiah keeps quiet. Ha ha ha. He is telling Yonah that he is on his way to see his father. He inquires after him. He has not forgotten. And Yonah, sly dog, never tells him that his father is sitting there on the sleeping bench. Merle is busy. She is taken up with the potatoes. She won't stop in her work. She only smiles and mashes the potatoes with a great wooden spoon and smiles. Ach, Chono must be rich, very rich, Everything he has on is whole, and he wears a chain. Perhaps it is pinchbeck? No, it is real gold. Chono wouldn't wear a pinchbeck chain. Ha ha ha! He glances at the stove. Ha ha ha! He nearly splits with laughter. Yankil, Beryl, Zechariah, all three. Ha ha ha! They were hidden on the stove, the thieves. What a pity Sprinzy is not there. What a pity. She would have been so pleased. Meantime, Chono is ordering 2 geese. Chono, Chono, don't you know me? I am he. And he fancies they embrace him. Look you, Chono, what a pity your mother cannot see you. Yankil, Beryl, Zechariah, come down from the stove. I knew you at once. Make haste. I knew you would come. Look, I have brought you some cheese, real sheep's milk cheese. Look you, Chono, what a pity your mother cannot see you. Yankil, Beryl, Zechariah, come down from the stove. I knew you at once. Make haste. I knew you would come. Look, I have brought you some cheese. Real sheep's milk cheese. Don't you like soldier's bread? What? Perhaps not? Yes, it is a pity about the mother. And he fancies that all the 4 children have put their arms round him and hold him and kiss and press him to them. Gently, children, gently. Don't squeeze me too hard. I am no young man. I am 80 years old. Gently, you are suffocating me greatly, children. Old bones, gently. There is money in the bag. Praise God, they trust me with money. Enough, children, enough. And it was enough. He sat there, suffocated, with his hand pressed to the bag in his bosom.
Chapter 9 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mara Bella. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Chapter 9. What is the soul? 1. I remember, as in a dream, that there used to be about the house a little thin Jew with a pointed beard, who often put his arms round me and kissed me. Then I remember how the same man lay ill in bed. He groaned a great deal, and my mother stood and beat her head with her hands. One night I woke up and saw the room full of people. Outside there was a grievous noise. I was very frightened, and I began to scream. One of the people came up to me, dressed me, and led me away to sleep at a neighbor's. When I saw our room next morning, I did not know it again. Straw lay scattered on the floor, the glass on the wall was covered over, the hanging lamp wrapped in a table cover, and my mother sat on a low stool in her socks. She began to weep loudly at the sight of me and cried, "The orphan! The orphan!" An oil lamp burned in the window. Beside it were a glass of water and a piece of linen. They told me that my father had died, that his soul washed itself in the glass and dried itself with the linen, that when once I began to say the Kaddish, it would fly straight up into heaven. And I fancied the soul was a bird. 2. One evening, the helper was leading me home from Cheder. A few birds flew past me, quite low. Nesham melech fliehen, Nesham melech fliehen. Footnote. Little souls fly, little souls fly. End footnote. I sang to myself. The helper turned round upon me. "You silly," he said. "Those are birds, ordinary birds." Afterwards, I asked my mother how one could tell the difference between an ordinary bird and a soul. 3. At 15 years old, I was studying Gemara with the commentaries, and, as luck would have it, under Zerach Kneip. To this day, I don't know if that was his real name, or whether the boys gave it him because he used to pinch, kneipen, without mercy. And he did not wait till one had deserved a pinch. He gave it in advance.
"Remind me," he would say, "and by we shall settle up our accounts."
He was a moil, and had one pointed, uncut fingernail, and every pinch went to the heart. And he used to say, Don't cry about nothing. I only pinch your body. What is it to you if the worms have less to eat when you are in your grave?"
"The body,"
said Zerach Kneip,
"is dust. Rub one palm against the other, and you will see."
And we tried, and saw for ourselves that the body is dust and ashes. "And what is the soul?" I asked.
"A spirit,"
answered the rabbi. 4. Zerach Kneip hated his wife like poison, but his daughter Sprinze was the apple of his eye. We hated Sprinze because she told on us, and we loved the Rebbitzin, who sold us beans and peas on credit and saved us more than once from the rabbi's hands. I was her special favorite. I was given the largest portions, and when the rabbi had hold of me, she would cry, "Murderer! What are you after, treating an orphan like that? His father's soul will be revenged on you." The rabbi would let go of me, and the Rebbitzin got what was left. I remember that one winter's evening I came home from Cheder so pinched by the rabbi and so penetrated by the frost that my skin was quite parched. And I lifted my eyes to heaven and cried piteously and prayed, "Tatishe, do be revenged on Zerach Kneip. Lord of the world, what does he want of my soul?" I forgot that he only pinched the body. But a man is to be excused for what he says in his distress. 5. On a school holiday, when Zerach Kneip shut the Gemara and began to tell stories, he was a different person. He took off his cap and sat in his bushy locks. The skullcap was hidden by them. He unbuttoned his kaftan, smoothed out his forehead. His lips smiled, and even his voice was different. He taught us in the hard, gruff, angry voice in which he spoke to the Rebbitzin. He told us stories in the gentle, small, kind voice in which he addressed Sprinze, his dear soul. And we used to implore him, as though he were a brigand, to tell us a story. We were unaware of the fact that Zerach Kneip knew only one chapter of the Talmud, with which his course for little boys began and ended, and that he had to fill up the time with stories, especially in winter, when there are no religious holidays. We little fools used to buy stories of him with peas and beans, and once even we saved up to buy Sprinze a red flannel spencer. For the said spencer, Reb Zerach told us how the Almighty takes a soul out of his treasure house and blows it into a body. And I pictured to myself the souls laid out in the Almighty's storeroom like the goods in my mother's shop, in boxes red, green, white, yellow, and blue, and tied with string. 6.
When God, said the rabbi, has chosen a soul and decided that it is to go down into the sinful world, it trembles and cries. In the 9 months before birth, an angel teaches it the whole Torah. Then he gives it a fillip under the nose, and the soul forgets everything it has learned. That, added the rabbi, is why all Jewish children have cloven upper lips.
That same evening, I was skating on the ice outside the town, and I observed that the Gentile boys, Yantek, Wojtek, and Yashek, had cloven upper lips, just like ours. Yashek, I risked my life and asked, Titakshe majesh dushe? Footnote, you also have a soul? Polish. End footnote.
What does it matter to you, soul of a dog? Was the distinct reply.
7. Beside going to the rabbi, I had a teacher for writing. This teacher was supposed by the town to be a great heretic, and the neighbors wouldn't borrow his dishes. He was a widower, and people never believed that Gutele, his daughter, a girl about my age, knew how to make meat kosher. But he was exceedingly accomplished, and my mother was determined that her only son should learn to write.
I beg of you, Reb teacher, she said to him, not to teach him anything heretical, nothing out of the Bible, but teach him how to write a Jewish letter. Just a greeting to any friend letter.
But I don't know if he kept his word. When I gave him the poser about the cleft lips, he went into a fury. He jumped up from his chair, overturned it with his foot, and began to caper about the room, crying out, Blockheads! Murderers! Bats! By degrees he grew calm, sat down again, wiped his spectacles, and drew me to him. My child, he said, never believe such rubbish. You took a good look at the Gentile boys who were skating? What are their names? I told him. Well, he continued, had any one of them a different kind of eye from yours? Different hands, or feet, or limbs? Don't they laugh just as you do? And if they cry, do they shed another sort of tears? Why should they not have a real soul as well as we? All men are alike, children of one family. One God is their father, one earth their home. It is true that at present the nations hate each other, and each one persuades itself that it is the crown of creation and occupies all God's thoughts. But we hope for a better day, better and brighter, when humanity will acknowledge one God and one law, when the words of our holy prophets will come true, when there shall be an end to all wars and jealousy and hatred, when all will serve one Creator, and it will be as the verse says, For out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. I knew that verse from the paragraph, and it came to pass when the ark set forward, in the prayer book. The teacher went on talking for some time, but I understood little of what he said. I could not believe that a Gentile has brains too, that all men were equal. I knew that the teacher held heretical opinions. He did not even believe in the transmigration of souls, as I saw for myself after the death of Fredel Mifkeres, the heretic, when a black dog appeared on the roof of the house where she had lived. Then he pared his nails in order and never cut a witness. Footnote, a tiny bit of wood tied up and thrown away with the nails. The superstitions behind this practice are not confined to the Jews. End footnote. to throw out of the window. I should very soon have run away from him. I should have told my mother of the way he talked, only I am sure you guess what and whom I mean. 8. This alone remained fixed in my head, that there would be a time when the other nations would come to us to learn Torah, and that it might be tomorrow. Times with us just then were quite messianic. Strong hints of it were discovered in the book of Daniel, and the word that stood for the current year indicated it. Besides, there was a passage in the Zohar and in the Midrash HaNe'elom, and it was whispered from ear to ear that the Rebbe of Kozinitz had stopped reciting the supplications, and there was reliable news from Palestine that no fox had been seen near the western wall all that year, and people looked every day for Messiah, the son of Joseph. Kohal gave bribes to escape paying taxes. When Messiah came, who would trouble about little things like that? The women came off worst. A few years previously, the steps of their bath had fallen in. Goodness knows it took asking enough before the money was granted for new ones. And now the wood was there, ready and waiting, only it seemed a pity, all the same, to hire a workman and spend those few rubles. And I firmly believed that in a short time Yashik, who pushed me when I was skating, just as I was doing a cobbler, so that, thanks to him, I all but broke my neck, that Wojtek, who always made a pig's ear at me, and Yantek, who counted us, Raz, Dva, Chi, that all three, I say, would come and humbly ask me to explain a ritual question, for instance, concerning things improper for the touch, as a stone on Sabbath. And I, merciful and a son of the merciful, would not remember against them what they had done to me, but would tell them. I would be a friend to them, and explain to them the mystery of the iron and the paper bridge, tell them not to venture on to the iron bridge, indeed, that it would be best to keep away altogether if they wished to save their souls. 9. On the eve of the new year, I completed the course with Zerach Kneip, and felt, as it were, the relief of the exodus out of Egypt. I had been told that my new teacher, Reb Yössil, never pinched, never even hit you for nothing. I had been used to see Reb Yössil at prayers. He was a tall Jew with huge eyebrows, so that his eyes were quite hidden. He wore his kaftan open, and the little prayer scarf appeared on each side of his long pointed beard. He walked softly and talked softly, as though of secrets. And while he talked, he nodded his head slowly, lifted his brows, drew his forehead together, thrust out his lips and whiskers, and slid both hands into his girdle. It seemed as though every word he spoke were of the greatest importance. Reb Yössil had been messenger for a time to one of the great wonder-workers, and he had, even now, a certain amount of oils, coins, amulets, salves, etc., to sell on commission. He was reckoned the first exorcist in the town, and if the rabbi were poorly, he would preach instead of him on the great Sabbath and the New Year, and deliver memorial addresses. The rabbi was a weak old man, and Reb Yössil looked to filling his place when he had accomplished his 120 years. Beside this, Reb Yössil was a celebrated blower of the shofar, and when he repeated the blessing before blowing, how goes the saying? Fish trembled in the water. And I was filled with pride at the thought of being his pupil. We had not reached the Day of Atonement before I had an opportunity of questioning Reb Yössil about the soul. The soul with me had become a sort of idée fixe. It was never out of my thoughts. The first thing Rabbi Yössil did was to empty my head of the notion of other people being our equals, and to fill it up again with, "Thou hast chosen us." "Not in vain," said he, "do we suffer exile, scorn, and other plagues not mentioned in the denunciations of the Pentateuch. Were we like to other nations, we should have this world the same as they have it. The child whom the Father loveth he correcteth, so that it may study and enter the gates of knowledge. But even with us Jews," went on Rabbi Yössil, "souls are not all alike. There are coarse, ordinary souls, like Zerach Kneipp's, for instance. Your teacher, the heretic, has a soul like Korah. There are also very great souls, some of which come from out the space under the throne of glory. These belong to the category of Kemach Solet." Footnote: fine meal, as in Genesis 28:3, used also figuratively. End footnote. I understood little, especially about the space under the throne of glory. I only knew the meaning of Kemach Solet, and supposed the difference between soul and soul was like that between rye flour, corn flour, wheat flour, and the flour which was used for the Sabbath loaf. The greatest of all the souls must be mixed with saffron and raisins. 10. "The great thing," said Rabbi Yössil, "is to suffer. No soul will be lost. They all must return to the state in which they were previous to their stay on earth. And the souls can be cleansed only by suffering. The Creator, in his great mercy, sends us suffering, so that we may remember we are but flesh and blood, a broken potsherd, mere nothings, who fall into dust and ashes at his look. But in the other world also the souls undergo purification." And he told me all that was done to the poor souls in the 7 torture chambers of Gehenna. 11. About the holiday times, I had more leisure for looking round at home. Just before Tabernacles, we had a great wash. One night, I dreamt that I was in the next world. I saw how the angels stretched out their hands from heaven and caught hold of the souls who were returning thither. The angels sifted them. Those that were clean and white as snow flew up like doves out of their hands as though into paradise. The dirty ones were thrown into a heap, and the heap was thrown into the sea of ice, beside which stood black angels with their sleeves rolled up, who washed them. After that they were boiled in a black pot over hellfire. And when the dirt was squeezed out of them, and they were ironed, the weeping of the souls was heard from one end of the world to the other. There, in the soiled heap, I recognized the soul of my teacher. It had his long nose, his hollow cheeks, his pointed beard, and it wore his large blue spectacles. They washed it, and it only looked the blacker. And an angel called out, "That is the soul of the heretical teacher." Then the same angel said angrily to me, "If you walk in his ways, your soul will be as black as his, and it will be washed like this every evening till it is thrown into Gehenna." I will not walk in his ways, I cried out in my sleep. My mother woke me and took my hand down from my breast. What is it, my treasure? She asked in alarm. You are bathed in perspiration, and she blew upon me. Phoo, phoo, phoo. Mother, I have been in the other world. Early next morning, my mother asked me in all seriousness if I had seen my father there. I said no. What a pity! What a pity! She lamented. He would certainly have given you a message for me. 12. What was to be done if the teacher even made game of dreams? For his own sake, still more for Gutelet's, I wished to save him, and I described to him the whole of my dream. But he said dreams were foolish. He paid no attention to such things. He wanted to prove to me out of the Bible and the Talmud that dreams were rubbish, but I stopped my ears with my little fingers and would not listen. I saw clearly that he was lost, that his sentence would be a terrible one, that I ought to avoid him like the plague, that he was like to ruin my soul, my young soul. But again, what was to be done? I made 100 resolves to tell my mother, and never kept one of them. I had my mouth open to speak many a time, but it seemed to me that Gutelet stood behind her shoulders, held out her small hands to me in supplication, and spoke with her eyes. No, she begged, no, don't tell. And the prayer in her eyes overcame my piety. I felt that for her I would go, not through fire and water only, but into hell itself. And yet it seemed to me a great pity, for my mother and all my teachers were sure that I had in me the making of something remarkable. 13. I was quit of Zerach Kneip and his long fingernail, but I was not so much the better off. I was 16 years old. The matchmongers were already catching at my mother's skirts, and I preserved the childish habit of collecting wax off the shul table on the Day of Atonement and secretly molding it in cheder under the table. The beadle hated me for this with a deadly hatred, and I was well served out for it besides. What have you got there? Asks Reb Yössil. I am wool gathering at the moment, and lay my whole hand on the Gemorah, wax on all the 5 fingers. Reb Yössil has grown pale with anger. He opens the drawer, takes out a piece of thin string, and binds together my 2 thumbs, but so tight a pang goes through me. That was only the beginning. He went to the broom and deliberately chose and pulled out a thin, flexible twig. With this twig he whipped me over my tied hands. For how long? It seemed to me forever. And strange to say, I took the pain in good part. I felt sure God had sent it to me, that I might repent of my sin and give up going to the teacher. When my hands were pretty well swollen, and the skin had turned all colors, Reb Yössil put away the twig and said, Enough! Now you'll let the wax alone. I went on molding wax all the same. It gave me the greatest satisfaction to make whatever I pleased out of it. I felt I had something to be busy about. I would mold the head of a man, and then turn it into a cat or a mouse. Then I drew the sides out into wings, divided the head into 2, and it became an imperial eagle. After that, out of the 2 heads and 2 wings, I made a bun in 4 pieces. I myself was just such another piece of wax. Rabbi Yössil, the teacher, my mother, and anybody who pleased, molded me into shape. Gutele melted me. 14. They molded me into shapes, but it hurt. I remember very well that it hurt. But why? Why must I torment myself about the soul? My comrades laughed at me. They nicknamed me the Soul Boy, and I suffered as much from the name as it was foolish in itself. I am lost in thought. I wonder what my end will be, when I shall have the strength to tear myself out of Satan's grasp. I call my own soul to account. I reproach it. I scold it. Suddenly, I receive a fillip on the nose. Soul boy! I wish to forget my troubles and plunge into a deep problem of rabbinical dialectics. I yoke together a difficult explanation of the Tosafot with a hard passage in the Rambam, mix in a piece from the Penei Yehoshua, and top it off with an argument from the Eibeshutz. I am in another world. Forgotten are the teacher, Gutele, the soul. Things are fitting one into the other in my brain. I nearly have it. The solution is at the tip of my tongue. A whistle in my ear. Soul boy! It rings through my head. Something bursts in my brain. Forgotten Tosafot. Forgotten Rambam. I am back on the earth. I stand repeating the 18 benedictions. My heart and my eyes are alike full of tears. Heal us, O Eternal, and we shall be healed, I say with devotion. And I mean not the body, heaven forbid. I mean the soul. Heal me, Almighty. Heal my poor soul. That's the soul boy, says one to another, pointing at me, and it is all over with my devotion. Thus I suffered, day and night. 15. Gutele was held to be very clever. Her father never called her anything but my little wisdom, and the neighbors said she was as bright as the day, and that if she were as pious as she was clever, she would rejoice the heart of her mother in paradise. My mother, too, used to praise her cleverness, and if only Gutele had known more about koshering meat, she would not have wished for a better daughter-in-law. And one day, when I found the teacher out and Gutele alone, it occurred to me to ask her opinion about the soul. My knees shook, my hands twitched, my heart fluttered. My eyes were fixed on the floor, and yet I asked, "They all say, Gutele, that you are so wise. Tell me, please, what is the soul?" She smiled and answered, "I'm sure I don't know." Then she grew suddenly sad, and tears came into her eyes. "I just remember," she said to me, "that when my mother was alive, on whom be peace, my father always said she was his soul. They loved one another so dearly." I don't know what came over me, but that same instant I took her hand and said, trembling, "Gutele, will you be my soul?" And she answered me quite softly, "Yes!" End of chapter 9.
Section number 10 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 10. In time of pestilence, the town takes fright. It is coming! Oi! It is already near! In the villages round about people are in peril of death. Lord of the world, what is to be done? Thou shalt not open thy mouth for Satan. The name of the pestilence may not cross the lips, but fear descends on every heart like a stone. And every day there is worse news. In Apt, a water carrier, carrying his cans, has fallen dead in the street. In Ostrovitz, they have made post-mortem examinations on 2 Jews. In Brotikov there is a doctor with a student from Warsaw. Ratcliffe is isolated. They let nobody out or in. Random is surrounded by a chain of Cossacks. In Zomir, heaven defend us, they say people are falling like flies. A terror. Trade slackens. Piousness increases. Dealers in produce are afraid to leave the spot. Big Yössil has already sold his horse and wagon. It's a pity about the oats. The produce brokers tighten the belt across their empty stomachs, and there is daily more room in the dwellings, because every Friday something more is taken to be pawned against Sabbath. The workman, sometimes even a householder, will take an extra sip of brandy, to put heart into him. But that doesn't go far to fill the innkeeper's pocket, and a peasant is seldom to be seen. To make up for this, the Rofa's wife has removed her wig and put on a hair band. A secret Maskil has burnt his love of Zion in public and taken to reciting psalms. The bather's maidservant has gone to the Rabbi and asked him how to do penance for having been in the habit of peeping into the men's bath house, on Fridays, through a chink in the door. A certain young man, not to mention names, has been fasting a whole month and thinks of becoming an ascetic. Heaven only knows for what sin. Some of the tailors now return remnants. Butchers are more liberal in their cuts. Only Yertseff Shafam asks 10% a month on a pawn ticket, and no less, with a security. His heart is of flint. And faces grow yellow and livid. Lips, blue-brown, eyes look large and round, and heads droop, and the street is hushed. Small scattered groups, men and women apart, stand and hold voiceless conversations. Heads are shaken, hands thrown out, and eyes lifted to the leaden sky spread out over the little town. It is quiet even in the house of study between afternoon and evening prayers. On the other hand, the women's gallery in the shul is full. Every few minutes a piteous cry comes through the grating, and the men feel their hair and nails tingle. There is kol nidre every night, and people are bathed in tears. What is to be done? Who can advise? It is said that in Warsaw they have started tea houses for the poor, and cheap kitchens. They are giving away coal, clothes, and food for nothing. All their precautions, all to imitate the nations of the world, and perhaps to please the chief of police. Here other means are employed. Mere baldness, wonder workers, and famous charms. Saturday evening, as soon as it is dark, candles of blessing are stuck in the windows outside the town. Vassal has a mill. The stakes shall be conveyed away by night and buried in holy ground. An orphan boy shall be married to an orphan girl, and every possible thing of the kind. Only these charms have been from everlasting, and yet, when there was the plague of 1829, the entire marketplace was grass grown, with only a pathway or two in the middle, trodden by those who carried the dead. Besides, and worse even than the plague itself, there is disinfection, isolation, and Heaven have mercy on us post mortems. No man can live forever, nor can he die more than once. But death and life are in the hands of the All Merciful. Weeping, prayer, and confession, these help. Almsgiving is a remedy. But the other things mean falling into the hands of men. They suck the marrow out of your bones. It costs you a fortune, treasure and blood, and they make post-mortems. They cut up a corpse, Heaven defend us, into little pieces and bury it without a winding sheet, in pitch. In the hospital there is poisoning. They burn innocent bedding, or they make a ring of Cossacks, and people may starve to death or devour each other as they choose. Ha! One must be up and doing and not let the enemy into the town. Candles of blessing are already in the windows. Side glances are being cast at Vassal's mill, and a marriage between two orphans is under discussion, and the terror increases day by day. One had hoped that the calamity would pass away with the summer, with the great heat. These are all over. The solemn days, too. Now, thank God, it is after tabernacles. One feels the cold in one's bones. It snows a little, not unfrequently, and the pestilence creeps on and on. May God watch over us and protect us. End of section 10. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Bellevue, Washington.
Section number 11 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lola, Janie. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Two are not afraid. And yet there are two persons in the place who are not afraid, and not only that, but they are hoping for the plague. The two persons are the young Dr. Savitzki, a Christian, and Lehavil, Yössil, the beggar student. Savitzki came 2 years and a half ago, straight from the university. He came a good Christian, a treasure, quite one of the righteous of the nations of the world. People wished the town justice were as good. There wasn't a particle of pride in the man. He never gave himself airs. He greeted everyone he passed, even a child, even a woman. For an old person, he would step aside. He loved Jewish fish as life itself, and the householders treated him one and all with respect. They bowed to him and took off as much as a whole hat. They sent him Sabbath cakes and often asked him in to fish. In fact, they wished him all that is good, only they never consulted him. Who wanted a doctor? Hadn't they a roifa? And what a roifa! He has only to give the patient one look to know what is the matter with him. So it's no wonder the apothecary is willing to make up his prescriptions. It is possible that another doctor might have got a practice quicker. For instance, if there had come an old doctor with long experience and leaving a large practice somewhere behind him. But there appears this popinjay who cannot even twirl the down on his upper lip, with a young, pale face like a girl's, dressed like a dandy, a boy fresh from school. And just as the eggs always know more than the hen, so must he think himself better than the old Räufer, who, as the saying goes, had eaten up his teeth at the work. So must he say that the sick take overmuch castor oil, that coupling was a mistake, especially for a woman in childbed. Leeches he wanted put on the shelf, that they might do no harm. Dry cupping he made fun of, and he had no faith in salves. Do you ever hear of a doctor without salves and without bloodletting? Who would consult him? An apothecary turns up his nose at such a one's prescriptions for 20 groschen apiece. Thus it went on for 6 months. There was open war with the Räufer and hidden war with the apothecary, and yet he was on very good terms with the householders. Thus it went on, I say, till Savitzki came to the last of the few gulden which he had brought with him from somewhere. After a bit he got behindhand with his rent, and was in debt to the butcher and the grocer and the tailor. He was in debt all around, and the creditors grew daily more impatient. And once, when the butcher had sent back the maid without any meat, Savitzki let his wings droop, and confessed that bloodletting was necessary, and that castor oil might be taken every minute. But this did him no good at all, because first, no one believed him that he really meant it. It was very likely only to take people in. And secondly, supposing it were so, and he had really given in to the Räufer, then what was he wanted for? Savitzki got another gulden or two from somewhere. Christians often inherit things from rich uncles and aunts, and dragged on another 6 months, at the end of which he had an inspiration. He became an anti-Semite, a real bitter one. He left off saluting people, and now if he stepped aside for a Jew, it was to spit out before him. He persuaded the town justice, even though it was winter, to drive a few Jewish families off the peasants' land, and when there came a new inspector, the old ones had their hush money. He would himself take him round the courtyards and show him where there lurked uncleanliness. He told the apothecary one day that in his place he should give all the Jews poison, and many, many more things of the kind. This idea really proved helpful. Certain of the householders began to call him in and paid him for his visits, although they would afterwards tear up his prescriptions, pour out his mixtures, throw away his ointment. The enemy of Israel must have his mouth shut. That also was a kind of hush money. But Savitzki did not make a living by it. He had no more inspirations, and there was no hope of things bettering themselves. In addition to this, he had the following misfortunes. He was unable to extract a pea out of a little boy's ear. A sick man risked his life by taking one of Savitzki's prescriptions, and in a week he was dead. But the worst was that he forgot himself one day and declared that fever was not in itself an illness, but a remedy, a weapon by means of which the body should rid itself of the disease. Those who heard him all but split with laughter, and still more did they pant for laughing when it happened that he was called in to a woman in childbed at the critical moment because the town grandmother was away on business in a village, and there was no help for it. The ridiculous things he did. He called for a basin of water, a piece of soap. He poured something into the basin out of a little bottle he had brought in his pocket. The people stood and watched him, and concluded he made up his medicines at home to annoy the apothecary, but heaven only knew what it was. Then he just went and washed his hands, and yet his hands were as clean could be, as is the way with Christians. And as if that wasn't enough, he took out a knife and cleaned his nails. Really? Behavdil. He might have been a pietous Jewess. Then he rubbed his hands and washed them anew. What more shall I say about his conjuring tricks? Then to business. The woman, it was not her first, said she certainly had smaller hands than the town grandmother, and was quicker at it too, except for his fads. But who could stand all that fuss? And when there's no soap to be had, it just happened to have been washing day, but otherwise. The result of all this was that Savitzki went about like a wicked man in the other world, and at the end of 2 years and a half he saw he would not be able to hold on there, that his inexpressibles were getting too big for him, that he was growing daily thinner and might fall into a decline. He was preparing to run away and leave his debts behind, and now it was near. No, this is not the time to leave a town of the kind. There are golden days coming. They have already sent an order to build a barrack for cholera patients and to set apart a house for their families. And although the heads of the community have forked out and bribed the town justice and the inspectors to set down the expenditures for the barrack as though it had been built and not alarm the town, everyone felt it was on the move, that it was coming, that it meant peril of death to everyone and good luck to Savitzki. He will get 3 to 4 rubles a day from the government. The sick will pay him extra, and those who are well will pay not to be put down as sick. All the Jews will pay, for disinfection and no disinfection, isolation and non-isolation, for being let in and let out, for speaking and for being silent, and above all, burial money, not to be made the subject of a post-mortem and be buried in pitch. Savitzki revived. His heart grew light within him. He paced the streets whistling a merry air. He looked cheerily into everyone's face, peeped in at all the doors and windows. Jews like to hide themselves. But he will not allow it. They shall pay him for the past years. He will come into his own. Then he will leave the dead alive place and marry. Whom shall he find here? The apothecary's daughter? That ugly thing? End of chapter 11. Section number 12 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lola, Janie. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. The second who is not afraid. Yössil, the beggar student, would also like to marry and has equally put his hope in the pestilence. He is the one orphan lad in the town. The householders could get no other if they wished. They will have to marry him off, and he wishes it very much, which is no wonder. It is in the family. His father and his grandfather, at his age, had already buried children, and he is 18 years old. He is a scorn and a derision. They call him bachelor and old maid. He has no place at the academy all day. The allusions made at his expense prick him like pins. All night it's worse. He lies all alone in the house of study on the hard bench and does not sleep whole nights. The bad dreams will not let him. He is ready to crawl up the wall. He begs and implores the neighbors to marry him. He asks mercy, and the answer is always the same. Unless it be the Queen of Sheba, who will look at you, scab? That, as it happened, was something Yössil had not, but he had other attractions. He had come to the place 14 years before with his father, a book peddler who fell ill on his way through and who, not of you be it said, died there. He had never known his mother and therefore had wandered about with his father from babyhood. Cole was moved to pity. Householders brought up all the books in order to bury the father, which they did almost for nothing and even gave him a nice grave. The orphan was taken into the Talmud Torah and told to sleep in the house of study. He 8 days, as he was still doing when my story begins. In half a year's time, he went through measles in the house of study, and then smallpox, and got a face as pitted as a grater. The next year brought new misfortunes. In the house of study was an old split stove, which Yössil was the official heater. This oven was a useless old thing and gave out no heat. By days, things were bearable. At night, the stove went down to freezing point. Yössil's rags given him by the householders on some holiday were hardly enough to clothe him, never sufficient for extra covering at night. One day Yössil thought the matter over and stole the key of the wood storeroom. He commenced to steal wood, and every day he heated the stove more, and sat by the fire and warmed himself. At last, as people said, God punished him for his theft. The stove suddenly burst, and a piece flew out and broke his foot. The town Roifa cured it, but it remained shorter than the other, and Yössil limped from that day forward. And he was no genius, not even specially diligent. Who would fix on him? Whom was he likely to attract? Not even a water carrier would take him for a son-in-law. Meantime, as though to spite him, his eyes would burn like hot coals. His heart beat and yearned and sickened after something. He often felt dizzy. There was a sound as if bells in his ears, and he shook as in a fever, hot and cold, hot and cold. But who troubles about an orphan? The householders feel they have done their part in giving him free meals. What sort of meals? Well, what merit is there to be secured in feeding a boy like that? A boy who won't learn, sits over a book, and is all the time wool gathering. You speak to him and he doesn't hear. All of a sudden he starts up and jumps away from his place, leaves the book open, and runs about the house of study like a mad thing, upsets the reading desks, upsets the people like one possessed. A madcap, a scatterbrain. Tendons, bones, moldy bread the day before yesterday's porridge, and that's a waste. What's the use of him? He may thank his stars that he's an orphan. A boy of that sort in a family is apprenticed to a workman, but nobody wants to undertake a strange child. Who would care to be responsible for it? Besides, the father was a learned man who recited Torah in his last moments, and who died like a saint in the 7th month after making a very clear confession of sins. And who would dare apprentice the child of such a one to a workman? Who would undertake to answer for it to the dead? And so Yössil grew up alone in the house of study. By day he was tormented by malicious observations, and at night by bad dreams. It is 2 or 3 years since he had rest. But he would not let himself drift. He felt that these were bad thoughts, evil dreams. But they grew stronger and stronger, and his will grew weaker, and he began to fast, but this was of no avail. To recite psalms, no use at all. To study when he could not read the letters, fiery wheels circled before his eyes. He saw that the seducer was stronger than he was, and he let his wings droop and ceased to oppose him. He only consoled himself with the thought that he too might be married some day. And he waited for the matchmongers, and then, as they did not come to him, he put shame aside and went to them. But that is not done so easily. Months passed before he ventured to speak to a matchmonger, first to one, then to another, then to a third, until he had been to all there were in the town. And when the last one had given him the same reply as the others, that no one would look at him but the Queen of Sheba, he fell into great despondency. Life had become hateful to him. One night it occurred to him that it would be better to die than to live thus. He began to battle afresh with this new sinful thought, and again his strength began to fail. The first time the thought came like a lightning flash and vanished. The following day it came again and stayed longer. On the 3rd day he had time to consider it. He remembered that last week there had been a strong wind, a sign that someone had hanged himself. Perhaps a Gentile? No, there would never be a wind because of a Gentile. It must have been a Jew. A year ago there was a Jew drowned in the bath. Chaim the tailor. Who knows? Perhaps he drowned himself on purpose. What should a tailor be doing in the bath in the middle of the week? On the eve of the Day of Atonement everyone goes, but on a Wednesday like any other? A few days later he felt drawn to the bath as though by pincers. Where is the harm? I can go if I like. He went, but he did not even undress. He felt that once in, he would never come out again, that he would remain there. He stood some time leaning over the bath. He could not tear himself away from it, but gazed at the dark water with a faint reflection of himself trembling on the surface. Then it seemed to him that was not his image, but Chaim the tailor, and that Chaim the tailor smiled and beckoned to him. Come, come, it is so quiet here, so cool, a delight. He grew hot all over and fled in terror. It was only in the street that he collected himself again. Passing a rope maker's, he observed that the ropes lay tossed about anyhow. The rope maker had gone away somewhere. Why had he just gone away? Where to? A few other such silly questions passed through Yössil's mind, while his hands, acting of themselves, stole away a rope that happened to be lying on the doorstep. He was not aware of the theft till he found himself back in the house of study. He was very much surprised. He could not think of how the cord had gotten to his pocket. It is God's doing, he thought, with tears in his eyes. God himself wishes me to take my life, to hang myself. And he felt a bitterly piteous compassion for himself in his heart. God, who had created him, who had made him an orphan, who had sent him the smallpox, who had thrown a piece of the stove at him, wished him now to hang himself. He had refused him this world, and now he is to lose the other as well? Why? Because he had not mastered the seducer? How could he? All by himself, without parents, without companions, and the seducer is, after all, an angel, and has been under arms since the creation, and Yössil feels very wretched and unhappy. God himself is unjust to him if he wishes him to hang himself. He sees it clearly. There is no uncertainty about it. And what is the outcome? If God wills it so, what can he do? He, the worm, the orphan. He cannot withstand the seducer. Then how shall he dare to think of going against God? No, he will not attempt to go against God. He takes the rope and goes up into the loft of the shul. He will not profane the house of study. He will not hang himself over against the ark. In the loft there is a hook, equally provided by him. How else should there be a hook up there? Who knows how long the hook has been waiting for him? God may have prepared it before he, Yössil, was born or thought of. Thus considering, he folded the rope. Something had occurred to him. Suppose the contrary. Suppose it to be the work of Satan. Suppose the same Satan who sends me the other thoughts has sent me this one too. And he let the rope be. It is a matter for consideration. He must think it well over. To lose both this world and the world to come is no trifle. Thereupon the clock struck 4, dinner time, and he became suddenly aware that his stomach was cramped with hunger, and he came down from the loft and left the rope folded up. Every night he feels drawn to the rope. He does what he can to save himself. He runs to the ark, puts his head among the holy scrolls, and cries pitifully to them for help. He frequently clasps a desk so that it may be more difficult for him to leave the spot, or he clings with all his might to the stove. And who knows what the issue of the struggle would have been but for the pestilence? Oh, now he drew a deep breath of relief. An end to hanging, an end to melancholy. They will have to give him a companion, and not the Queen of Sheba. He is the one orphan in the town. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by VioletBleu of Albertville. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 13. Savitzki withdraws. Yössil goes into retreat. Since the dread of the pestilence had so increased, the townsfolk ran a mile when they saw Savitzki coming. They were afraid of him, and no wonder. After all, a man is only flesh and blood. He may suddenly become indisposed any day, and Savitzki now is cock of the walk. He can have people put to bed, Smeared, rubbed, can pour drugs down their throats, drive out the whole family, burn the furniture, poison people, and then make postmortems. What an outrage! When doctors want to know the nature of an illness, they poison off the first patients and look for little worms inside them. But what is to be done? When one is in exile, one is. A Rofe and Apte having declared that the doctor there poisoned his patients, they imprisoned him for 3 months on bread and water. You think I mean the doctor? No, mercy on us, the Rofe! That is why when Savitzki appeared in the street, it grew suddenly empty. If he looked up at the window, a blind was drawn, or the window was filled up with a sheet, a cushion, anything. One fine morning, the street where Savitzki lived stood empty. All the householders and the tenants had moved away overnight. No one wished to come within his area. It was a real case of woe to the wicked and woe to his neighbor. Savitzki has remarked it, and he is silent. More than that, he has withdrawn himself from the town for the time being. Just as a cat will spring aside from a mouse, it won't run away. He sits the whole day at home or goes for walks outside the town in the mud. He is sure of his game. Then why irritate the people by prying? When the time comes, he will know. Doors and windows won't keep the thing in. There will be cries as on the Day of Atonement. The Jews have little self-control. They are a people very much afraid of death and helpless when face to face with sickness. Savitzki had lived through a typhus epidemic. He had seen the overflow of feeling, heard the cries and commotion. He seemed to be in a sea of lamentation and wailing. Oh no, they will never keep it to themselves. He withdrew from the street, and Yössil withdrew from the street, and the house of study as well. One wished it, the other had to do it. Since there was more talk of the pestilence, Yössil's whole melancholy had vanished, as though brushed away by the hand. Indeed, he grew more cheerful, merrier day by day, and would often, without meaning to do so, burst out laughing. He could not help himself. It bubbled up within him. He had to laugh. It tickled him in all his limbs. The paler the householders grew, the ruddier grew he. The lower they hung their heads, the higher he carried his. The more subdued grew their voices, the clearer and fuller Yössil's. And the more the house of study sighed, the louder his laughter. Ha, ha, ha! And it was not his fault. Something in him laughed of itself. And at a time when all other eyes were dim and moist, his shone brighter and brighter. They fairly sparkled. At a time when people stood and looked at each other open-mouthed, not daring to move a limb, his feet danced beneath him. He could have kissed every desk, the stove, the walls. Is he mad? People asked. Or what has possessed him? He's most certainly mad, was the reply. Certainly. He ought to be sent to the asylum. Yössil was not afraid even of the asylum. He knows that Kohal will not spend money on that. A few years ago a madwoman was frozen to death in the street after running around a whole winter without clothes, and all that time it never occurred to anyone to hire a conveyance and have her taken to a refuge. People were extremely sorry for her. Another in her case would have gone about the country and begged a few pence. She hadn't even the wits to do so much. The householders only sighed, and there it ended. Why should he, Yössil, be of more consequence? He is anxious not to make Kohal angry. There is no other orphan, true, but if Kohal became angry, they might have one brought, and someone else might become an orphan. Alarming thought. Anyhow, Kohal will have to give a wedding present. It is well to keep on terms with people. Secondly, Yössil is afraid lest they should take him for a real lunatic and have to get another. They would never marry a real lunatic. There would be no use in that. Another thing, and this is the principal one, he needs retirement. He must be alone with his thoughts. He must reflect and consider, and dream by night and by day. He finds rest now at night in the house of study, when the others go and he is left alone with the desks and chairs. He runs to the window, presses his burning forehead against the cold pane. It grows cool in his brain. His ideas move in order. If it is a clear night, he thinks the moon is making signs to him, that is, that Joshua, the son of Nun, says to him, in pantomime, yes or no, as he thinks best. By day he saunters about by himself outside the town. He does not feel the creeping cold that makes its way in through the holes in his garments. He does not feel the wet that enters boldly his half-open boots. He makes gestures with his hand, talks to himself, in the leaden clouds or to the pale winter sun. He has so much to think about, so much to say. He is the one orphan lad, but there are 3 orphan girls, and he would like to know which of them is for him. In the foreground stands Devotia, daughter of Jeremiah the shoemaker. The latter was kind to Yössil before he died, and would sometimes call him in and mend his boots. Once he gave him a pair of cobbler's shoes. He would spare him a piece of bread and dripping, or an onion. Yössil on these occasions could not take his eyes off Devotia. Oh, he remembers her well. She stands before him now, a stout, healthy girl, red-cheeked like a Simas Torah apple, and strong as they make them. When she takes the hatchet, the splinters fly. If Jeremiah had not died, Yössil would have proposed the match. He liked a fine, healthy girl of the sort. When he thinks of her, his mouth waters. Once, he cannot forget it, he met her on the stairs, and she attracted him like a magnet. He went close and touched her dress, and she gave him a little push, which all but sent him rolling down. A good thing he caught hold of the banisters. After that it was some time before he dared show himself upstairs again. He was afraid lest she should have told her father, and later on, when he would have risked it and gone with his life in his hand, Jeremiah was already ill. He lay sick for about 3 weeks and then died. Then his wife fell into a decline and died too. Now Devotia is maidservant at Saul the moneylender's. When he goes there for his day, he sometimes finds himself alone with her in the room. Then he hasn't the courage to say a word to her. She has a look in her eyes. But if Kohal wishes it, she will never dare say no. Kohal is Kohal. Devotia, he thought longingly, would be good to have. He can imagine no better wife. He may possibly get a pat on the cheek from her, but that's nothing unusual, and he will take it kindly. He will only hug and kiss her for it. He would wash the dust off her feet and follow her about like a child. He would obey her, stroke her, fondle her, and press her tight to his heart, tighter still, though it should beat even quicker than it was beating now, though it should burst, though it should jump out of him, though his soul should escape. He would die at her feet, and he will press her to himself. Ah, if Kohal would only settle on Devotia! Her little finger is worth the whole of another woman. He asks for nothing more at present than her little finger. He would take it and squeeze it with all his might to prove to her that she wanted a husband. But Kohal may think of another orphan. Yonder, at the burial ground, is a second. There she is, though he does not know her name. She is only half an orphan, motherless, but she has a father. Only what a father! It were better to have none. A nice person is Beryl, the grave-digger. He spends the day in the public houses and leaves her alone among the graves. Sometimes he even goes home tipsy and beats her. They say he even measures the graves with her, dragging her along by the hair. The whole town says it, but nobody wants to interfere. They are afraid of him, a drunkard and a strong man besides. Some few years ago he gave Moishe Glazer a poke in the side, just for good fellowship, and the latter has had a lung trouble ever since. He grows paler every day and can hardly breathe. If the daughter were not as hard as nails, she wouldn't be alive. The mother went down into an early grave, and what does he want with the girl? Yössil feels a pang at his heart. He saw her one day and will never forget it. He saw her at the funeral of Jeremiah the shoemaker, when he was afraid to go near to the grave lest he should find himself close to Devotia. She was crying, and her tears would have fallen on his heart like molten lead. So he turned away and walked round about the cemetery, and 2 or 3 times he passed the window of Beryl the gravedigger. He saw her standing with downcast eyes peeling potatoes, a pale, ethereal figure. He could have clasped her with one hand, but she must be a good-hearted girl. She has such eyes, such a look. Once she lifted her eyelids, and Devotia was nowhere. The whole funeral was nowhere. Such was the gentleness that beamed in her blue eyes and the sweetness in her face. Only Queen Esther could have looked like that, and Queen Esther was sallow, while she is white like alabaster. Her hair is black as coal, but then, once she was married, it would not be seen any more. Ay, how beautiful she is! How she leads the heart captive! And she has another merit in his eyes. When he sees Devotia, it excites him, but while he looked at her, it felt good and light and warm within him. From that day forward he attended every funeral and glanced in at the window. Yes, he wants her too. Let it rather be her. He would just as soon, in fact, it would be better so. He would treat her like a toy. play with her every day, and do everything for her. He would never let her dip a hand in cold water. He would do all the chopping, cooking, baking, and washing, indeed everything, upon the one condition that she should stand and watch him and smile. When there was time, he would take her and carry her about like a little child. He would rise with the dawn, and, in winter time, soon have the stove lighted. In summer, soon have set the kettle on for morning tea. He would walk softly on his toes, and quietly dust her dress and shoes. He would quietly place the clothes beside her bed, and then only go noiselessly and bend over her and look at her, till the sun rose, and it was a broad day, till the sun shone in the window. Then only wake her with a kiss. That would be a life worth the name. And a good match, too. Oi, oi! Devotia may have a few gulden she is saving, but she holds a parsonage, as it were, in her hand. Everyone knows that Beryl is being burnt up by brandy. The Rofe says he eats nothing and goes about, heaven defend us, with his inside full of holes. In 120 years to come, Yössil might take over the grave-digging. Why not? At first he would feel frightened of the corpses, but one gets used to everything. With her beside him, he would feel at home in Gehenna. It is not a nice parsonage, but then he would be able to live outside the town. No one could overlook him. That would be a life. Paradise in the burial ground. But if the lot should fall on La Paix is the nickname of the third orphan girl. When he remembers her, he grows cold in every limb. She is a town orphan, who has been one ever since he can remember. Sickly, with a large head, hair that falls out, and somewhat crooked feet. She doesn't walk on her soles, but on her toes, and with her heels in the air, and as she walks she wobbles like a tipsy person. He often meets her in the street. She has no home of her own, but goes from house to house, helping the servants, fetches water for one, wood for another, helps a third to chop up a little resinous fir wood, carries a bucket, fills a tub. When she has no work she begs. Once a year she washes the floor of the house of study. Where she spends the night he does not know. La Paix. He pictures her to himself and he shudders. He feels cold all over. She must be 40 years old. She has looked so much ever since he can remember. Lord of the world, he cries out in terror. That would be worse than hanging. And lifts his terrified eyes imploringly to heaven. On his pale forehead are drops of perspiration as large as peas. But he is moved to compassion in his heart. Poor thing! She would certainly also like to be married. She is equally a blind sheep, equally an orphan. She has nothing, either, beyond a God in heaven. He feels inclined to weep over her lot and his together, and on second thoughts he places himself in God's hands. If God wills it so, it shall be she. He throws himself on God and on Kohal. The one destined by God and given by Kohal shall be his mate. He will honor her and be true to her, and will be to her a husband like any other, and he will forget the other two. Then a fresh anxiety rises within him. If the destined one be La Paix, where are they to live? Where can they go? What will they do? She hasn't a penny and goes about tattered, a draggle-tail, and sells her birthright for a handful of cold potatoes. She takes 2 gulden for washing the floor of the house of study, not enough for dry bread, and he, what can he do? Of what use is he? Were he not lame, he would be a messenger. He knows no trade, unless, he consoles himself, he became a teacher. All the householders will give wedding presents, and he will hire a room with the money and start keeping school. He knows quite enough to teach, especially little children, let come what may, if only he has a wife. There are Jews who have uglier wives, and who are worse cripples. But there they are. A wife is a wife, only not to live alone and eat days. And he may yet succeed in getting one of the other two. And once more he begins to invent a paradise. He smiles on at the mud and the leaden clouds. Hush! Something has occurred to him. If he knew for certain that poor La Paix was fated to die of the pestilence, he would gladly marry her. At least, poor thing, she would have had a husband before she died, if only for a month. Why not? Is she not a Jewish daughter? It wouldn't hurt him, and it would be fair on the part of his blessed name. He does not wish her death, heaven forbid. On the contrary, he is sorry for her. He feels and knows the meaning of misery, of being all alone. always all alone. End of section 13. Recording by VioletBleu of Albertville. Section 14 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by VioletBleu of Albertville. Between Two Mountains. Between the Rabbi of Brisk and the Rebbe of Biale. A Simchas Torah tale, told by an old teacher. Part 2. I must tell you the truth, that no sooner had the brisk rabbi taken his seat in the cart than it grew still. The cloud broke up and the sun shone through the rift, and we drove into Biale quite dry and comfortable. Even the peasant remarked it and said in his own language, "A great rabbi, a powerful rabbi." But the main thing was our arrival in Biale. The women who were in the house crowded to the rabbi like locusts. They nearly fell on their faces before him and wept. The daughter in the inner room was not heard, either because of the women's weeping, or else because she had no strength left to complain. Reb Yössil did not see us. He was standing with his forehead pressed against a window pane, as though his head were burning hot. The brisk rabbi's son-in-law did not turn around to greet us either. He stood with his face against the wall, and I could see plainly how his whole body shook, and how his head knocked against the wall. I thought I should have fallen. Anxiety and terror had taken such hold on me that I was cold in every limb. I felt that my soul was chilled. Well, did you know the brisk rabbi? That was a man, a pillar of iron, I tell you. A tall, tall man, from his shoulders and upward. He was higher than any of the people. He cast awe around him like a king. A long white beard, one point of it, I remember now, had tucked itself under his girdle, the other point quivered over it. His eyebrows were white, thick and long. They seemed to cover part of his face. When he raised them, Lord of the world. The women fell back as though they were thunderstruck. He had such eyes. There were daggers in them, glittering daggers, and he gave a roar like a lion. "Women, be gone!" And then he asked in a lower and gentler voice, "And where is my daughter?" They showed him. He went in and remained standing, quite upset. Such eyes, such a voice! It is quite another sort, another world. The Biale Rebbe's eyes are so kind, so quiet, that they do one's heart good. He gives you a look, and it's like a shower of gold. And his voice, that sweet voice, soft as velvet, Lord of the world. It goes to your heart, and it soothes and comforts it. One isn't afraid of him, heaven forbid. The soul just melts for love of him. She desires to escape from the body and unite herself to his soul. She is drawn as a butterfly, lehavdil, to a bright flame. And here, Lord of the world, fear and trembling. A gown of the old days, and he has gone to a woman in childbed. He will turn her into a heap of bones, I think, in terror. I run to the Biale Rebbe, and he met me in the door with a smile. "Have you seen," he said to me, "the majesty of the law? The very majesty of the law?" I felt relieved. If the Rebbe smiles, I thought, all will be well. And all was well. On Shemini Asteris she was over it, and on Simchas Torah the brisk rabbi presided at table. I would have liked to be at table somewhere else, but I did not dare go away, particularly as I had made up the 10th man needed to recite grace. Well, what am I to tell you? How the brisk rabbi expounded the Torah? If the Torah is a sea, he was Leviathan in the sea. With one twist of his tail he swam through 10 treatises. With another he mixed together the Talmud and the codes, so that it heaved and splashed and seethed and boiled, just as they say the real sea does. He made my head go round, but the heart knoweth its own bitterness, and my heart felt no holiday happiness. And then I remembered the Rebbe's dream, and I felt petrified. There was sun in the window and no want of wine at table. I could see the whole company was perspiring. And I was cold, cold as ice. Over yonder I knew the Torah was being expounded differently. There it is, bright and warm. Every word is penetrated and interwoven with love and rapture. One feels that angels are flying through the room. One seems to hear the rustle of the great white wings. I Lord of the world, only there's no getting away. Suddenly he stops the brisk rabbi and asks, "What kind of rabbi have you got here?" "A certain Noach," they reply. Well, it cut me to the heart. A certain Noach? Oh, the flattery of it. Is he a wonder worker? Not very much of one. One doesn't often hear about him. The women talk of him, but who listens to them? Then he just takes money and does nothing wonderful. They tell him the truth, that he takes little money and gives away a great deal. The rabbi muses. And he is a scholar? They say a great one. Whence is he, this Noach? Nobody knows, and I have to answer. A conversation ensues between me and the brisk rabbi. Was he not once in Brisk, this Noach? He asks. Was not the Rebbe once in Brisk? I stammered. I think yes. Ah, says he, a follower of his. And it seems to me he looks at me as one looks at a spider. Then he turns to the company. I once had a pupil, he says. Noach. He had a good head, but he was attracted to the other side. I spoke to him once, twice. I would have spoken to him a third time to warn him, but he disappeared. Is it not he? Who knows? And he began to describe him. Thin, small, a little black beard, curly earlocks, a dreamer, a quiet voice, and so on. It may be, said the company, that it is he. It sounds very like. I thanked God when they began to say grace. But after grace something happened that I had never dreamt of. The brisk rabbi rises from his seat, calls me aside, and says in a low voice, "Take me to your Rebbe and my pupil. Only, do you hear? No one must know." Of course I obeyed, only on the way I asked in terror, "Brisk rabbi, tell me, with what purpose are you going?" And he answered simply, "It occurred to me at grace that I had judged by hearsay. I want to see for myself, and perhaps," he added after a while, "God will help me, and I will save a pupil of mine. No, rascal," he said to me playfully, "that if your Rebbe is that Noach who studied with me, he may some day be a great man in Israel, a veritable brisk rabbi." Then I knew that it was he, and my heart began to beat with violence. And the two mountains met, and it is a miracle from heaven that I was not crushed between them. The Biala Rebbe of blessed memory used to send out his followers at Simchas Torah to walk round the town, and he himself sat in the balcony and looked on, and had pleasure in what he saw. It was not the Biala of today. It was quite a small place then, with little low-built houses except for the shul and the Rebbe's klaus. The Rebbe's balcony was on the second floor, and you could see everything from it as if it all lay in the flat of your hand. The hills to the east and the river to the west, and the Rebbe sits and looks out, sees some Hasidim walking along in silence, and throws down to them from the balcony the fragments of a tune. They catch at it and proceed on their way singing, and batches of them go past and out of the town with songs and real gladness, with real rejoicing of the law, and the Rebbe used not to leave the balcony. But on this occasion the Rebbe must have heard other steps, for he rose and came to meet the Rabbi of Brisk. "Peace be with you, Rabbi," he said meekly in his sweet voice. "Peace be with you, Noach," the Brisk Rabbi answered. "Sit, Rabbi." The Brisk Rabbi took a seat, and the Biala Rebbe stood before him. "Tell me, Noach," said the Brisk Rabbi with lifted eyebrows, "why did you run away from my academy? What was wanting to you there?" "Breathing space, Rabbi," answered the other composedly. "What do you mean? What are you talking about, Noach?" "Not for myself," explained the Biala Rebbe in a quiet tone. "It was for my soul." "Why so, Noach?" "Your Torah, Rabbi, is all justice. It is without mercy. There is not a spark of grace in your Torah, and therefore it is joyless and cannot breathe freely. It is all chains and fetters, iron regulations, copper laws, and all higher Torah for the learned, for the select few." The Brisk Rabbi is silent, and the other continues, "And tell me, Rabbi, what have you for all Israel? What have you, Rabbi, for the woodcutter, for the butcher, for the artisan, for the common Jew, especially for the simple Jew? Rabbi, what have you for the unlearned?" The brisk rabbi is silent, as though he did not understand what was being said to him. And still the Bialy Rebbe stands before him and goes on in his sweet voice. Forgive me, Rabbi, but I must tell the truth. Your Torah was hard and dry, for it is only the body and not the soul of the law. The soul? Asks the brisk rabbi and rubs his high forehead. Certainly, as I told you, Rabbi, your Torah is for the select, for the learned, not for all Israel. And the Torah must be for all Israel. The divine presence must rest on all Israel, because the Torah is the soul of all Israel. And your Torah, Noach? You wish to see it, Rabbi? Torah? See it? Wonders the brisk rabbi. Come, Rabbi, I will show it you. I will show you its splendor, the joy which beams forth from it upon all Israel. The brisk rabbi does not move. I beg of you, Rabbi, come. It is not far. He led him out onto the balcony, and I went quietly after. You may come too, Shemaiah, he said to me. Today you will see it also, and the brisk rabbi will see. You will see the Simchas Torah. You will see real rejoicing of the law. And I saw what I had always seen, only I saw it differently, as if a curtain had fallen from my eyes. A great wide sky, without a limit. The sky was so blue, so blue. It was a delight to the eye. Little white clouds, silvery clouds, floated across it. And when you looked at them intently, you saw how they quivered for joy, how they danced for rejoicing in the law. Away behind, the town was encircled by a broad green girdle, a dark green one. Only the green lived, as though something alive were flying along through the grass. Every now and then it seemed as if a living being, a sweet smell, a little life, darted up shining in a different place. One could see plainly how the little flames sprang up and danced and embraced each other. And over the fields with the flames there sauntered parties and parties of Hasidim. The satin and even the satinette cloaks shine like glass, torn ones and the whole alike, and the little flames that rose from the grass attached themselves to the shining holiday garments and seemed to dance round every Hasid with delight and affection, and every company of Hasidim gazed up with wonderfully thirsty eyes at Rebbe's balcony, and I could see how that thirsty gaze of theirs sucked light from the balcony, from the Rebbe's face, and the more light they sucked in, the louder they sang, louder and louder, more cheerfully, more devoutly, and every company sang to its own tune, but all the different tunes and voices blended in the air, and there floated up to the Rebbe's balcony one strain, one melody, as though all were singing one song. And everything sang, the sky, the celestial bodies, the earth beneath, the soul of the world itself, everything was singing. Lord of the world, I thought, I should dissolve away for sheer delight, but it was not meant to be. It is time for the afternoon prayers, said the brisk rabbi suddenly in a sharp tone, and it all vanished. Silence. The curtain has fallen back across my eyes. Above is the usual sky, below the usual fields, the usual Hasidim in torn cloaks. Old, disconnected fragments of song. The flames are extinguished. I glance at the Rebbe. His face is darkened too. They were not reconciled. The brisk rabbi remained a misnagid as before, but it had one result. He never persecuted again. End of section 14. Recording by VioletBleu of Albertville.
Section number 15 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 15. In Time of Pestilence. The End. The happy assembly did not notice, after Mincha and Mariv, some few only after a page of Gemara or a chapter of Mishnayos, they went away and left Yössil alone as usual, Even the householder in whose house Yössil should have eaten that day's meals never thought of going up to him and asking why he had not been to breakfast, and why he was not coming back with him to supper. He just hurried home along with the rest, to tell his wife and children the good news, that Savitzki had gone, that they were rid of that treasure. It was not till the next day that Yössil was missed. Then, they said, Bother would not have taken him, and the beadle lighted the stove himself. The oven smoked, and Yössil was talked about the whole day. He was the only one who could manage the stove. They began to wonder if he had gone to Palestine, or else to Argentina. It was true, he had nothing with which to pay his traveling expenses, but then he could always resort to begging. It was only on the sixth day, when the town was looking for the arrival of an inspector of licenses, that the first shopkeeper who climbed up into the loft to hide a piece of imported velvet found Yössil hanging and already stark. End of section 15. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Bellevue, Washington.
Section 16 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mara Bella. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Chapter 11. Bontzye Shweig. Down here, in this world, Bontzye Shweig's death made no impression at all. Ask anyone you like who Bontzye was, how he lived, and what he died of, whether of heart failure, or whether his strength gave out, or whether his back broke under a heavy load, and they won't know. Perhaps, after all, he died of hunger. If a tramcar horse had fallen dead, there would have been more excitement. It would have been mentioned in the papers, and hundreds of people would have crowded round to look at the dead animal, even the spot where the accident took place. But the tramway horse would receive less attention if there were as many horses as men, 1,000 million. Bontzye lived quietly and died quietly. He passed through our world like a shadow. No wine was drunk at Bontzye's circumcision. No healths were proposed, and he made no beautiful speech when he was confirmed. He lived like a little dun-colored grain of sand on the seashore, among millions of his kind. And when the wind lifted him and blew him over to the other side of the sea, nobody noticed it. When he was alive, the mud in the street preserved no impression of his feet. After his death, the wind overturned the little board on his grave. The gravedigger's wife found it a long way off from the spot, and boiled a potful of potatoes over it. 3 days after that, the gravedigger had forgotten where he had laid him. If Bontzye had been given a tombstone, then, in 100 years or so, an antiquarian might have found it, and the name Bontzye Shweig would have echoed once again in our air. A shadow. His likeness remained photographed in nobody's brain, in nobody's heart. Not a trace of him remained. No kith, no kin. He lived and died alone. Had it not been for the human commotion, Someone might have heard Bontzye's spine snap under its load. Had the world been less busy, someone might have remarked that Bontzye, also a human being, went about with 2 extinguished eyes and fearfully hollow cheeks, that even when he had no load on his shoulders, his head drooped earthward, as though, while yet alive, he were looking for his grave. Were there as few men as tramway horses, someone might perhaps have asked, "What has happened to Bontzye?" When they carried Bontzye into the hospital, his corner in the underground lodging was soon filled. There were 10 of his like waiting for it, and they put it up to auction among themselves. When they carried him from the hospital bed to the dead house, there were 20 poor sick persons waiting for the bed. When he had been taken out of the dead house, they brought in 20 bodies from under a building that had fallen in. Who knows how long he will rest in his grave? Who knows how many are waiting for the little plot of ground? A quiet birth, a quiet life, a quiet death, and a quieter burial. But it was not so in the other world. There, Bontzye's death made a great impression. The blast of the great messianic shofar sounded through all the 7 heavens. Bontzye Shweig has left the earth. The largest angels with the broadest wings flew about and told one another, "Bontzye Shweig is to take his seat in the heavenly academy." In paradise there was a noise and a joyful tumult. "Bontzye Shweig! Just fancy! Bontzye Shweig!" Little child angels with sparkling eyes, gold threadwork wings, and silver slippers ran delightedly to meet him. The rustle of the wings, the tap-tap of the little slippers, and the merry laughter of the fresh, rosy mouths filled all the heavens and reached to the throne of glory, and God himself knew that Bontzye Shweig was coming. Abraham, our father, stood in the gate, his right hand stretched out with a hearty greeting, and a sweet smile lit up his old face. What are they wheeling through heaven? 2 angels are pushing a golden armchair into paradise for Bontzye Shweig. What flashed so brightly? They were carrying past a gold crown set with precious stones, all for Bontzye Shweig. "Before the decision of the heavenly court has been given?" asked the saints, not quite without jealousy. "Oh," replied the angels, "that will be a mere formality. Even the prosecutor won't say a word against Bontzye Shweig. The case will not last 5 minutes. Just consider. Bontzye Shweig!" When the little angels had met Bontzye in mid-air and played him a tune, when Abraham, our father, had shaken him by the hand like an old comrade, when he heard that a chair stood waiting for him in paradise, that a crown lay ready for his head, and that not a word would be lost over his case before the heavenly court, Bontzye, just as in the other world, was too frightened to speak. His heart sank with terror. He is sure it is all a dream, or else simply a mistake. He is used to both. He often dreamt, in the other world, that he was picking up money off the floor. There were whole heaps of it. And then he woke to find himself as poor as ever. And more than once, people had smiled at him and given him a friendly word, and then turned away and spit out. "It is my luck," he used to think. and now he dared not raise his eyes, lest the dream should vanish, lest he should wake up in some cave full of snakes and lizards. He was afraid to speak, afraid to move, lest he should be recognized and flung into the pit. He trembles and does not hear the angels' compliments, does not see how they dance round him, makes no answer to the greeting of Abraham, our father, and, when he is led into the presence of the heavenly court, he does not even wish it good morning. He is beside himself with terror, and his fright increases when he happens to notice the floor of the heavenly courthouse. It is all alabaster set with diamonds. And my feet standing on it? He is paralyzed. Who knows what rich man, what rabbi, what saint they take me for? He will come, and that will be the end of me. His terror is such, he never even hears the president call out,
"The case of Bontzye Shweig,"
adding,
"Read, but make haste."
The whole hall goes round and round in Bontzye's eyes. There is a rushing in his ears, and through the rushing he hears more and more clearly the voice of the advocate, speaking sweetly as a violin. His name, he hears, fitted him like the dress made for a slender figure by the hand of an artist tailor. What is he talking about? Wondered Bontzye, and he heard an impatient voice break in with, "No similes, please." He never, continued the advocate, was heard to complain of either God or man. There was never a flash of hatred in his eye. He never lifted it with a claim on heaven. Still Bontzye does not understand, and once again the hard voice interrupts.
"No rhetoric, please."
Job gave way. This one was more unfortunate.
"Facts, dry facts."
When he was a week old, he was circumcised.
"We want no realism."
The mohel who circumcised him did not know his work.
"Come, come."
And he kept silent, the advocate went on, even when his mother died, and he was given a stepmother at 13 years old, a serpent, a vixen. Can they mean me after all? Thought Bontzye.
"No insinuations against a third party,"
said the president angrily. She grudged him every mouthful, stale, moldy bread, tendons instead of meat, and she drank coffee with cream.
"Keep to the subject,"
ordered the president. She grudged him everything but her fingernails, and his black and blue body showed through the holes in his torn and fusty clothes. Wintertime, in the hardest frost, he had to chop wood for her, barefoot, in the yard, and his hands were too young and too weak, the logs too thick, the hatchet too blunt. More than once he nearly dislocated his wrist. More than once his feet were nearly frostbitten, but he kept silent, even to his father. "To that drunkard?" laughs the accuser, and Bontzye feels cold in every limb. "He never even complained to his father," finished up the advocate. "And always alone," he continued. "No playmates, no school, nor teaching of any kind, never a whole garment, never a free moment."
"Facts, please,"
reminded the president. He kept silent even later, when his father seized him by the hair in a fit of drunkenness and flung him out into the street on a snowy winter's night. he quietly picked himself up out of the snow and ran whither his feet carried him. He kept silent all the way. However hungry he might be, he only begged with his eyes. It was a wild, wet night in springtime when he reached the great town. He fell like a drop into the ocean, and yet he passed that same night under arrest. He kept silent and never asked why, for what. He was let out and looked about for the hardest work, and he kept silent. Harder than the work itself was the finding of it, and he kept silent. Bathed in a cold sweat, crushed together under heavy loads, his empty stomach convulsed with hunger, he kept silent. Bespattered with mud, spat at, driven with his load off the pavement and into the street among the cabs, carts, and tramways, looking death in the eyes every moment, he kept silent. He never calculated how many pounds burden go to a groschen, how many times he fell on an errand worth a drayer, how many times he nearly panted out his soul going after his pay. He never calculated the difference between other people's lot and his. He kept silent. And he never insisted loudly on his pay. He stood in the doorway like a beggar, with a dog-like pleading in his eyes, "Come again later." And he went like a shadow to come again later, and beg for his wage more humbly than before. He kept silent, even when they cheated him of part, or threw in a false coin. He took everything in silence. "They mean me, after all," thought Bontzye. "Once," continued the advocate, after a sip of water, "a change came into his life. There came flying along a carriage on rubber tires drawn by 2 runaway horses. The driver already lay some distance off on the pavement with a cracked skull. The terrified horses foamed at the mouth. Sparks shot from their hooves. Their eyes shone like fiery lamps on a winter's night. And in the carriage, more dead than alive, sat a man. And Bontzye stopped the horses. And the man he had saved was a charitable Jew who was not ungrateful. He put the dead man's whip into Bontzye's hands, and Bontzye became a coachman. More than that, he was provided with a wife, and more still, with a child. And Bontzye kept silent. "Me? They mean me," Bontzye assured himself again, and yet had not the courage to give a glance at the heavenly court. He listens to the advocate further. He kept silent also when his protector became bankrupt and did not pay him his wages. He kept silent when his wife ran away from him, leaving him a child at the breast. He was silent also 15 years later, when the child had grown up and was strong enough to throw him out of the house. "Me! They mean me!" Now he is sure of it. "He kept silent even," began the angelic advocate once more in a still softer and sadder voice, "when the same philanthropist paid all his creditors their due but him, and even when, riding once again in a carriage with rubber tires and fiery horses, he knocked Bontzye down and drove over him. He kept silent. He did not even tell the police who had done for him. He kept silent even in the hospital, where one may cry out. He kept silent when the doctor would not come to his bedside without being paid 15 kopecks, and when the attendant demanded another 5 for changing his linen. He kept silent in the death struggle, silent in death, not a word against God, not a word against men. Dixi! Once more Bontzye trembled all over. He knew that after the advocate comes the prosecutor. Who knows what he will say? Bontzye himself had remembered nothing of his life. Even in the other world, he forgot every moment what had happened in the one before. The advocate had recalled everything to his mind. Who knows what the prosecutor will not remind him of?
Gentlemen,
begins the prosecutor, in a voice biting and acid as vinegar. But he breaks off.
Gentlemen,
he begins again, but his voice is milder, and a second time he breaks off. Then, from out the same throat, comes in a voice that is almost gentle.
Gentlemen, he was silent. I will be silent too.
There is a hush, and there sounds in front a new, soft, trembling voice. Bontzye, my child! It speaks like a harp. My dear child, Bontzye! And Bontzye's heart melts within him. Now he would lift up his eyes, but they are blinded with tears. He never felt such sweet emotion before. My child, my Bontzye! No one, since his mother died, had spoken to him with such words, in such a voice. My child, continued the presiding judge, you have suffered and kept silent. There is no whole limb, no whole bone in your body without a scar, without a wound, not a fiber of your soul that has not bled, and you kept silent. There they did not understand. Perhaps you yourself did not know that you might have cried out, and that at your cry the walls of Jericho would have shaken and fallen. You yourself knew nothing of your hidden power. In the other world, your silence was not understood. But that is the world of delusion. In the world of truth, you will receive your reward. The heavenly court will not judge you. The heavenly court will not pass sentence on you. They will not apportion you a reward. Take what you will. Everything is yours. Bontzye looks up for the first time. He is dazzled. Everything shines and flashes and streams with light. Taki? He asks, shyly. Yes, really, answers the presiding judge with decision. Really, I tell you, everything is yours. Everything in heaven belongs to you. Because all that shines and sparkles is only the reflection of your hidden goodness, a reflection of your soul. You only take of what is yours. Taki? Asks Bontzye again, this time in a firmer voice. Taki! 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 They answer him from all sides. Well, if it is so, Bontzye smiles, I would like to have, every day for breakfast, a hot roll with fresh butter. The court and the angels looked down, a little ashamed. The prosecutor laughed. End of chapter 16. Section 17 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mara Bella. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 17. The Dead Town. When traveling in the provinces after Jewish statistics, I one day met with a Jew dragging himself step by step through the heavy sand. He looks ill, can hardly walk, hardly put one foot before the other. I feel sorry for him and take him into my conveyance. He gets in, gives me a "Peace be with you," and asks me every sort of question. I answer, and end by inquiring, "And you, friend, whence are you?" "From the dead town," he answers, calmly. I thought he was joking. "Where is it?" I ask. "Behind the hills of darkness?" "Where?" He smiles. "It's just in Poland." "In our country? A town like that?" "There it is," he said. "There it is. Although the nations of the world do not know of it and have never given it a Gentile name, it is a genuinely Jewish town." "What do you mean?" "What I say. You know geography, and you think everything is down in it. Not at all. We Jews live without geography. We are not down, and yet they come to us from far and near. What is the good of geography? Every driver knows the way." "You don't believe me?" he asks. I am silent. "And yet it's true. Our Rabbi corresponds with all the Geonim." Footnote: Men of great learning in the law. End footnote. "In the world. Questions and answers concerning the most important matters come and go. Everything is arranged somehow. It just depends. Not long ago, for instance, an elderly grass widow was released from the marriage tie. Well, of course, the main thing is not the grass widow, but the dialectics." Footnote: By which the law is made applicable to an elderly woman. End footnote. He goes on. "All the Einiglich." Footnote: Grandsons. A celebrated Rabbi would have sons and grandsons among his adherents. The former would remain, the latter would come and go in companies and more or less respectable conveyances. End footnote. Know of our town. They come, praise God, often, and, praise God, not in vain. It is the first time I ever heard of a dead town. That's rather strange. I suppose you keep yourself rather aloof. And yet it is a truly Jewish town, a real Jewish metropolis. It has everything a town needs, even 2 or 3 lunatics. And it has a reputation for commerce, too. Is anything taken in or out? What? What do you say? Asks the Jew, not quite clear as to my meaning. Are you speaking of articles of trade? I nod my head. Certainly, he answers. They take away prayer scarves and leather belts and bring in Corfu Esrogim, an earth of Palestine. But that isn't the chief thing. The chief thing is the business done in the town itself. Drink shops, lodging homes for travelers, old clothes, according to custom. A poor town? What do you mean by rich and poor? There is parnose. The very poor go about begging, either in the place or in the neighborhood, mostly in the place itself. Whoever holds out a hand is given something. Others try for some easy work. They do broker business or pick up things in the street and earn an honest crust. The Almighty is faithful. The orphans are given free meals by the householders and study in the Talmud Torah. The orphan girls become maidservants, cooks, or find a living elsewhere. Widows, divorced women, and grass widows, there have been a lot of grass widows lately, sit over charcoal braziers, and when the fumes go to their heads, they dream that rolls hang on the trees ready baked. Others live quite decently. On what? On what? What do other people live on? A poor man hopes, a trader swallows air, and the one who digs, graves, I mean, is never out of employment. Is he joking? The dried-up little old Jew? The bag of bones with the odd gleam in his deeply sunken eyes? On his bony face, covered with a skin like yellow parchment, not the trace of a smile, only his voice has something odd about it. What sort of a town is it, anyway? I ask again. What do you mean? It's a town like any other. There's a shul, and they say that once there were all sorts of animals painted on the walls, beasts and birds out of Perach Shirah, and on the ceiling all sorts of musical instruments, such as were played upon by King David, on whom be peace. I never saw it so, but the old men tell of it. And nowadays? Nowadays, dust and spider webs. There's only a wooden chain, carved out of one piece, that hangs from the beam, and falls very prettily to one side of the ark, to the right of the curtain, which was itself the gift of pious women. Nobody remembers who made the chain, but it was an artist, there's no doubt. Such a chain! In the shul, he continued, you see only the common people, artisans, except tailors, who form a congregation apart, and butchers and drivers, who have hired a place of their own to pray in. The shul can hardly read Hebrew. The well-to-do householders, sons of the law, assemble in the house of study, a large one, with piles of books. The Hasidim, again, pray in rooms apart. And are there dissensions? Many men, many minds. In the grave, on the other hand, there is peace. One burial ground for all, and the men's bath, the women's bath, are there for all alike. What else have you in your town? What more would you have? There was a refuge for wayfarers, and it was given up. Wayfarers can sleep in the house of study. At night it's empty. And we have a hekdesh. A hospital, you mean? Not a hospital at all, just a hekdesh, 2 rooms. At one time they were occupied by the bather. Then it was arranged that the bather should content himself with 1 room, and that the other should be used for the hekdesh. There are not more than 3 sick women in it altogether. One poor thing, an old woman with paralyzed legs, who lies all of a heap. A second with all her limbs paralyzed, and beside these, a crazy grass widow. 3 corners are taken up with beds. In the 4th stands a chimney stove. In the middle, there is a dead house in case of need. You are laughing at me, friend. I break in. That is Tsiachnovka. Tsiachnovka itself, with its commerce and charities and good works. Why do you call it the dead town? Because it is a dead town. I am speaking of a town which, from the day it was built, hung by a hair, and now the hair has snapped, it hangs in the air. it hangs by nothing at all. And because it hangs by nothing and floats in mid-air, it is a dead town. If you like, I will tell you about it. By all means! Most interesting! Meanwhile, night is falling. One half of the sky grows blood-red and fiery. Over there is the sunset. On our other hand, the moon is swimming into view out of a light mist, like the face of a bride peeping out of her white veil. The pale beams, as they spread over the earth, mix with the quivering shadows of the sad, still night. Uncanny. We drive into a wood. The moon rays steal in after us, between the trembling leaves. On the ground, among the fallen leaves and twigs, there dance little circles of light, like silver coins. There is something magical in the illumination, in the low breathing of the wood. I glance at the wayfaring Jew. His appearance has changed. It is melancholy and serious, and his expression is so simple and honest. Can it all be true? Ha! I will listen to what he has to say. The town hung by a hair from the first, said the narrator, because it was started in a part where no Jewish town was allowed to be. It was not till the first minyan was complete that people held a meeting and decided to reckon themselves as belonging to a town in the neighborhood. On this pretense, they built a bath, a shul, and after that a men's bath, and bought a piece of land for a burial ground. And when all that was finished, they sent people of backstair influence to have it all endorsed. Head downward? Isn't that always the way with us? How should it be otherwise? I don't know. However, that's how it was. And the thing was not so underhand as you suppose. There was a Jew who was very rich, and this rich Jew, as is usually the case, was a little, not to say very much, in with the authorities, and everything was in his name. It was his shul, his bath, his women's bath, even to his burial ground, and nothing was said. As I tell you, he was a person of influence. And when the paper came from high quarters, he was to transcribe it in the name of the community and stop paying sop money to the local police. And then the rich man said, "To my account?" No, my dear sir, such rich people didn't exist in those days. To my account was a thing unknown. But hear what happened, what things may come to pass. It was not the Gevir, but the envoy who caused the trouble. He made off halfway with the money and the papers, and left the freshly baked community like a grass widow with a family. Did they send another? Not so soon as all that. Before it was known that the first had absconded, or anything about it, the Gevir died, and left, among other things, an heir who was a minor. He couldn't sign a paper till he was 21. So they hurried up? Of course, as soon as he was 21, they meant to send another envoy, and perhaps two. And meanwhile it was entered in the communal records? That's where it is. The records remembered, and the people forgot. Some say the record was burnt, that the trustee took the record, said Havdolah over it, set fire to a little brandy, and goodbye. The community, meanwhile, was growing. Jews, praise God, soon multiply. And they come in from other places. One person brings in a son-in-law, another a daughter-in-law. In a word, it grew. And the Gevir's heirs disappeared as though on purpose. The widow married again and left. One son after another went to seek his fortune elsewhere, to take a look round. The youngest remained. Kohol appointed him a guardian and married him, and gave him an experienced partner. Who led him about by the nose? According to the law of Moses and of Israel. He had trouble with the partner, and more still with the wife, and he signed a forged check and took himself off, bankrupt. Townspeople and strangers collected and made a great noise. The case was heard in court. Down came an inspector, no money to be seen anywhere. The wife hid the furniture. The inspector took possession of the shul and the burial ground. The little town was thunderstruck. It was a bolt from the blue with a vengeance, because, you see, the whole thing had been kept dark to the last minute, and all of a sudden the community was seen hanging, as it were, by a hair. What was to be done? They drove to lawyers. What could they advise in a case like that? The best thing would be to have an auction. The inspector would sell the things, and the community buy them at any cost. The community was no community. The papers had been lost, by the way. They must find another Gevir, and buy in his name. The great thing was not to wait till the Gevir should die, or go away. The advice seemed good. Kohol was quite used to loss of money. But there was not only one Gevir, there were several, and heaps willing to act as diplomatic envoys. Whose name should they use? Who should be taken for an envoy? All were willing, and might be offended. So they held a meeting and talked it over. And they talked it over till the talk became a dispute. And when we have a dispute, it isn't settled in a hurry. Now and again it looks like peace. The flame of discord burns low. Comes a peacemaker and pours oil on it, and it blazes up again and blazes on. The Jew wiped his pale forehead and continued. Meanwhile, something happened, something not to be believed. Only, he added with a smile, it is night, and the creature who walks the sky at night, he points at the moon, is called Truth. And at night, especially in such a quiet one, everything is credible. Well, yes, I allow unwillingly. The story is a dreadful one. The inspector put his foot on the holy ground. The corpses heard and must have grown angry. The tombstones move. The corpses rise up beneath them. You believe me? I am no heretic, I replied, heaven forbid, and I believe in the immortality of the soul only, friend, only? I always thought that only the soul remained, the soul that flies into heaven, but the body that goes into the grave, the image that decays, anyhow, it cannot move without the soul, cannot rise again. Well said, he praises me. May I ever hear the like. I am glad, he said, that you are book-learned. But, my friend, you have forgotten the world of illusion. You say the soul goes to heaven, into the sky. Very well, but to which part? One part goes into paradise, the other into Gehenna. Paradise is for the souls of the righteous, Gehenna for the souls of the wicked. The one, for his good deeds, receives a share of Leviathan, of Behemoth, wine of the ages. The other, for his sins, boiling pitch. But that only means reward and punishment. And why reward and punishment? because so long as a man lives, he has a free choice. If he wishes to do what is good, he does it. If to do evil, he does evil. And as he makes his bed, so he lies. But what is the sentence passed when a man was no man, when his life was no life, and he did nothing, neither good nor evil, because he could not do anything? He had no choice, and he slept away his life and lived in a dream. What is such a soul entitled to? Gehenna? What for? It never so much as killed a fly. Paradise? For what? It never dipped a hand in cold water to gain it. What does become of such a soul? Nothing. It goes on living in a world of illusion. It does not detach itself from the body, but just as it dreamt before that it lived on the earth, so it dreams now that it lives in the earth. No one in our town ever really died, because no one ever really lived. No one did either good or evil. There were no sinners and no righteous, only sleepyheads and souls in a world of illusion. When such a sleepyhead is laid in the grave, it remains a sleepyhead, only in another lodging, that's all. And so dying with us was a perfect comedy, because if a feather was put under the nose of a live man, would he stir to brush it away? Not he, and the same with a fly. They left off troubling about Parnose. They simply left off troubling about anything at all. So it went on. There are many towns like it, and when it happens, as it has happened with us, that a corpse creeps out of its grave, it doesn't begin to remember that it has made its last confession of sins and drawn its last breath. No sooner have the potsherds fallen from its eyes than it goes straight to the house of study, to the bath, or else home to supper. It remembers nothing about having died. I do not know if it is the moon's fault, or whether I am not quite myself, but I hear, believe, and even ask, did all the corpses rise? All? Who can tell? Do they keep a register? There have been a few heretics who thought it was the final resurrection and lay low, but there rose a whole community. They rose and fled before the inspector into the nearest wood. Why into a wood? They couldn't go into the town because it was daylight, and it is not the thing to appear in winding sheets by daylight. They might have frightened the young mothers. True. And the inspector? You ask about a Gentile? He saw nothing. Perhaps he was tipsy. Nothing. He did his work, made his inventory. And sold the things? Nothing. There was as yet no one to buy. And the corpses? Ah, the corpses. He rests for a moment, and then goes on. Hardly had night fallen when the corpses came back into the town. Each one went to his home, stole in at the door, the window, or down the chimney, went hastily to the wardrobe, took out some clothes, dressed himself, yawned, and lay down somewhere to sleep. Next morning, there was a whole townful of corpses. And the living said nothing? They never remarked. They were taken up with the dispute. Their heads were full of it. They were all at 6s and 7s. And really, when you come to think of it, how much difference is there between a dead alive person and a walking corpse in winding sheets? When a son saw his father, He spat out 3 times, indignant with himself. To think of the dream I had! I dreamt I said Kaddish for my father and inherited him. May such dreams plague my enemies. A widow saw her husband and gave him a hearty slap. He had deceived her, the wretch, made game of her, and she, foolish woman that she was, had made him new winding sheets. And supposing she had married again? How should she have? In the course of the dispute, someone set fire to the shul and to the house of study and to the wedding canopy. Everything, you may say, was burnt. They accused pretty well everybody in turn. And after that? Nothing. The corpses had come to life, and the living began to die out, for want of room, for want of air, but specially of hunger. Was there a famine? No more than anywhere else, but there was one for all that. The corpses took their place at the prayer meetings, and at the table at home as well. People didn't know why, but there was suddenly not enough spoons. All ate out of one dish, and there were not enough spoons. Every house mistress knows that she has as many spoons as there are people in the house, so she thinks there has been a robbery. The pious say, witchcraft. But as they came to see, the spoons were missing everywhere, and there was not food to go round. Then they said, a famine, and they hungered, and they are hungering still. And in a short time, the corpses outnumbered the living. Now they are the community and the leaders of the community. They do not beget children and increase naturally. Not that, but when anyone dies, they steal him away off his bed, out of the grave, and there is a fresh corpse going about the town. And what is lacking to them? They have no cares, no fear of death. They eat for the purpose of saying grace. They don't want the food. They have no craving for it, let alone drink and lodging. 100 corpses can sleep in one room. They don't require air. And they have no worries, because whence do worries spring? From knowing. The more knowledge, the more sorrow, but the dead man does not trouble. It's not his affair. He doesn't wish to know, and he needn't know. He wanders in a world of illusion. He keeps away from living concerns. He has no questions, no anxieties, no heartache. No one is conscious of his liver. Who do you think is our rabbi? Once it was a live man and a man of action. Now he too is a corpse. He wanders in a world of illusion and goes on giving decisions by rote, as in a dream. Who are his assistants? People like him, half-decayed corpses. And they solve ritual questions for the living and the dead. They know everything and do everything. They say blessings, unite in wedlock. Who is it stands at the platform? A corpse. He has the face of a corpse, the voice of a corpse. If it happens that a cock crows suddenly, he runs away. And the gevirim, the almsgivers, the agitators, the providers, the whole lot, what are they? Dead men, long dead and long buried. And you, friend, what are you? I am half dead, answers the Jew. He jumps down from the conveyance and disappears among the trees. End section 17. Section 18 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mara Bella. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 18. The Days of the Messiah. As in all the Jewish towns in Galicia, big and little, so in the one where my parents lived, there was a lunatic. And as in most cases, so in this one, the lunatic was afraid of nobody, neither of Kohol, nor of the rabbi or his assistants, not even of the bather or the grave-digger, who are treated with respect by the richest men. On the other hand, the whole of the little town, Kohol, with all the Jewish authorities, and the bather and the grave-digger, trembled before the lunatic, closed door and window at his approach. And although the poor lunatic had never said an abusive word, never touched anyone with his little finger, everybody called him names, many people hit him, and the street boys threw mud and stones at him. I always felt sorry for the lunatic. He attracted me somehow. I wanted to talk to him, to console him, to give him a friendly pat, but it was impossible to approach him. I should have received part of the stones and mud with which he was bombarded by the others. I was quite a little boy, and I wore a nice suit from Lemberg or Krakow, and I wished to preserve my shoulders from stones and my suit from mud, so I remained at a distance. The little town in which my parents lived, and where I spent my childhood, dressed in clothes made by the tailors of Lemberg and Krakow, was a fortress, surrounded by moats, water, earthworks, and high walls. On the walls were batteries, and these were protected by soldiers with muskets, who marched up and down, serious and silent. Hardly had darkness fallen when the iron drawbridge was raised from over the moat, all the gates were closed, and the little town was cut off from the rest of the world till early next morning. At every gate stood a watchman, fully armed. A short while ago, in the daytime, we were all free. We could go in and out without applying for leave to the major in command. One might bathe in the river outside the town, and even lie stretched out on the green bank and gaze into the sky, or out into the wide world, as one chose. No one made any objection, and even if one did not return, no questions were asked. But at night all was to be quiet in the town. No one was to go out or to come in. Lucky, I used to think to myself, that they let in the moon. And as long as I may live, I shall never forget the twilights there, the fall of night. As the shades deepened, a shudder went through the whole town. Men and houses seemed suddenly to grow smaller and cower together. The bridge was raised, the iron chains grated against the huge blocks, and the rasp of the iron, the harsh broken sounds, went through one's very bones. Then gate on gate fell to. Every evening it was the same thing, and yet every evening people's limbs trembled, a dull apathy overspread their faces, and their eyes were as the eyes of the dead. Eyelids fell, heavy as lead, the heart seemed to stop beating. One scarcely breathed. Then a patrol would march down the streets, with a clatter of trailing swords and great water boots. The bayonets glistened, and the patrol shouted, "Wer da?" to which one had to reply, "A citizen, an inhabitant." Otherwise there was no saying what might not happen. Many preferred to remain behind lock and key. They were afraid of being seen in the street. One day I had the following adventure. I had been bathing in the river, and either I lost myself in thought or in staring about, or I simply forgot that after day comes night. Suddenly I see them raise the bridge. There is a grating in the ears, the gates swing to, and my heart goes by leaps and bounds. No help for it. I must pass the night outside the walls. And strange to say, night after night, as I lay in my warm bed at home, I had dreamt of the free world outside the fortress. And now that my dreams had come true, I was frightened. There ensued the usual dispute between head and heart. The head cried, "Steady! Now for once you may enjoy the free air and the starry sky to the full." And the heart all the while struggled and fluttered like a caged bird. Then from heart to head rose, as it were a vapor, a mist, and the clear reasoning became obscured, and was swallowed up in the cloud. There was a rushing noise in my ears, a flickering before my eyes. Every sound, however light, every motion of a twig or a blade of grass made me shudder, and threw me onto the ground with fright. I hid my face in the sand. Whether or not I slept, and how long I lay there, I cannot tell. But I suddenly heard someone breathing close to me. I spring up, and I am not alone. Two well-known, deep black eyes are gazing at me in all candor and gentleness. It is the lunatic. "What are you doing here?" I ask in smothered tones.
"I never sleep in the town,"
he answers sadly, and his glance is so gentle, the voice so brotherly, that I recover myself completely and lose all fear. Once upon a time, I reflected, lunatics were believed to be prophets. It is still so in the East, and I wonder, perhaps he is one too. Is he not persecuted like a prophet? Don't they throw stones at him, as at a prophet? Don't his eyes shine like stars? Doesn't his voice sound like the sweetest harp? Does he not bear the sorrows of all, and suffer for a whole generation? Perhaps he also knows what shall be hereafter. I have a try, and begin to question him, and he answers so softly and sweetly that I think sometimes it is all a dream, the dream of a summer's night outside the fortress. "Do you believe in the days of the Messiah?" I ask him.
"Of course,"
he answers, gently and confidently.
"He must come."
"He must?"
"Oh, surely. All wait for him. Even the heavens and the earth wait. If it were not so, no one would care to live, to dip a hand in cold water. And if people live as they do, and show they want to live, it is a sign they all feel that the Messiah is coming, that he must come, that he is already on the way."
Is it true, I question further, that first there will be dreadful wars and false messiahs, on account of whom people will tear one another like wild beasts, till the earth be soaked with blood? Is it true that rivers of blood will flow from east to west and from north to south, and all the animals and beasts drink human blood? All the fields and gardens and wild places and roads be swamped with human blood? And that in the middle of this bloody time, the true Messiah will come? The right one? Is that true?
"True."
And people will know him?
"Everyone will know him. Nobody will be mistaken. He will be Messiah in every look, in every word, in every limb, in every glance. He will have no armies with him. He will ride on no horse, and there will be no sword at his side."
Then what?
"He will have wings. Messiah will have wings, and then everyone will have wings. It will be like this. Suddenly there will be born a child with wings, and then a second, a third, and so it will go on. At first people will be frightened, By degrees, they will get used to it, until there has arisen a whole generation with wings, a generation that will no longer struggle in the mud over a parnosa worm."
He talked on like this for some time, but I had already ceased to understand him. Only his voice was so sadly sweet that I sucked it up like a sponge. The day was breaking when he ceased. They had opened the gates and were letting down the bridge. Since the night spent outside the fortress, the life within it had grown more unbearable still. The old walls, the rasping iron drawbridge, the iron doors, the sentinels and patrols, the hoarsely angry "Where da?", the falsely servile "A citizen, an inhabitant," the eternal quivering of the putty-colored faces, the startled, half-extinguished eyes, the market with its cowering, aimlessly restless shadows of men. The whole thing weighed on me like lead. Not to be able to breathe, not to feel free. And my heart grew sick with a great longing. And I resolved to go to meet the Messiah. I got into the first conveyance that presented itself. The driver turned round and asked, "Where to?" "Wherever you please," I answered, "only a great way off from here."
"For how long?"
"For as long as the horse can go." The driver gathered up the reins, and we set off. We drove, on and on. Other fields, other woods, other villages, other towns, everything different. But the difference was only on the surface. Below that, everything was the same. When I looked into things, I saw everywhere the same melancholy. Every face wore a look of frightened cunning. Speech was everywhere broken and halting. The world seemed overspread with a mournful mist that hid every gleam of light and extinguished every joy. Everything shrank together and stifled. And I kept shouting, "Go on!" But I depended on the driver, and the driver on the horse. The horse wants to eat, and we are obliged to stop. I step into the inn. A large room, divided into two by means of an old curtain, reaching from one wall to the other. On my side of the curtain, 3 men sit round a large table. They do not remark me, and I have time to look them over. They represent 3 generations. The oldest is gray as a pigeon, but he sits erect and gazes with sharp eyes and without spectacles into a large book, lying before him on the table. The old face is grave, the old eyes unerring in their glance, and the old man and the book are blent into one by the white beard, whose silver points rest on the pages. At his right hand sits a younger man, who must be his son. It is the same face, only younger, less unmoved, more nervous, at times more drawn and weary. He also gazes into a book, but through glasses. The book is smaller, and he holds it nearer to his eyes, resting it against the edge of the table. He is of middle age, beard and earlocks just silvered over. He rocks himself to and fro. It seems every time as if his body wished to tear itself away from the book, only the book draws it back. He rocks himself, and the lips move inaudibly. Every now and then he glances at the old man, who does not notice it. To the old man's left sits the youngest, probably a grandson, a young man with glossy black hair and a burning, restless glance. He also is looking at a book, but the book is quite small, and he holds it close to his bright, unquiet eyes. He continually lowers it, however, and throws a glance of mingled fear and respect at the old man. Another, with a half-ironic smile at his father, and then leans over to hear what is going on the further side of the curtain. And from the further side of the curtain comes moans, as of a woman in childbirth. I am about to cough, so that they may be aware of me. At this moment, a fold of the curtain is pushed aside, and there appear 2 women. an old one with a sharp, bony face and sharp eyes, and one of middle age, with a gentle, rather flabby face and uncertain glance. They stand looking at the men and waiting to be questioned. The oldest does not see them. His soul has melted into the soul of the book. The middle-aged man has seen them and is wondering how best to rouse his father. The youngest starts up, "Mother? Grandmother? Well?" The father rises anxiously from his chair. The grandfather only pushes the book a little away from him and lifts his eyes to the women. "How is she?" inquires the young one further, with a trembling voice. "She is over it." "Over it? Over it?" stammers the young one. "Mother, won't you say good luck to you?" asks the second. The old one reflects a moment and then asks, "What has happened? Even if it is a girl—" "No," the grandmother speaks for the first time. "It is a boy." "Stillborn?" "No, it lives," answers the old woman, and yet there is no joy in her tone. "A cripple? Defective?" "It has marks on both shoulders." "What sort of marks?" "Of wings." "Of wings?" "Yes, of wings, and they are growing." The old man remains sitting in perplexity. The second is lost in wonder. The youngest fairly leaps for joy. "Good, good! Let them grow. May they grow into wings, big, strong ones. Good, good!" "What is there to be glad about?" inquires his father. "A dreadful deformity," sighs the old man. "Why so?" asks the grandson. "Wings," said the old man, sternly, "raise one into the height. When one has wings, one cannot keep to the earth." "Much it matters," retorts the grandson, defiantly. "One is quit of living here and wallowing in the mud. One lives in the height. Is heaven not better than earth?" The old man grows pale, and the son takes up the word. "Foolish child! What is one to live on in the height? Air doesn't go far. There are no inns to hire up there, no contracts to sign. There's no one of whom to buy a bit of shoe leather. In the height—" The old man interrupts him. "In the height," he says in hard tones, "there is no shul, no house of study, no claus to pray and read in. In the height there is no pathway, trodden out by past generations. In the height one wanders and gets lost because one does not know the road. One is a free bird, but woe to the free bird in the hour of doubt and despondency." "What do you mean?" And the young man starts up with burning cheeks and eyes. But the grandmother is beforehand with him. "What fools men are!" she exclaims. "How they talk! And the rabbi? Do you suppose the rabbi is going to let him be circumcised? Is he likely to allow a blessing to be spoken over a child with wings?" I give a start. The night spent outside the town, the drive, and the child with wings were all a dream. End section 18.
Section 19 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Levine, Sunnyvale, California. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 19. Kabbalists. When times are bad, even Torah, the best wear, loses in value. In the Tishewitz Academy there remain only the head, Rabbi Yankel, and one pupil. The head of the academy is an old, thin Jew with a long, pointed beard and old, extinguished eyes. Lemech, his beloved pupil, is a young man, likewise thin, tall, and pale, with black, curling earlocks, dark, glowing eyes heavily ringed, dry lips, and sharp, quivering throat, both with garments open at the breast, with no shirts, and both in rags. The teacher just drags about a pair of peasant boots, the pupil's shoes drop from his sockless feet. That is all that remains of the celebrated academy. The impoverished little town sent less and less food, gave fewer and fewer free meals to the poor students, and these crept away elsewhere. But Reb Yankel intends to die here, and his pupil remains to close his eyelids. And these two are often hungry. Eating little means sleeping little, and whole nights without sleep or food incline one to the Kabbalah. If one has to wake whole nights and hunger whole days, one may as well get something by it, if only fasting and flagellations, so long as these open the door to the world of mystery, of spirits, and of angels. And they have been studying the Kabbalah for some time. Now they're sitting at one long table. With everyone else it is after dinner. With them still before breakfast. They're used to that. The teacher rolls his eyes and holds forth. The pupil sits with both hands supporting his head and listens. "Therein," said the teacher, "are many degrees of attainment. One knows a bit of a tune, another half of one, another a whole. The Rebbe of blessed memory knew a whole one with the accompaniment. I," he added sadly, "have only been found worthy of a bit like that." He measured off a tiny piece of his bony finger and went on. "There is one kind of tune that must have words. That is a low order of tune. But there is a higher kind, a tune that sings itself, but without words, a pure melody. But that melody must have a voice, and lips through which the voice issues. And lips, you see, are material things. And the voice itself is refined matter, certainly, but matter none the less. Let us say the voice stands midway between the spiritual and the material. However that may be, the tune that finds expression through a voice is dependent on lips, is not pure, not entirely pure, not yet really spiritual. The real tune sings itself without a voice. It sings itself inside one, in the heart, in the thoughts. There you have the meaning of the words of King David, 'All my bones shall say,' etc. It ought to sing in the marrow of the bones. That is where the tune should be. That is the highest praise we can give to God. That is no human tone that has been thought out. It is a fragment of the melody to which God created the world, of the soul He breathed into it. Thus sings the heavenly family. Thus sang the Rebbe, whose memory be blessed." The teacher was interrupted by a shock-headed lad with a cord round his waist, a porter. He came into the house of study, put down on the table beside the teacher a dish of porridge with a piece of bread, said gruffly, "Reb Tebel sends the teacher some food," turned his back, and added as he went out, "I'll come back presently for the dish." Recalled by the rough tone from the divine harmonies, the teacher rose heavily and went to the basin to wash, dragging his great boots. He continued to speak as he went, but with less assurance, and the pupil followed him with greedy ears and glowing, dreaming eyes. "But I," repeated Reb Yankel sadly, "was not even worthy of understanding to what category it belongs, of knowing under what heading it is classified. However," he added with a smile, "the initiatory mortifications and purifications, those I do know, and perhaps I will teach them to you today." The pupil's eyes seemed about to start from their sockets with eagerness. He keeps his mouth open so as to catch every word, but the teacher is silent. He is washing his hands. He repeats the ritual formula, comes back to the table, and says, "Thou who bringest forth," with trembling lips. He lifts the dish with shaking fingers, and the warm steam rises into his face. Then he puts it down, takes the spoon in his right hand, and warms the left at the dish's edge, after which he masticates the rest of the bread with some salt between his tongue and his toothless gums. Having warmed his face with his hands, he wrinkles his forehead and purses his thin lips and begins to blow the porridge. The pupil has not taken his eyes off him the whole time, and when the teacher's trembling mouth met the spoonful of porridge, something came over him, and he covered his face with both hands and withdrew within himself. A few minutes later another boy came in with a bowl of porridge and some bread. "Reb Yössil sends the pupil some breakfast." But the pupil did not remove his hands from his face. The teacher laid down his spoon and went up to the pupil. For a while he gazed at him with affectionate pride. Then he wrapped his hand in the skirt of his kaftan and touched him on the shoulder. "They have brought you something to eat," he said gently, by way of rousing him. Slowly and sadly the pupil uncovered his face. It was paler than ever, and the black ringed eyes had grown wilder. "I know, Rebbe," he answered, "but I will not eat anything today." "The fourth fast?" asked the teacher, wondering. "And without me?" he added, with playful pretense of being hurt. "It is another kind of fast," answered the pupil. "It is a penance." "What do you mean? You and a penance?" "Yes, Rebbe, a penance. A minute ago, when you began to eat, I was tempted to break the commandment, 'Thou shalt not covet.'" Late that night the pupil woke the teacher. They slept on benches in the clause, opposite to one another. "Rebbe, Rebbe," he called in a weak voice. "What is it?" and the teacher started up in alarm. "Just now I attained to a higher degree." "How so?" inquired the teacher, still half asleep. "It sang within me." The teacher sat up. "How so? How so?" "I don't know myself, Rebbe," replied the pupil in his feeble tones. "I couldn't sleep, and I thought over what you told me. I wanted to get to know the tune, and I was so sorrowful because I could not that I began to weep. Everything in me wept. All my limbs wept before the Creator. And then I made the invocations you taught me, and, wonderful to say, not with my lips, but somehow inside me, with my whole self. Suddenly it grew light. I shut my eyes, and still it was light to me, very light, brilliantly light. There!" And the teacher sat, bending toward him. "And I had such pleasant feelings as I lay in the light, and I seemed to weigh nothing at all, no more than if my body had been a feather. I felt as if I could fly. You see, you see, you see. Then I felt merry and lively. I wanted to laugh. My face never moved, nor my lips either, and yet I laughed, and so heartily. You see, you see, you see. Then there was a humming inside me like the beginning of a melody." The teacher sprang down from his bench and was across the room. "Well, well?" "Then I heard something begin to sing within me." "What did it feel like? Tell me, quick." "I felt as though all the doors of sense in me were shut, as though something sang within me, as it ought to do, without any words, like, how was it? How was it? No, I can't. I knew before, and then the singing turned into Into what? What became of it? A kind of playing, as though, l'chavdil, there were a fiddle inside me, or as if Yone, the musician, were sitting there and playing hymns as he does at the Rebbe's dinner table, only it was better, more beautiful, more spiritual, and without a voice, without any voice at all. It was all spiritual. Happy, happy, happy are you. Now it's all gone, sadly. The doors of sense are reopened, and I'm so tired. I am so tired that Rabbi, he called out suddenly, clapping his hand to his heart. Rabbi, say the confessions of sins with me. They've come for me. They have come for me. There's a singer wanted in the heavenly family, an angel with white wings. Rabbi, hear, O Israel, hear, O The entire little town wished as one man that it might die as blessed a death, but the Rebbe was not satisfied. Another fast or two, he groaned, and he would have died beneath the divine kiss. End of section 19. Recording by Jennifer Levine, Sunnyvale, California.
Section 20 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 20. Travel Pictures Preface. It was at the end of the good and the beginning of the bad years. Black clouds had appeared in the sky, but it was believed that the wind, footnote, Ruach, Hebrew for wind and spirit both, end of footnote. The spirit of the times, would soon disperse them, that they would pour out their heart somewhere in the wilderness. In Europe's carefully tended vineyard, the bitter root was already cleaving the sod and sending out prickly poisonous shoots. But look! Now the gardener will see it and tear it out, root and all. That was the idea. It was supposed that the 19th century had caught a cold, a feverish chill, in its old age. That it would end in a serious illness, a fit of insanity, never occurred to anyone. How far away America was for us in those days! Not a Jew troubled himself as to what a plate of porridge looked like over there, or wondered whether people wore their skullcaps on their feet. Palestinian esrogim were as seldom mentioned as Barons Hirsch and Edward de Rothschild. Footnote. God. End of footnote. Astronomy calculates beforehand every eclipse of the sun or moon. Psychology is not so advanced. The world's soul grows suddenly dark. The body is seized with a sort of convulsion, and science cannot foretell the hour. The thing is difficult enough to believe in after it has happened. It is not to be explained. And yet people were uneasy. Rumor followed rumor from every side. It was resolved, among other things, to inquire into the common, workaday Jewish life, to find out what went on in the little towns, what men were hoping for, how they made a living, what they were about, what the people said. End of section 20. Section 21 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 21. Trust. My first halting place was Tishewitz. I took lodgings with an acquaintance, Reb Barosh. He sent for the beadle and a few householders. While I was waiting for them, I stood by the window and looked at the marketplace. The marketplace is a large square bounded on each side by a row of grimy, tumble-down houses, some roofed with straw, but the majority with shingle. All are one-storied with a broad veranda, supported by rotten beams. Pushing out from the veranda, and not far apart, one from the other, stand the huckstresses over the stalls with rolls, bread, peas, beans, and various kinds of fruit. The market women are in a state of great commotion. I must have impressed them very much. "Bad luck to you!" screams one. "Don't point at him with your finger, he can see." "Hold your tongue!" The women know that I have come to take notes in writing. They confide the secret one to another so softly that I overhear every word, even inside the house. "They say it is he himself. It is a good thing. The poor sheep have shepherds who are mindful of them. All the same, if that shepherd God, did not help, much good it would be. One cannot understand why that shepherd should require such messengers," in allusion to my shaven beard and short-skirted coat. Another is more liberal in her views, and helps herself out of the difficulty by means of the Rofa. "Take a Rofa," she says. "He is likewise a heretic, and yet he is also permitted. That is another thing altogether. He is a private individual. But is it so hard to find good Jews for public affairs?" "They'd better," opines another, "have sent a few 100 rubles. They might let the writing be and welcome, even though my son were not made a general." They have understood that the writer's mission is connected with the matter of Jewish recruits. Sitting at the table, I saw without being seen. I was hidden from the street, but I could see half the marketplace. Meantime, mine host had finished his prayers, put off tallis and tefillin, poured out a little brandy, and drunk my health in it. "Long life and peace to you," he said. I answer, "God send better times and Parnassa." I envy my host. Parnassa is all he wants. He adds impressively, "And there will have to be Parnassa. Is there not a God in the world? And the good Jews will pray and do what they can." I interrupt him and ask why. Although he has confidence in his own business, although he knows quite well, he who gives life gives food. Why he exerts himself so, and lies awake whole nights thinking, tomorrow, later, this time next year. Hardly has a Jew put on his wedding garments when he begins to think how to buy others for his children. And then, when it comes to all Israel, his trust is so great that it does not seem worth while to dip one's hand in cold water for it. Why is this? That, he says, is something quite different. All Israel is another thing. All Israel is God's affair. God is mindful of it, and then, in case there should be forgetfulness before the throne of his glory, there are those who will remind him. But as for private affairs, that's a different matter. Besides, how much longer can the misery of Israel last? It must come to an end some time, either because the measure of guilt is full, or the measure of merit is full. But Parnosa is another thing. End of section 21. Section 22 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 22. Only go! I forgot to tell you that the rabbi of the little town would neither come to see me nor allow me to visit him. He sent to tell me that it was not his business, that he was a poor weakly creature, besides which he had been sitting now for several weeks over a knotty question of meat and milk. And then, the principal thing, he was at loggerheads with Cahol. because they would not increase his salary by 2 gulden a week. There came, however, 3 householders and 2 beadles. I began with mine host. He has no wife, and before I could put it in a word, he excused himself for it by asking, "How long do you suppose she has been dead?" Lest I should reproach him for not having found another to fill her place. Well, to be brief, I set him down a widower, 3 sons married, 1 daughter married, 2 little boys and 1 little girl at home. And here he begs me at once to put down that all the sons, except the youngest, who is only 4 years old, and Messiah will come before he is liable to serve. That all the others are defective. Footnote: unfit for military service. End of footnote. In one way or other. With the exception of the 2 eldest sons, I already know the whole family. The married daughter lives in her father's house and deals in tobacco, snuff, tea, and sugar. Also in foodstuffs. Also, I think, in rock oil and grease. I had bought some sugar of her early that morning. She is about 28 years old. A thin face, a long hooked nose that seems to be trying to count the black and decaying teeth in her half-opened mouth, cracked blue-gray lips, her father's image. Her sister, a young girl, is like her, but she has kalaken. Footnote: bride, grace, girlish charm. End of footnote. Her face is fresher and pinker, the teeth whiter, and altogether she is not so worn and neglected looking. I also see the 2 little boys, pretty little boys. They must take after their mother. Red cheeks and shy, restless eyes. Their twisted black curls are full of feathers, but they have ugly ways. They are always shrugging their little shoulders and writhing peevishly. They wear stuff cloaks, dirty but whole. The mother cannot have died more than a short time ago, long enough for the cloaks to get dirty, not long enough for them to be torn. Who is there to look after them now? The eldest sister has 4 children, a husband who is a scholar, and the shop. The little Kala maiden serves her father's customers at the bar. The father himself has no time. "What is your business?" I ask him. "Percentage? Do you mean usury?" "We'll call it usury, if you like. It doesn't amount to anything either way. Do you know what?" he exclaims. "Taking all my rubbish, and welcome, bills of exchange, deeds, everything, for 25%. Only pay me in cash. I will give up the usury, even the public house. Would to God I could get away to Palestine. But give me the cash. Take the whole concern and welcome. You imagine that we live on usury. It lives on us. People don't pay in, the debt increases. The more it increases, the less it's worth. And the poorer am I, upon my faith." Before going out to take further notes, I witness a little scene. While I was taking up all my things, paper, pencil, cigarettes, Reb Baruch was buttering bread for the children to take with them to Cheddar. They had each 2 slices of bread and butter, and a tiny onion as a relish. "Now go," he says. He does not want them in the public house. But the little orphan is not satisfied. He hunches his shoulders and pulls a wry face preparatory to crying. He feels a bit ashamed, however, to cry before me, and waits till I shall have gone. But he cannot tarry so long, and gives vent to a wail. "Another little onion," he wants. "Mother always gave me 2. The sister has come running into the tap room. She has caught up another onion and gives it to him. "Go," says she also, but much more gently. The mother's voice sounded in her words. End of section 22. Section 23 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 23. Travel Pictures. What should a Jewess need? We go from house to house, from number to number. I can see for myself which houses are inhabited by Jews and which by non-Jews. I have only to look in the window. Dingy windows are a sure sign of "Thou hast chosen us." Still more so, broken panes, replaced by cushions and sacking. On the other hand, flower-pots and curtains portray the presence of those who have no such right to poverty as the others. One meets with exceptions. Here lives not a Jew, but a drunkard. And here again flowers and curtains, but they read Hezvarah. Footnote: a Hebrew newspaper. End of footnote. The worst impression I receive is that made upon me by a great weird wooden house. It is larger, but blacker and dirtier than all the other houses. The frontage leans heavily over and looks down upon its likeness, also an old blackened ruin, upon an old, dried up, bent and tottering Jewess, who is haggling with her customer, a sallow, frowsy maidservant, over an addition to a pound of salt. The beadle points the old woman out to me. That is the mistress of the house. I was astonished. The Jewess is too poor for such a house. The house, explains the beadle, is not exactly hers. She pays only 1/6 of the rent. She is a widow, but the heirs, her children, do not live here, so she is called the mistress. How much does the house bring in? Nothing at all. And its worth? About 1,500 rubles. And nothing is made by it? It stands empty. Who should live there? How do you mean, who? Well, just who? Nearly everybody here has his own house, and if anyone hires a lodging, he doesn't want to have to heat a special room. The custom here is for a tenant to pay a few rubles a year for the heating of a corner. Who wants such large rooms? Why did they build such a house? Bah! Once upon a time. It isn't wanted nowadays. Poor thing. Why, poor thing? She has a stall with salt, earns a few rubles a week. Out of that she pays 28 rubles a year house tax and lives on the rest. What should a Jewess need? What can she want more? She has her winding sheet. I gave another look at the old woman, and really it seemed to me that she was not in need of anything. Her wrinkled skin appeared to smile at me. What should a Jewess need? End of section 23.
Section 24 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 24. Travel Pictures. Number 42. I went from house to house in their order of number with a notebook in my hand, but from 41 the beadle led me to 43. And 42, I ask? There! And he points to a ruin in a narrow space between 43 and 41. Fallen in? Pulled down, answers the beadle. Why? On account of a firewall. I did not understand what he meant. We are both tired with walking, and we sat down on a seat at the street side. The beadle explained. You see, according to law, if one house is not built far enough away from another, the roofs must be separated by a firewall. What the distance has to be, I don't know. Their laws are incomprehensible. I should say 4 ells or more. A firewall is with them a charm against fire. Well, this house was built by a very poor man, Euchrim Ivanovich, a teacher, and he couldn't afford a firewall. Altogether, to tell the truth, he built without a foundation, and out of that, As you will hear presently, there came a lawsuit, at which his wife, peace be upon her, told the whole story, beginning after the custom of womenfolk with the 6th day of creation. This is how it happened. Malka had not spoken to her husband for about 15 years. She was naturally a sour-tempered woman. God forgive me for talking against the dead. Tall and thin, dark, with a pointed nose like a hook. She rarely said a word not relating to Parnosh. She was a huckstress, and nobody wanted her to do so. Her look was enough to freeze you to the bone. All the other huckstresses trembled before her. There was an expression in her eye. So, you see, Yurchim was quite content that she be silent. He never said a word to her, either. For all this silence, however, they were blessed with 2 boys and 3 girls. But the desire to become householders made them controversial. The conversation was on this wise. Malky, no answer. Malky, no answer. He malkies and she doesn't stir. But Yurchim stands up and gives a shout. Malky, I'm going to build a house. Malky could resist no longer. She raised an eye and opened her mouth. I thought, she said afterward, that he had gone mad. And it was a madness. He had inherited the narrow strip of land you have seen from a great-grandfather, and not a farthing in money. The wife's trash, which was afterwards sold for 54 gulden, used to be in pawn the whole year round except on Sabbaths and holidays, when Yurchim took them out on tick. When the desire calls the imagination to its help, who shall withstand? No sooner has he a house than all good things will follow. People will place confidence in him, and he will borrow money to buy a goat, and there will be plenty in the home. He will let out one room as a drink shop, and he, God helping, will keep it himself. Above all, the children will be provided for. The little boys shall be sent one way or the other to a rabbinical college. The girls shall be given a deed as their dowry, promising them, after his death, half as much as the boys will get, and the thing's done. And how is the building to be paid for? He had an answer ready. I, said he, am a teacher, and thou art a huckstress, so we have 2 parnosses. Let us live on one parnos, and build on the other. Was there ever such an idiot? We can't make both ends meet as it is. God helps those who help themselves, said he. Here's a proof of it. The teacher, Noah, our neighbor, has a sickly wife, who earns nothing, and 6 little children, and it seems they are well and strong, and he lives on nothing but his teaching. There you are again. He is a great teacher. His pupils are the children of gentlefolk. And why do you think it is so? What is the reason? Can he learn better than I do? Most certainly not. But God, blessed be his name, seeing that he has only one parsonah, increases it to him. And then, another example. Look at the black broda. a widow with 5 children and nothing but a huckstress. Listen to him, that one, would it might be said of me, has a fortune in the business, at least 30 roubles. That is not the thing, he gives to her to understand. The thing is that the blessing can only reach her through the apples. The Creator governs the world by the laws of nature. And he manages also to persuade her that they can economize in many ways. One can get along. And so it was decided. Yurchem gave up taking snuff, and the entire household, sour milk in particular, and supper in general, and they began to build. They built for years, but when it came to the fire wall, Malka had no wares. Yurchem had no strength left in him. The eldest son had gone begging through the country. The youngest had died, and there was a fortune wanting, 40 roubles for a firewall. Well, what was to be done? A coin or two changed hands, and they moved into the new house without building a fire wall. He took possession with rejoicing. He was a member of the burial society, and the community gave him a housewarming. They drank, without exaggeration, a whole barrel of beer, besides brandy and raisin wine. It was a regular flare-up, a glorification. But the bliss was short-lived. A certain householder quarreled with a neighbor of Yurchem, with Noah the teacher. Now Noah the teacher had once been a distinguished householder, a very rich man. Besides what he had inherited from his father, he disposed of a few tidy hundreds. He had carried on a business in honey. Afterwards, when there was the quarrel relating to the Lenuthian Rabbi, they got his son taken for a soldier. He is serving in the regiment to this day, with a bad lung. And he himself got involved in a lawsuit for having burnt out the rabbi. Well, it was a great crime. One is used to denouncing. But to heap sticks round a house on all sides and set fire to it, that's a wicked thing. Whether or not he had anything to do with it, the lawsuit and the son together impoverished him completely, and he became a teacher. Being so new to the work, he hadn't the knack of getting on with the parents. One of them took offense at something, removed his child, and sent him to Yurchem instead. Noah was deeply wounded, but he was a man of high courage. He hung day and night about the office of the district commissioner, and used both his tongue and his pen. Well, in due time, up came the matter of the firewall, and down came the senior inspector. Noah meantime had been seized with remorse. He did all he could to prevent the affair from being carried on. A coin or two changed hands, and the affair was hushed up. All might yet have been well, but for a fresh dispute about blue. Yurchem was a Radzinger, and wore blue fringes, and Noah a rabid Belzer, called down vengeance. The dispute grew hotter, up crops the firewall, and the law was called in a second time. There was a judgment given in default, and the court decided that Yurchem should erect a firewall within a month's time, otherwise the house was to be taken to pieces. There wasn't a dreer. This time Noah had no remorse. On the contrary, the quarrel was at its height, and there was nothing to be done with him. Yurchem sent to call him before the Rabbi, and he sent the beadle flying out of the house. When Malka saw that there was no redress to be had, she seized Noah by the collar in the street, and dragged him to the Rabbi like a murderer. There was a market full of Belzers about, but who is going to fight a woman? He who is murdered by women, says the Talmud, has no judge and no avenger. Noah's wife followed cursing, but was afraid to interfere. At the Rabbi's, Malk told the whole story from beginning to end, and demanded either that Noah should build the firewall, or else that the matter should be dropped again. Our Rabbi knew very well that whichever party he declared to be right, the Chassidim on the other side would be at him forthwith, and he wormed himself out of the difficulty like the learned Jew that he was. He couldn't decide. It was a question of the impulse to do harm, be me. There was no decision possible. The case must be laid before the Rebs. Noah naturally preferred the Belzer Reb. Yurchem had no choice, and to Belz they went. Yurchem, before he left, made his brother-in-law his representative, and trusted him with a few rubles which he had borrowed. People lent them out of pity. But it all turned out badly. The brother-in-law spent the money on himself, or, as he averred, lost it. Malka fell ill of worry. Yurchem, it is true, gained his firewall with costs before the Rebbe, but he and Noah were both caught on the frontier, and brought home with the Etap. When Yurchem arrived, Malka was dead, and the little house pulled down. End of section 24. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Section 25 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 25. Travel Pictures. The Maskil. And don't imagine Tishewitz to be the world's end. It has a Maskil too, and a real Maskil, one of the old style, of middle age, uneducated and unread, without books, without even a newspaper, in a word, a mere pretense at a Maskil. He lets his beard grow. To be a Maskil in Tishewitz, it is enough only to trim it, but they say he attends to his hair during the 10 days of penitence. He is not dressed German fashion, and no more is the Fedscher, also a Jew in a long coat and ear locks. Our Maskil stops at blacking his boots and wearing a black ribbon round his neck. He has only sorry remnants of ear locks, but he wears a peaked cap. People simply say, Yeshurun waxed fat and kicked. He does well, runs a thriving trade, has, altogether, 3 children. What more can he want? Being free of all care, he becomes a Maskil. On the strength of what he is a Maskil, it is hard to tell. enough that people should consider him one. The whole place knows it, and he confesses to it himself. He is chiefly celebrated for his Rolik, is prepared to criticize anything in heaven or on earth. As I hear later, the Maskil took me for another Maskil, and was sure that I should lodge with him, or, at any rate, that he would be my first entry. For work of that kind, he said to the others, you want people with brains. What do you suppose he could do with the like of you? And as the mountain did not go to Mohammed, because he had never heard of him, Mohammed went to the mountain. He found me in the house of a widow. He came in with the question of the wicked child in the Haggadah. What business is this of yours? Moi, Pani, what are you doing here? How here? I ask. Very likely you think I come from under the stove? That because a person lives in Tishewitz, he isn't civilized, and doesn't know what is doing in the world. You remember, I have sojourned with Laban. I do live here, but when there's a rat about, I soon smell him. If you can smell a rat, and know all that is going on, why do you want to ask questions? The beadle pricked up his ears, and so did the half-dozen loungers who had followed me step by step. There was a fierce delight in their faces, and on their foreheads was written the verse, Let the young men arise. Let us see two Maskilim having it out between them. What is the good of all this joking? Said the Maskil, irritated. My tongue is not a shoe sole, and for whose benefit am I to speak? That of the Tishewitz donkeys? Look at the miserable creatures. I felt a certain embarrassment. I cannot well take up the defense of Tishewitz, because the Tishewitz worthies in the window and the doorway are smiling quite pleasantly. Come tell me, what does it all mean, taking notes? Statistics! Statistic, shemistic. We've heard that before. What's the use of it? I explained, not exactly to him, but to the community, so that they should all have an idea of what statistics meant. Ha, 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 laughs the Maskil loudly and thickly. You can get the Tishewitz donkeys to believe that, but you won't get me. Why do you want to put down how a person lives, with a floor, without a floor? What does it matter to you if a person lives in a room without a floor? Huh! It matters, I tell him, because people want to show how poor the Jews are. They think nothing of the kind, he interrupted. But let that pass. Why should they want to know exactly how many boys and how many girls a man has, and what their ages are, and all the rest of the bother? They suspect us of shirking military duty. The books, as of course you know, are not correct, and we want to prove. Well, that may be so for one thing, I'll allow that. But about licenses, why do you note down who has them, and what they are worth? In order to prove that the Jews. But the Maskil does not allow me to finish my sentence. A likely story. Meantime, people will know that this one and the other pays less than he ought to for his license, and he'll never hear the last of it. Scarcely had he said so, when the heads in the window disappeared. The beadle in the doorway took himself off, and the Maskil, who had really meant well all along, stood like one turned to stone. The population had taken fright, and in another hour or two the town was full of me. I was suspected of being commissioned by the excise. And why not indeed? The excise knew very well that a Jew would have less difficulty in getting behind other people's secrets. I was left to pace the market square alone. The town held aloof. It is true that the Maskil dodged my footsteps, but he had become apathetic to me, and I couldn't look at him. The faces in the gas became graver and darker, and I began to think of escaping. There are too many side glances to please me. There is too much whispering. It occurred to me to make a last effort. I remembered that the Rabbi of Tishewitz had once been our Dayan, and would remember me, or at least witness to the fact that I was not what they took me for. "Where does the Rabbi live?" I inquire of the Maskil. He is pleased and says, "Come, I will show you." End of section 25. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Section number 26 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 26. Travel Pictures. The Rabbi of Tishewitz. No one who has not seen the Rabbi of Tishewitz's dressing gown would ever know the reason why the Rebbitzin, his third wife, though hardly middle age, already wears a large pair of spectacles on her nose. The dressing gown looks as if it were simply made of patches. "If only," complains the Rabbi, "the town would give me another 2 gulden a week, I could get along. Also is Gorbitter. But I shall get my way. Their lawsuits they can decide without me. When it is a question of pots and pans, any school teacher will do. Questions regarding women, of course, cannot be put off. And yet I shall get my way. I am only waiting for the election of the elders. They can't have an election without a rabbi. Imagine a town, no evil eye, a metropolis in Israel, without elders. And if that won't do it, I shall refuse to try the slaughtering knives. I've got them fast enough." It was no easy matter to divert the Rabbi's thoughts from his own grievances, but on the Maskil's promising to do his utmost to induce the community to raise his salary, he begged us to be seated, and listen to our tale. "Nonsense," he said, "I know you. Tell the fools I know you. They run away with me." "Et! They run away? Why should they run away? Who runs away? After what? Well, as you say they run away, I will go out with you myself." "In what will you go?" calls out a woman's voice from behind the stove. "Give me my cloak," answers the Rabbi. "Give you your cloak? I've this minute taken it apart." "Well," says the Rabbi, "this misfortune is happily not great. We will go to morrow." I give him to understand that it is only noon, that I should be sorry to waste the day. Nu, what shall I do? Answers the rabbi, and folds his hands. The Rebbitzin has just started mending my cloak. Call them in here? Call them? It's easy enough to call them, but who will come? Are they likely to listen to me? Perhaps I'd better go in my dressing gown. It wouldn't do, Rabbi, exclaimed the Maskil. The inspector is going about in the gas. For my part, said the rabbi, I would have gone, but if you say no, no. It is settled that we shall all three call the people together from the window. But opening the window is no such easy matter. It hasn't been opened for about 15 years. The panes are cracked with the sun, the putty dried up, the window shakes at every step on the floor. The frame is worm-eaten, and only rust keeps it fastened to the wall. It is just a chance if there are hinges. And yet we succeeded. We opened the first one side and then the other without doing any damage. The rabbi stood in the center, I and the Maskil on either side of him, and we all three began to call out. The market was full of people. In a few minutes there was a crowd inside the room. Gentlemen, began the rabbi, I know this person. There will be no writing people down, called out several voices together. The rabbi soon loses heart. No use, no use, he murmurs, but the Maskil has got on to the table and calls out, Donkeys! They must be written down. The good of the Jews at large demands it. The good of the Jews at large, he says, and he goes on to tell them that he has gone through the whole chapter with me, that there is no question of a joke, that I have shown him letters from the chief rabbis. From which chief rabbis? Is the cry. From the chief rabbi in Paris, bellows Maskil. From the chief rabbi in Paris. No other will do for him. From the chief rabbi in London. Jews, let us go home, interrupted someone. Nishi is sur lutte. And the crowd dispersed as quickly as the crowd came together. We three remained, and the bells and the beadle, who came close to me, Give me something, he said, for the day's work. I gave him a few 10-kopeck pieces. He slipped them into his pocket without counting them, and was off without saying good-bye. What do you say, Rabbi? I asked. I don't know what to say. How should I? I am only dreadfully afraid, lest it should do me harm. You? Whom else? You. If you don't get any statistics, it will be of no great consequence, for he that keepeth Israel will never slumber nor sleep. I mean the 2 extra gulden a week. The Rebbitzin with the large spectacles has come out from behind the stove. I told you long ago, she says, not to interfere in the affairs of the community, but when did you ever listen to me? What has a rabbi to do with that sort of thing? Kohol's business. Nu, hush, Rebbitzin, hush, he answers gently. You know what I am. I have a soft heart. It touched me. But it's a pity about the 2 gulden a week. End of section 26. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Section 27 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 27. Travel Pictures. Tales that are told. Sad and perplexed in spirit, I came down from the Rabbi with Maskil and into the street. There we came across the beadle, who assured us that, in his opinion, we should be able to go on with the work tomorrow. The whole Taram has been stirred up by two impoverished householders, who were now in great misery, one a public house keeper and the other a horse dealer. The Maskil, for his part, promises to talk the matter over with the townspeople between Minsha and Mariv, and if he doesn't turn the place upside down, then his name is not Shmirl. Such a name has Maskil in Tishewitz. They may stand on their heads, he said, but the notes must be taken. The very authorities that forbade will permit. Well done! It is evident that the Maskil has studied in a cheder. In the great world one meets with other Maskilim. I go back to the inn. The beadle comes too. At my host's they still have services, the mourning for his wife not being ended. Between Mincha and Mariv, we get on to politics. After Mariv, on to the Jews. The greater part are dreadfully optimistic. In the first place, it is not a question of them. Secondly, plans will not prosper against Yankill. He has brains of his own. Thirdly, it is like a seesaw. Now it goes up and now it goes down. Fourthly, God will help. Fifthly, good Jews will not allow it to happen. The old song. Believe me, exclaims one, with small restless eyes under a low forehead. Believe me, if there were unity among all good Jews, if they would hold together as one man, and stop repeating Tachanan, Messiah would have to come. But the Konitz Rebbe, may his memory be blessed, did stop, suggested another. One swallow, replied the young man, does not make a summer. Who talks of their imposing a prohibition on all Israel? There are times when one must set oneself against things, defend oneself. If they were to issue a prohibition, says someone, ironically, and with a side glance at me, the heretics would take to praying, if only for the sake of saying Tachan, so that Messiah should not come. The company smile. But where is the harm? asks someone else. If the great people don't agree among themselves. The company gave a groan. Doubtless each remembered how many times he had suffered unjustly on account of the want of unity, and the surest proof of Tishewitz having greatly suffered by reason of dissensions is, that no clear explanation was given as to who was at fault that the great were not at one, so fearful were they of provoking a fresh disagreement. I put forward that poverty had more to do with the differences than anything. There is nothing to trade with. People go about empty-handed, seeking quarrels to while away the time with. The proof is that in larger towns, where each goes about his own business, there is quiet. If someone, I opine, would throw into Tishewitz a few thousand roubles, everything would be forgotten. To be sure, we know wealth is everything, exclaims somebody. If I had only had so much brains, I could put all Tishewitz into my pocket today. It was just a toss-up. I had only to say the word. True, true, was heard on all sides. It is an actual fact. The man who had only required to have so much brains, or a little determination, to become rich, looked like poverty itself, lean, yellow, shrunk, wept out, and in a cloak that had its only equal in the dressing gown of the Tishewitz rabbi. Thereupon came the Maskil. Of course, he laughed. Reb Elijah, you must have bought the lucky number an hour before the drawing. Listen to his cheek, says Reb Elijah, and if he couldn't remember the story. May my head not ache, swears the Maskil, for so long as I have forgotten, if ever I heard the lies at all. Lies, retorts Reb Elijah, much hurt. Is that so? Lies? According to you, other things are lies as well. I interfere and ask what the story may be. You've heard of Sadik of Vork of blessed memory? Begins Reb Elijah. Of course. Naturally kind and Keat knew of him. And you will have heard that there came to him not only the pious men of the nations of the world, but even German Jews, even Lithuanians, knowing fellows that they are. May I have as much money as I have seen Lithuanians at his house. There is even a story about a discussion a Lithuanian had with him. A Lithuanian must always be showing off his acumen. He asks a question about the Tosafot on vows. The Rebbe, of blessed memory, explains a bit of the Mishnah to him upside down. Well, I never, Rebbe, exclaims the Lithuanian. Why, the Tosafot on New Year, dealing with the same subject, says exactly the opposite of your words. Well, what do you say to that? It was a miracle the Rebbe did not seize and strangle him on the spot. But that is not what I was driving at. The Volker treated the Almighty like a good comrade. Lord of the world, and he sat down in the middle of the room. Would it not have been enough to torment the Jews with persecution? Now one cannot even sit and study in peace. Someone, it would appear, answered him from up there. So, he said, that is another thing altogether. I give in. Good pay puts everything straight. But Lord of the world, a little of it here as well. Again, one could see in his face that he heard a response, and he answered, well, if not, not. You are solvent, we will wait. But that is not what I was after. His chief concern was whatever was connected with circumcision. In the matter of circumcision he was steel and iron, in that he would take no denial from the powers above, And indeed they waited for his word up there. Scarce had he given a sign, when the thing he wanted was done and established. He said that before going to a circumcision, when he merely began to think of the mole knife, the quality of fear straightway diffused itself through his being, and then there could be no doubt all would go as he wanted, for the will of those who fear him he executeth. He was very sorry that people had become aware of this peculiarity of his. He knew that on this account he would not perform the ceremony here much longer, that he would be called to join the heavenly academy. His relations to the upper world having become known, the very stability of the world was endangered. It ought to have remained a secret. Well, people had become aware of it. I, too, and even sooner than others, because the treasurer, Mosa, was my first wife's brother-in-law, and he it was who let out the secret. For this he was deprived of his place for half a year, but his distress was so great, the Rebbe had compassion on him, and restored him to his office. But that doesn't belong to the story either. Enough that I knew it. Well, and he kept the thing in his heart. I waited, for I was not going to plague the Rebbe about a trifle. I waited. I was living just then a mile outside Vork. My first wife was alive, and she did not fare badly, though it was difficult to make both ends meet. But I earned whatever it was by my match making, and my wife supported us by means of her stall. And not only us, but also she provided for a married couple, my eldest daughter and her husband, who was an excellent scholar. What then was lacking? And it came to pass on a day that my son-in-law was away at the Reb's. There was a fair in the town, and my daughter was in child-bed. It went hard with her, a first baby. Beely Bash, the midwife, was at her wit's end, and this was the third day of her pains. No cupping, no bloodletting seemed to help. Things were very bad. And I hear that the Rebbe is coming to a circumcision. What do you think? There sprang up light for the Jews. We were all overjoyed. It put new life into us. We pray that God will preserve her another day and a half, because people were only let in an hour before the ceremony. But meanwhile things got worse and worse. She was near death. An hour or two before the ceremony, however, she grew easier, or so it seemed to me. She came to herself, opened her eyes, urged her mother to go to the fair, and called me to her bedside. A foolish woman. They are all alike. They blame us for it. She doesn't like Schmuck, she says. She never liked him. She didn't want him from the very first. She can't stand him and had better die. She had sent her mother out on purpose, because she was afraid of her. She, peace be upon her, was a terror to the children. She wanted to slap her daughter on her wedding day. I, of course, gave her to understand that all women are the same, that some even make a vow never to live with their husbands again, that the sin offering is there on that account. Some even swear that, but no one may be held responsible for what he utters in pain and grief. But she keeps to it. She bids me farewell. She needs no vows, no oaths, she says, smiling. I am going out, she says, like a candle. Well, I listen to her and can see all the while that she is better. She is quite clear again in her mind, and it only wants half an hour to the circumcision, and she looked quite pretty again. I sit by the bed and talk to her. Even the midwife had gone to buy a cradle at the fair. I look at the clock. It is time to go. I look at her. Upon my word, quite well. And yet I do not want to go and leave her all alone, and nearly alone in the town. The fair, you see, comes once a year, and lasts 3 days, and it means Parnosh for the whole 12 months. So you see, there was no one left at the Rebbe's even. Every soul was off to the fair. Well, I'll wait a bit. But in half an hour things got suddenly worse. She snatches at my hand, falls back on the pillows, makes grimaces bad. She begins to moan. I call for help. No one answers. There is a great noise from the fair. Nobody hears me. Among 1,000 men and women, and we might have been in a wilderness. I want to pull away my hands, go and call somebody, but she holds them tight. 2, 3 minutes pass. It grows late. Things are bad. I tear away my hands and I run thither. Their circumcision was at the further end of the town. I fly along roads, over bales of merchandise. I fly and fly. It is all too long to me. It was July, and yet I shivered with cold as I ran. There is Tisma's house, where the ceremony has taken place. My heart beats as though I were a malefactor. I feel that there, at home, a soul is about to escape. There I am at the first window. I will not wait for the door. I will break a pane and get in that way. I run up to the window. I see the Rebbe is really in the room. He is walking up and down. I am about to enter like a housebreaker. I gather my remaining strength. There is a cry in my ears. Father! Father! I leap. The narrator was out of breath. He takes a rest, lowers his eyes, which are full of large tears, and ends quietly with a broken voice. But it was not to be. There was a heap of manure and stones before the window. I fell and nearly broke my neck. I have a mark on my forehead to this day. When they brought me in to the Rebbe, he motioned me away with his hand. When I got home, how I got there I don't know, she was lying on the floor. Either she fell out of bed dying, or I pulled her out tearing my hands away. The listeners were silent. A stone weighed on our hearts. The Maskil soon recovered himself. Well, he said, blessed be the righteous judge. Where are the riches? The narrator wiped his eyes with his sleeve, gave a sad smile, and continued. Yes, I only wanted to show you what one means when one says it was not to be. There came trouble after trouble. My wife died. The stall went to the bad because it was kept by a man. I was left alone with the children, and there wasn't a crust. I married again. I took an elderly woman on purpose, because I thought she would do for the stall. but I was taken in. There was a baby a year. Meanwhile our fares fell off, and for a whole 12 months the stall wasn't worth a pinch of powder. I determined to make an end of it, to give up the match-making, grow rich and sit and study. Eh? How does one grow rich? I wrote to the brother-in-law of my first wife, to the treasurer, and asked him for God's sake to tell me when next there was a circumcision. I got a message before the month was out, and hastened to Vork. I stopped nowhere, but go straight to the Rabbi. And a larger manure heap? Laughs the Maskil. The narrator gives him a vicious look. The Vork Tzaddik, he said, went in for ritual cleanliness. His whole religion was ritual cleanliness. Oh, see, remarked the Maskil, how he looks at me. Rascal! When you came here first, who helped you? A Vork Shosid? Or perhaps your cousin the Tzaddik? Or was it I? Ha! You would have died of hunger long ago if it hadn't been for me. And he turns to me. And what do you suppose he is now? He teaches my children, and if I were to take them away from him, he would have no parsonage left, not a crust of bread. The other stands silent, with downcast eyes. The Maskil disgusts me more and more, although he made a sign to me with his eyes a little while ago, to the effect that he had exerted himself on my behalf, and with his hands that to-morrow there will be taking of notes. I turned to the other. Well, my friend, see for yourself, says he to the Maskil. Our note taker is more of a Maskil than you, on the face of him, and he doesn't make game of things. One might say, on the contrary, Rambam Leavadil did not believe in magic, but at any rate he answers seriously. A Jew should have manners. To make fun of things is not fair. Man, it cuts to the heart. Well, well, says the Maskil, more gently, let us have the rest. I will make it short, says the poor Jew. I come in without a ticket of admission, nothing to speak for me, without even a money offering. But that would have been no help at such a time, only his face was terrible. My feet shook under me. I stood there without opening my mouth. He, may his merits protect us, took great strides up and down. Suddenly he saw me and gave a roar like a lion. What do you want? It was more terrified than ever and scarcely answered. Riches! It seemed as though the Rebbe had not quite understood. Riches? He asked, and his voice was like thunder. If only Parnos, I answer in a lower tone. What? Parnos? He cried as before. Only not to die of hunger. The Rebbe hurried up and down, stopped suddenly, and asked, What else? I thought I should drop dead. It seemed to me, I don't know, but it seemed to me, as if someone else, and not I, had control of my tongue, and it replied, I want Yössil to be a learned man. What besides? I hardly escaped alive, and he, may his merits protect us, died the following week. Well, what lay between me and the riches? A hair's breadth. It was my own fault. If I had stood up to him and kept to it, well, at least, I inquire, is your son learned? He would have been, he replies in a broken voice, only he won't learn. Even a Rebbe can't help that. He won't learn. What can one do? And the moral, interposes the Maskil, is that one shouldn't keep rubbish heaps under the window, that you can do nothing without money, and above all, that one shouldn't be frightened of any Rebbe. In 1 second the livid-faced Jew had flushed scarlet, his eyes shot fire, his person lengthened, and the room resounded with 2 slaps received by the Maskil. I fear that his first request will equally go unfulfilled. He will yet die of hunger. End of section 27. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Section 28 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena Frank. Section 28. Travel Pictures. A Little Boy. The innkeeper's pretty little boy, with his shrugs and pouts, and his curls full of feathers, haunts me. Now he stands before me with a small onion in his hand, and he cries. He wants 2. Or I hear him at evening prayer repeating the Kaddish in his plaintive child voice, so tearfully earnest that it goes to my very heart. When the Chosed slapped the Maskil, the child turned pale and green with fright, so that I took him by the hand and led him out of the room. "Come for a walk." "A walk?" he stammers. The pale face flushes. "Do you never go out for a walk?" "Not now. When my mother, peace be upon her, was alive, she used to take me out walking Sabbaths and holidays. My father, long life to him, says it's better to sit at one's book." We were already in the long entrance passage. A shield of David shone reddy from a lamp some way off. I could not see his face, but the thin little hand trembled as it lay in mine. We stepped out onto the street. The sky that hung over Tishewitz resembled a dark blue uniform with dim steel buttons. My companion found it like a curtain, sewn with silver spangles. Perhaps he is dreaming of just such a blue satin prayer bag, with spangles, some day to be his own. In 5 or 6 years he may receive it as a gift from his bride. The little town looks quite different by night. The rubbish heaps and the tumble-down houses are hidden in the poetical and silent lap of darkness. The windows and door panes look like great fiery purple eyes, but the hearth-sides pots of boiling water must be standing ready for the potatoes or the dumplings. The statistics give an average annual expenditure of 37.5 rubles a head, about 10 kopecks a day. Now calculate. School fees, 2 sets of pots and pans, Sabbaths and holidays, an illness, and a wonder-working Reb, besides extras. You see now why there is not always a meal cooking, why the dumplings are of buckwheat without an egg, and why the potatoes are not always eaten with dripping. Many of the houses are stone blind. In these it is a question of a bit of bread with or without a herring, and perhaps grace without meat. In one of those houses must live the widow who requires so little, beating her hollow chest through the long confession. Perhaps she measures her winding sheet, or thinks of her wedding dress as a long ago with its gold braid, and from what her old eyes there drops a tear. She whispers, smiling into the night, after all, what does a Jewess need? My motherless companion is thinking of something else. Hopping on one little foot, he lifts his face to the moon, swimming with a silly aristocratic air in and out of the light clouds. He sighs. Has he seen a star fall? No. Oi, he says, wollt ich gewollt Messiah soll kommen. How I do wish the Messiah would come. What is the matter? I want the moon to be made bigger again. It is so dreadfully sad about her. She committed a sin, but to suffer so long. It will soon be 6,000 years. Altogether two requests. One of his earthly father for a second little onion, and one of his Father in heaven for the enlargement of the moon. A wild impulse seized me to say, let alone. Your father will soon marry again. You will soon have a step mother, become a step child, and have to cry for a bit of bread. Spare the little onion, forget about the moon. It was all I could do to refrain. We left Tishewitz behind. The spring airs blew towards us from the green fields. He drew me to a tree. We sat down. He must have sat here, it occurred to me, with his mother. She must have pointed out to him the different things that grew in the narrow plots belonging to the townspeople. He recognizes wheat, rye, potatoes. And those are briars. Nobody eats briars, do they? Donkeys eat briars. Why? He asks. Did God make all creatures to eat different things? He does not know that if they ate the same thing, they would be all alike. End of section 28. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Section 29 of Stories and Pictures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Bellevue, Washington. Stories and Pictures by I.L. PERETZ. Translated by Helena, Frank. Section 29. Travel Pictures. The Yartseff Rabbi. The Yartseff Rabbi is a man who has all that heart desireth. He gets 4 rubles a week, and that is really more than enough. How? Are they not an odd couple without children? He used to be Dayan in a larger town. There also he had 4 rubles a week, and nearly cut his fingers to bits over dried herring from week's end to week's end. Here it's different. He goes through his daily fare for my benefit. For breakfast, what shall he say? A little milk gruel. For dinner, sometimes half a pound of meat. And in the evening, a glass of hot tea with stale rolls. He really cannot hold more. When one lives in the country, one must follow country customs, and they are much the best. Dinner in the large towns is a ruination and a misery, If there should happen not to be any meat for dinner, well, he can afford to wait to eat until supper time. Sometimes early in the day there is a little vegetable soup with dripping. That is how one lives in Yartseff, and one does very well. In the large town it was often difficult to get on. Not that he cared. He really doesn't like meat. On weekdays it is heavy food. On weekdays he likes an onion with a little sour milk. He prefers sour milk even to Purim herbs. It is his nature, but the Rebbitzin, she wouldn't look at it. He smiles as he glances at her. Her feelings used to get hurt. It was jealousy. How was that? Well, the Shoset's wife had sausage, and she, the Dianty, not so much as a bone. Wasn't that humiliating? Huh! Now he has done with all of that. In Yartseff, thank God, they all eat meat every Sabbath, and every mutton, and weekdays all fare much alike too. So long as the Rebbetzin has no one to envy, it's all right. To envy throws in the Rebbetzin. I know, laughs the rabbi's head with the tiny wrinkles. The beard with the soft end quivers. The old eyes grow moister. I know it was not the sinful body you were thinking of, but the honor of the law. Of course, a Sochet sausage and a Dayan. No, that was very wrong. A Dayan is distinctly greater than a Sochet. Well, anyhow, here I am quit of all that, where they don't kill for a whole week at a time. He is still better pleased with the fresh country air. In the large towns the householders must live in large houses. The rich householders live in the middle, below in the cellars, and above in the attics. Poor people, including paid officials of the community like himself. In summer he had felt suffocated there. It went so far that the Rebbetzin stole away his snuff box, so that he might at any rate not stuff snuff up his nose. But she had to give it him back. Without snuff he was nowhere. He cannot even sit and read without it. Even when not taking any, he must have the root snuff box to finger while he studies. And even as now, when talking, he would lose the train of his thought, and not find suitable words in which to express himself if he had not got it. What do you think? When he first saw Yartseff with the wide grass-grown market-place, he would have liked a band to play, and a band played. On that day all Kohol was at home, and they came to meet him with chamber music, and he was charmed by the little tiny houses, like pieces of root tobacco. There is one walled in, the big one in the center of the marketplace. It is the Lord's. And the stairs he got away from when he left the large town. He is naturally weak in the legs. In another year he would have been without feet. Then, the restfulness of it here. Quiet. Not a dog barks, and the children Leviadil don't shout. There are 30 boys and perhaps 6 teachers, so they're kept well in hand, not as in the large towns. At Purim and Hanukkah, then they shout. Yes, they make a fearful noise, but otherwise you don't hear a sound. Above all, a blessing from his dear name. there are no quarrels. 2 or 3 chasudim with blue fringes, but he prays for their life, because when they die, may it not be for 100 years, there will be a to-do over their burial. Meanwhile there is peace. The inhabitants of the place are all peddlers or messengers. Even the artisans do not remain at home, but go and work in the villages. Even the Feldshire goes about the district with the cuppers. Early on Sunday you can see the whole male population coming out of the little houses. Outside the town they take off their boots, hang them upon a stick across their shoulders, and start off in all directions. Friday evening they return. Even the Sochet sometimes goes away for a whole week. So when should they find time to quarrel? Sabbath and holidays are the time for disputes, and every now and again they get up a discussion, start a hare, but it is not their line. The thing halts. People are sleepy and tired. He just sits and studies. Occasionally, he smiles, there is a dispute. Only it is for the honor of God, between him and the Sochet. You understand, it is seldom a ritual question arises. All the week the people use milk dishes. Sabbath, meat dishes. They don't stand at the fireplace together. Questions about the fitness of slaughtered animals happen along once a year, but on that very account they make the most of it, turn over the whole Talmud, all the codes, and there you have a quarrel. The Sochet is very obstinate and pig-headed, and has a way of shifting his bundle of faults on to other people's shoulders. Say the Rabbi is obstinate and pig-headed. Even here he had terrible bother with 2 things, the yeast and the house, and all, he smiles again, through the Rebbetzin. With the yeast it befell in the wise. He had agreed with Kohol for 4 rubles a week. The previous rabbi got 4 rubles with the yeast, but they cheated him out of the yeast. He got none. On the first great Sabbath he preached a long sermon on leaven at Passover. The town was beside itself with delight. Everyone knows a good thing when he hears it, even the most ignorant. I say it is because all the souls were present at Mount Sinai, and there everything was revealed, even what scholars in time to come will deduce from what was explicitly given, so that even when the soul has forgotten, she recognizes whence things are, and soon the town gave me the yeast. Just at the moment I felt a little exultation, for which his dear name quickly punished me. I had trouble with the yeast. I had disputes to settle all week between the housewives and the Rebbetzin. One found her Sabbath loaf too hard, another too heavy, a third said her yeast ran, and people suspected the Rebbetzin watered it. What could I do? I hadn't seen her do it, and she said no. Well, it was all such nonsense. I can't pass a decision in a case between the Rebbetzin and the housewives, and I arbitrate. If they come on Friday, I exchange their loaf for mine, and a whole week I give a little extra yeast for Kliskolek. Altogether a dreadful worry. God be praised, a tailor brought some dried yeast, and there was an end of it. Then as to the house, he observed the Rebbetzin was saving money. Let her save. Was it his affair? The children are doing well, but maybe she wishes to buy a present for a grandchild. So be it. He is not much in favor of that himself, but he is not going to fight a woman. Perhaps, he reflects, she means differently. He knows. Many prepare for later. He doesn't. He says, "Blessed be his name, day by day." When they die, there will be a winding sheet, but he does not concern himself about it. The affair of the yeast was just going on. To cut a long matter short, one day someone told him a fine tale. The Rebbetzin had bought some timber. He came home, and sure enough, it was true. She had even engaged some workmen. She was beginning to build a house. What is it? She won't live in lodgings any longer. He interfered no further. Let her build. And she built. She took possession. He just carried over his tumult. Now, I am a householder too. But it was a long way for him to go to the house of study. Not of you be it said. My feet have grown weak in my old age. I have not many books of my own. They have a rule in the house of study not to lend out any book, not to the rabbi, not to any head of the community. When a question arose, I had nothing to lay my hand on. This gave me a deal of trouble. But God helped me. There was a fire, and several houses were burned down, mine among them. God be praised. The other householders had no great loss. They were insured. I was not. And Kahol, as you see, set aside for me a little corner of the house of study. End of section 29. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Bellevue, Washington.